So today we're going to cover why content and what it can do for you. We're also going to cover frequency and posting schedule for optimal results. We're also going to cover call to action schedule and how to market your service. I'm going to tell you guys how many DMs to send per day and what to say. I'm going to teach you guys how to keep the conversation centered around fitness. And finally, I'm going to teach you guys how to create a system for your marketing success. Cool. So first things first is why content and what can it do for you? These are all clients that have been in our program for a very short period of time. And this kind of stuff is, I like talking about our new clients because when you look at these numbers, like this is all because of social media. And I don't know about you guys, but how long do you have to work in order to make $1,500? Like if you were working at a 9-to-5 jobs, how many weeks would you have to work in order to make $1,500? Just type it in the chat. Is it a week, 2 weeks in order to make $1,500? What is it? Right? So I worked more than 4 weeks before, like 2.5 weeks, right? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Exactly. Guys, this is the type of stuff that social media gives you the ability to do. Is Max just landed his first client for $999 paid in full. Luciano got a call booked in the UK. He doesn't live in the UK. 6 days into the CLA's first paid in full for $750. Our new client, Mike, had 8 calls, 6 shows, 2 waiting, 2 sold. Justin Carlson just landed his first client, $1,000 paid in full for 3 months. Sergio just set his first $5,000 month. So the reason that social media is important is I think that people treat social media as like a game or something that they like consume on and they're just mindlessly scrolling. But when you take social media seriously, social media will fucking change your life forever. And this is just the start, right? Like this is like when you get started, this is what happens. This is what happens when you go all in. Kenny, are you here, bro? One of my clients, Coach Kenny, he's been with PT Domination since 2021. And he started out the Change Lives Academy with 600 followers. Right now, he's got 47.1 thousand on Instagram, and he made $30,000 a month in the month of March. Plus, not only that, he's working with some of the top ranked UFC fighters in the world. He signed Curtis Washington, who was I believe he was the 15th ranked middleweight in the world. He was who's the guy's corner that he was in, Cole? It was who's his best friend?
Sean Strickland.
Yes, thank you. He was in Sean Strickland's corner, and Kenny's coaching this guy. All right, now I really want everyone to like pause and think about that for a second. This is the dude that had 600 social media followers, and as a result of growing his social media following, he's working with UFC fighters that are on the main cards at some of these events.
Not to mention, like, let's just touch on that for a second, guys. He's going down to the UFC Performance Institute and watching some of the biggest fighters in the entire world that are generating billions of dollars for the company, the UFC. He literally sent me videos in the UFC Performance Institute watching Israel Adesanya and Sean Strickland and everybody else spar and fight. Now, if you guys aren't fighting fans, that might not make sense to you, but it's basically the Super Bowl of fucking fighting championships across the board. It is insane.
So listen, I feel like none of what we teach you today is going to be of any value if you aren't willing to start becoming a content creator. Everybody write this in the chat box. I am not an online coach. I'm a marketer. I am not an online coach. I'm a marketer. The sooner that you embrace that ideology that you are a marketer and you are not an online coach, you will start to approach social media in the right way so you can start signing clients, making money, growing your following, getting more views, etc. If you view yourself as an online coach / a personal trainer, it's really hard for you to post on social media to the level that you need to because personal trainers don't post on social media. That's why they work at the gym. And online trainers, like who here likes changing people's lives? Just say me in the chat. Online trainers, they want to change more people's lives. They want to step into their power. They want to have a bigger impact. But for some reason, they treat social media like it's a joke. You can be the best online coach in the world, and you will be the most knowledgeable with the most credentials, with the most university degrees, etc. And if no one knows about you, you will be broke, you will be struggling, and you will be pissed off. And this is typically what we find with IFBB pros that come to me and Cole. Is they're like, I see all these fucking kids that are, 18 years old on TikTok making all this money. And it's like, I get it. I get why you're upset because you're a great trainer. You have the credentials, you have the pro card, but that has absolutely nothing to do with the real world market. And if you guys want people to pay you money on social media, you need to be in front of their face. And the only way to get in front of their face is everybody write this in the comments. I commit to being a marketer. We have to commit to being a marketer. I want to be in people's faces. And unfortunately, this is where I would say a lot of online trainers fail and fall to the wayside because everybody sees the pipe dream of like, oh, I want to make $10,000 a month. I want to step into my power. I want to have my dream business. And then when they realize they have to post on social media, they're like, but I don't like posting on social media. That's like saying you want to fucking lose weight, but you don't like eating vegetables. or you don't like drinking water. Like, I don't like fucking drinking water. I actually hate it, but I like being shredded. So I'm going to drink fucking water. Right. And that's the same sort of mindset that you guys need to approach social media with. Social media is not an optional thing that we do. Social media is a necessity for your business. Most trainers think that they deserve to be successful because of their credentials, and then they end up getting lapped by clients like Kenny Duzo. Everybody read this in the chat box. You need to commit to mastery. Write this in the chat box. You need to commit to mastery. My definition of mastery is not that I'm the best in the game, because as soon as I admit that I'm the best in the game or think that I'm the best in the game, I take my foot off the gas. My definition of mastery, and I like to make my own definitions because I'm my own fucking boss and I control my own reality, is I'm always improving at the skill. Write that in the chat. I'm always improving at the skill. No matter how good you are at content creation, you can always improve at the skill. No matter how good you are as a coach, you can always improve at the skill. No matter how good you are at like marketing, you can always improve at the skill. So we need to commit to mastery. If you spend 2 hours per day, every day, learning the skill of content creation, in 1 year's time, you will be ahead of 90% of people on the internet. Cole, what was that statistic that you were talking about in terms of the fucking, the phone time, bro?
Dude, it's actually crazy. So let me break it down for you guys. I need everybody to really understand what I'm about to say. The average screen time for a regular adult in the States and Canada right now, and this is a proven fact as of 2024, is between 6 and 8 hours. Okay. If we take the low end, 6 hours, it actually equals out, when you average it over the entire year, to 91 days. I did the math, I broke it down, and that is the low time. So think about that for a second. On the low time of screen time, individuals are wasting 91 days a year scrolling on their phone doing nothing.
That's fucked up.
And that's the low time. Guys, when it comes down to kids, they're actually spending between 8 and 12 hours a day on their phone. And the average human being is actually spending over 6 hours. I just took the low stat to break it down for you guys.
By the way, how do they find their screen time so they can go fucking tattle on themselves?
This is the easiest thing in the world. A lot of you guys need to stop overthinking it. So if you just go to your home screen on your phone, the actual home screen, you scroll down, a search bar is going to pop up on your iPhone, and you guys can literally type in screen time, click it, bam, it will pop up right in front of your face. I'm guessing the average online coach will have a screen time between 8 and 11 hours a day. Now, a lot of you guys can definitely not justify that time to me and Brian, though.
Yeah, and so if you just checked your screen time, I want you to tattle on yourselves in the chat box, because this is fucking important, all right? 8 hours, 6 hours. Tattle on yourself in the chat. 7.5, 8 hours, 5 hours. Exactly. Now, Harry Pitcher, 10.5 hours. Out of that 10.5 hours, how much of that time were you consuming versus producing?
If you actually look under screen time, it will say see all apps and website activity. If you guys click that, there will be no lying, because it will literally show you what apps you spend fucking time on. So you can say whatever you want, but your phone doesn't lie. So if you click on that, or if you send us a screenshot, we can tell instantaneously what you're spending your time on.
So here's exactly what I want you guys to do. Please write this in the chat box. You need to view social media as a producer and not a consumer. You need to view social media as a producer and not a consumer. You all are already on your phones anyways, okay? You're already spending 8 hours a day. So the difference in what we're teaching you guys today is to view social media as a producer and not a consumer. Meaning you're not just mindlessly scrolling through content, fucking looking at cute cat videos or whatever the fuck else you do on your phone. But as you're scrolling through content and you're seeing different ideas, you're literally like, yep. Like Rob, you're like, yep, I could take that idea. I could make that idea. That makes sense to me. We're using social media as a way to become producers instead of consumers. 2 hours per day. That's all I'm asking. If you spend 2 hours per day, every day, learning, studying, getting video ideas, writing your own scripts, getting inspirations, you will be ahead of everybody else. And listen, all of you guys on this call are willing to spend 8 hours a day working for someone else. All of you. 8 hours every day, you hate it. All of you are willing to spend 8 hours a day working for somebody else. Why can't you work for 2 hours on yourself and your own business? Everybody write that in the chat box again. You need to commit to mastery. If you don't understand this mindset, everything that we teach you today is fucking irrelevant. Because like, as I was writing these trainings, I was like, okay, so my goal is to get all of these kids on this call to get more inbound leads. But unless you view social media as a necessity and not an option, nothing I teach you will be relevant. Because I can teach you how to do a call to action. I can teach you what to post on your Instagram story once. But unless you're doing that on a consistent and regular basis, that's a one-trick pony. And then when that offer expires, you have nobody. And most of you guys struggle on social media because you view it as an option and not a necessity. And you're sometimes on the platform and sometimes not on the platform. Sometimes you're posting. Sometimes you forget to post for 3 fucking days. It needs to be non-negotiable. So here's a few mindsets that I need you to embrace in order to be successful. Everybody write this in the chat. Number one, embrace the suck. Embrace the suck. I can't tell you how long I spent chasing Cole's content on social media. It was probably a good couple fucking years, okay? And every single video that I posted was getting 500 to 1,000 views. And every single video that my best friend posted was getting like 100,000 views. And I was like, cool, I'm a loser. But I posted every fucking day, multiple times per day, because I embrace the suck. You are not going to be good at social media when you actually start committing to it. And most people hate this fact because most of you on this call will spend 1-2 hours producing a piece of content. You'll be really fucking proud of it. You'll post it online. It gets 200 views and you're really fucking pissed off. How many of you guys have done that before? Just raise your hand. All right. Guilty. It happens, right? It happens to us too, but you need to embrace the suck. The thing that you think as your very best is your very best right now, the algorithm does not think is very good. And that does not mean that you are shadow banned or that you're a bad content creator or that you're never going to go viral. But what it does mean is the algorithm is giving you feedback. The Instagram algorithm is very simple, you guys. The goal is to keep people on the platform for as long as possible. So if you create content that holds people's attention, Instagram will show your content to more people. So if you're not getting the views that you think you deserve, it's because your content isn't holding people's attention. As soon as you start changing it up and getting better, you will get rewarded. You will get more views. Number two, write this in the chat box. Get better with every video. Every single video that I produce, I'm trying to be better than the last one. I'm always trying to improve. I'm always trying to evolve. I'm always trying to get better. If you guys look at my content, scroll back a year ago, 2 years ago, my content is significantly different 2 years ago than it is now because I'm trying to evolve as a content creator. I always want to be getting better. I always want to be improving. I always want to be taking the next level. That is the mindset. It's like, I understand that I'm going to suck at first, but my goal is to get better with every video. And if I take that mindset and I apply it over an extended period of time, eventually I will be very good. Number three, experiment and try new things. I think this is where 95% of you guys are stuck. Is you're posting the same content now that you were a year ago. Who here is actually doing that? Or even 6 months ago? Your content right now is basically the exact same content that it was 6 months ago. You guys, the algorithm changes. And if you don't shift and mold your content to what's popping on the algorithm, then you're going to get left behind. And this is where I find a lot of experienced online coaches actually really struggle, because what used to work to get you leads, to get you clients, to get people reaching out to you no longer works. And you're not experimenting. You're not trying new things. You're not switching up your content style. And as a result, you're not growing on social media. Everybody write this in the chat box. If my content isn't hitting, I need to experiment. If my content isn't hitting, I need to experiment. If you film all of your videos in your fucking office, film some nutrition videos in the kitchen. If you film some workout videos in the gym, film some videos outside, film some videos on the street, film some videos with a whiteboard, film some videos with a partner, right? Like, change it up. You guys need to experiment and try new things. Number four, ask for feedback regularly. If you do not have a content coach, get a fucking content coach, all right? And if you have a content coach like me and Cole, then fucking ask us questions. You need to ask for feedback regularly. If you're in the CLA, if you're in the 10K mastermind, etc., you guys need to be asking for feedback, because again, sometimes we are delusional about our own success. Like, I think my content's the shit. I do. I think it's awesome. And then I hired a content mentor. Her name's Adley. She's the best. She cost me $100,000 for 6 months. And she told me, she's like, I think your brand identity is confusing. And I said, okay, madam, like, what do I do? How do I get better? Like, you need to ask for feedback. You need to evolve. You need to get better. And the only way to get better is by asking for feedback from people that are more advanced than you. Number five, this one's really important. Mirror and model successful creators. Mirror and model successful creators. This one's really fucking important. Every single one of you guys, I've talked to a lot of very high level content coaches. Like, I'm talking about like Insta Coach Mike, who Cole and I have worked with before. Talking about Adley, who I just got off a one-on-one call with. Every single high level coach that we talk to around content says the same thing. Find what's working, replicate it with your own voice. Every single person on this call is trying to recreate the wheel with all their content. I don't recreate the wheel. Like, I do have my own voice, and there are opinions that I share online that are like my own, but I also am going to pay attention to what's trending right now in terms of the subject matter in my niche and how the videos are being filmed and what the format of the video is and how the video is being delivered. I'm going to pay attention to what's working, and I'm going to mirror and model successful creators. Now, notice I didn't say mirror and fucking plagiarize successful creators, which is what a lot of you guys do as well. Like, oh, mirror and model. Okay, cool. I'm going to take their exact script, their exact lines. I'm going to say the exact thing. I'm going to take the base concept, and then I'm going to recreate it in my own spin. I'm going to give you guys a practical example of how you can use this. How many of you guys have ever seen the videos that are like, here's my secret to fat loss, and then it's like a 6-second video, and then it's like, read the caption? How many of you guys have ever seen those? I think they're fucking stupid. I don't think you guys should ever do them. That's besides the point. What I'll do is when I see those videos that are like 6-second, like blah, 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 read the caption, I'll read the caption. And if the caption's good, I'll make a talking video about that. That's taking other people's ideas and recreating them and putting your own spin on them. So if the subject matter is viral, I'll take that subject matter and I'll create a talking piece of content about whatever their caption was. Make sense? Perfect. And number 6, this one's cool. I like this. Be thankful for 100 views. Write that in the chat box. Be thankful for 100 views. Do you understand how hard it would be for you to fill a room with 100 people to have a conversation about your business? Cole and I do it all the time. We're selling out events. And the first event Cole and I ever sold, it was like tooth and nail to get 38 people in the room. You guys literally get a post on social media for free, and your video, your one video that gets 100 views gets shown to 100 people. People really underestimate like how many humans that actually is, because we just see it as a vanity metric or a view on our phone. But what we don't realize is there's a person on the other end of the screen that's receiving that message. So number 6 is to be thankful for 100 views. If your content isn't popping on social media, good. You don't deserve for it to be popping yet. Embrace the suck, get better with every video, experiment, try new things, ask for feedback, model success for creators, and then be thankful every time you post a video and you get views. Does this make sense? These are successful mindsets for social media. Cool. Now let's get into frequency and posting schedule. All right, frequency and posting schedule. Trick question. What's the best diet you can stick to? Write in the comments. What's the best diet you can stick to? You smart motherfuckers. The one that you can stick to, right? That's the best diet you can stick to. Now, what I'm about to share with you guys is a fundamental baseline of how often and what you should be posting. But if you can't stick to this baseline, then modify it for what you actually need. I'm going to give you the posting schedule for $10,000 a month, because every single person here wants to make $10,000 a month. Now, there's some of you guys that are in my Millionaire Mastermind, right? If you're in my Millionaire Mastermind, this is the posting schedule for $10,000 a month. If you guys want to make more money, then I highly recommend that you post more. And anybody that tells you differently doesn't understand social media. The more that you post, the more that you have a higher chance of going viral. That being said, when you're first getting started, this is the posting schedule that you want to get to if you want to make $10,000 a month. But Brian, why are we talking about posting schedules when you're supposed to be talking about inbound leads and DMs? Because most of you guys think you have a lead gen problem, but in reality, you have a I suck at content and I'm not consistent problem. Most of you guys are like, I can't find leads to message. There's not enough people to DM. I can't find people that are reaching out to me. And that's actually not a lead gen problem. What that is I need to get better at content and I'm not consistent enough with my content. That's what that actually is. And so as much as I wanted to go into just DM theory today, like DM theory is useless if you don't have people paying attention to you. So you try to send 20 to 40 DMs a day to people in your audience, but because you're not reaching new people, you end up having to DM the same people over and over again. You end up struggling and frustrated. How many of you guys have run into that problem? Like, it's the same fucking people in my audience all the time. I'm talking to the same people. There's no point sending DMs because I'm talking to the same fucking people. That's not a lead gen problem. That's a content problem. We need to solve that problem. Everybody write this in the chat. When I have an audience, everything is easy. When I don't have an audience, everything is hard. That is a fundamental truth. When I have an audience, everything is easy. When I don't have an audience, everything is hard. When you don't have an audience, you basically are a door-to-door salesman, knocking on as many doors as you possibly can to get as many people to open up their doors. And then when they do open up the doors, you get like 10 seconds to try to fucking hard sell them your shit before they slam the door in your face. That's what it's like to not have an audience. When you have an audience, it's like hosting the party that everybody in the city wants to be at. And everybody in the city is like fucking sending you DMs being like, yo, can I get into that party? Can I get into that party? What's going on in that party? Can I get an invite? You fucking bringing more people in? That's what it's like when you have an audience. And so everybody's goal on this call should be to build their audience, because the bigger your audience size, the more opportunity that you have. How hard do you think it is for Conor McGregor to sell his tequila? It's not very fucking hard. Right? If you started a tequila company, how hard would it be for you to sell your tequila? Pretty fucking hard, right? The bigger your audience size, the less you have to work. And so our main purpose on social media, if we want to be an online coach, is to grow the audience size. So here's a posting schedule. Instagram Reels, 1 per day, every day. Now there's 2 different types of Instagram Reels that I want you guys to post. Number 1 is awareness-based content. Awareness-based content is content that is more general to speak to the masses with the intention of going viral and getting seen by new people. That's awareness-based content. It is general on purpose. And then number 2 is conversion-based content. Conversion-based content is designed to specifically target your avatar and gives them tangible and actionable value they can use to get results. Now, whenever I talk about this theory, everybody always asks, what's the ratio? 50-50 is the ratio. 50% of your content is awareness-based content. 50% of your content is value-based content.
AFC popcorn chicken.
Can you guys hear this video before I fucking keep going? Okay, so this is Trent, who is in our $1 Million Mastermind. He's making $80,000 a month. This is an example of awareness-based content.
AFC popcorn chicken and mac and cheese is over 1,000 calories. But my fried chicken and mac and cheese is only 470 calories, 64 grams of protein, and it is literally the perfect meal prep. Colonel Sanders ain't got nothing on me. Air fry Kirkland chicken breast chunks. Boiled macaroni noodles. In a blender, add fat-free milk, low-fat cottage cheese, reduced fat cheddar cheese, add all your seasonings. Now blend your mac and cheese sauce. Blend until smooth. Oh, now trust me, you cannot taste the cottage cheese. Now strain your macaroni.
So boom. So this content is very general. You notice how he wasn't like, if you're a mom that needs to lose 20 pounds, then listen up, right? It's very general. It's very broad. Broad style content is what you guys need to design to get seen by new people. Now, another example of broad style content is like when I post videos that are like 4 words to never say in marketing. Like that is universally applicable to anybody that's in marketing. Like it's not like if you're an online coach, you should never say these words in marketing. That's the difference between awareness content and conversion content. Does that make sense? Everybody say makes sense in the chat box if you guys are with me. So this is awareness-based content and this is broad content. So the next type of content is conversion-based content. Conversion-based content is where I'm targeting an avatar specifically. So Trent is speaking, actually you guys can tell me who he's targeting in the fucking chat box. Who's Trent targeting in this video?
If you have scrawny arms, steal these 3 cues to build bigger biceps. Instead of only curling like this, twist the dumbbells so your palms are facing your legs to hit your brachialis, forearms, and brachioradialis. Instead of only doing curls seated, lean back, put your elbows behind your body to hit the long head of your bicep. Instead of just doing regular curls like this, put your chest on a bench with your elbows in front of your body to blast your short head of your bicep.
So any man that's on a fitness journey is going to resonate with that because men don't like having fucking small arms. But it's very clear through the messaging in the video who he's speaking to. Right now, this type of content is the type of content that converts. And my definition of converts is when the awareness-based content, which is broad, will bring people to your page. And then when people come to your page, they'll see this conversion-based content. They're like, oh, like Nicole's speaking right to me. So you basically get their attention with the awareness content and they come to your page and they see the conversion content. Cool. Let's talk about photo posts. For photo posts, you guys should be doing 2 to 4 photo posts per week. Again, this is the posting schedule for $10,000 a month. The best use for photo posts that you guys should have is connection-based content or social proof. So this is one of our clients, Nicole. She's just talking about the right words to express how she felt about her wellness retreat with a photo post. So photo posts are best used for connection content, where you're telling a story about you, your brand, your personal life, etc., or social proof content for testimonials. Now, testimonials will get the least amount of engagement on your social media, but they'll get the most amount of clients. Instagram stories, you should have 4 per day with 2 social proof. Cole's going to be deep diving into your Instagram stories later on today, and he's going to be telling you exactly what to post on your Instagram stories. I'm just giving you an overview because it's important for your lead gen. I promise you guys, if you do not start taking Instagram stories more seriously, you will always struggle for money. And this is like, I'm coming at my clients with this part here, okay? Because anytime you guys ask me to look at your page or audit your content, I go to your Instagram stories first, and there's no fucking social proof. And I'm like, that is the fundamental. Okay. So if you go to your Instagram stories right now and there's not social proof, go post social proof on your Instagram stories right now. Every single day. There's either before and afters of my clients, screenshots of my clients' wins, a testimonial video from my clients. This is what's going to drive all of your sales. It needs to be every fucking day. And it might feel spammy at first because you're like, oh man, I'm posting about a lot of my clients. But I promise you, this will be the primary motivating factor in somebody reaching out to you for help because you demonstrate your expertise daily. Not only that, but when you guys book a sales call with a prospect, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to go through your fucking content. And so if they go through your content and you don't have evidence of clients that you're working with right now that are getting killer results, the likelihood that they show up for that call and purchase something goes down. So we want them to see all the clients that we're working with. Live streams, 3 per week. Every single time you guys go live, you get the advantage of what I call the parasocial relationship. Now, this refers to the neurons that fire in your audience's minds as they watch you on video. The same neurons fire in their mind while they watch the video as the neurons that fire when they have a conversation with their friend. And so every time you go live, you build instant rapport and connection. My recommended schedule, if you want to make $10,000 a month, is 3 times a week. Call to actions twice per week.
Oh, trust me.
And this is mine and Cole's call to action. I'm going to replay it because I think it's hilarious.
Oh, trust me. You can't trust everybody, but you can trust us to help you grow your coaching business. Comment the word 10K and I'll reach out to you to see if I can help.
So notice how I put call to actions last on the schedule, because without all of your content in your newsfeed, you will never get people to reply to your call to action. So unless you're posting what I've talked about today, then people aren't going to reach out for your call to action. But if you are consistently delivering value, showing up, posting 1 reel a day, you're not missing. When you do your call to action, you're going to get a lot more traction. Now, when you do your call to action, I want you to blast it everywhere at the same time. Facebook, Instagram story, TikTok, all of it. Every single client in my $1 Million Mastermind that is performing at a very elite level follows this schedule, right? Monday, call to actions, and Thursday, call to actions. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the schedule and when to post them, but first we're going to go into DMs, 20 to 40 per day. Who here sends 20 to 40 DMs per day every day? There's 323 people. If you do, say me in the chat box. There's 300. Don't fucking lie. Don't lie just because you're on this call. If you don't, say not me. Just so I'm clear. If you don't, say not me. Hard no. Look at all those not me. Guys, you are literally leaving money on the table. It's fucking crazy. Every single person that said not me, not one. Thank you for being honest. Guys, that is all of your, like, if I fucking end this coaching call right now and turn off this Zoom and you actually took action on this one thing, you will all make more money. I fucking promise. All of you. But for some reason, we're like, I'm not getting enough people reaching out to me. No shit. There's a certain percentage of buyers that will reach out to you. We call those the now buyers. But the other 85% of people, they're not going to just reach out and buy your stuff. Every single day, you have to send out 20 to 40 DMs. Every day. I'm telling you guys, 80% of my sales come because I start the conversation. If you're my client and I started the conversation with you, say me in the comments. 80% of my sales come because I start the conversation with my client. Now, if I'm just waiting for clients to come to me to fucking start conversations, then I'm gonna be leaving a lot of money, opportunity, and impact on the table. Every single day, starting 20 to 40 new conversations. If you actually commit to doing that, say I commit in the chat box. You actually commit to doing that, say I commit in the chat box. Don't fucking say I commit if you're not going to do it. I promise you this one idea will change your life. Keep it friendly and engaging, and I'm going to talk about how. Perfect. Cool. Call to action schedule and how to market your service. So fundamentals first. I'm going to go through Trent's Instagram profile. If you guys don't have your Instagram profile set up like this, go do this right after this call. I post probably 3 profile audits a week. So by this point, if you haven't optimized your profile, I'm fucking coming for you. Okay. So first things first is a profile picture of you smiling. It would either be you smiling or you jacked. Those would be the 2 options. The reason for that is when Trent DMs people, it's his smiling little face in their inbox. They're much more likely to respond. The I help statement needs to be the first line in your bio. I make fat loss and muscle building a piece of cake. DM fat loss for info, right? So there's always, he has DM, I'm next. You could have DM fat loss, DM toned, DM fitness, whatever the fuck your keyword is, but you need to have a DM line in there. And then an application as your link, not a link tree. So literally his application's right here. It's not a link tree. The reason for that, for everybody that's curious, is because if you have more than 2 options, people get confused and they just click away. And you're just going to lose out on a bunch of potential revenue. Call to actions. Guys, write this down. Once a week on Monday, do a direct call to action. Now, I know you guys are probably thinking, why Monday, Brian? I'm so glad you asked. That's a great question. Monday, because when people go out on the weekends and they drink and they go off track and people usually fall off track on the weekends. What you want to do on Monday is you want to hit them with a well-timed call to action, because when they go back to work, they're probably thinking fuck, I ate too much food, blah, 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 blah. So this is why Monday is the best day to do call to actions across the board for fitness coaching programs, period. So this is just an example of Trent's call to action.
This road of mine, this road that I call home, so am I wrong? For thinking that we could be.
So in his caption, all it said was comment with the fire emoji if you're ready. And he got a bunch of people commenting fire emoji. So this is called a direct call to action. Now, a direct call to action is where you're going to your social media and you're like, I'm looking for clients. Do you want to work with me? Every Monday on your Facebook, Instagram, stories, and if you're using TikTok, post on your TikTok as well.
If you love Popeyes, Chick-fil-A, or Raising Cane's, these are the best fried chicken options from Costco if you're on a weight loss journey. If you like the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches, you can get the Just Bare chicken fillets. You could make your own chicken sandwiches at home. Throw these in the air fryer. They have 22 grams of protein per serving. If you like popcorn chicken breast chunks, throw these in the air fryer. These are from Kirkland. They have 16 grams of protein. The Just Bare lightly breaded chicken breast, literally only 90 calories with 20 grams of protein. If you like videos like this, make sure you follow Triple Man Fitness for more nutrition tips.
And all he said in his caption of this bio, so notice how there wasn't a call to action in the video. There doesn't have to be. You can turn a video that you made into a call to action. And so the way that you would do that, let's pretend you filmed a recipe video, Mariah, and you were explaining what the recipe is. The first line in your video should say comment recipe, and I'll send you the full recipe. So it should be the first line in your description of your video. So the first line in this video for Trent in the description said, comment Costco, and I'll send you the grocery list. And now people comment Costco, and now he's got, and this is called an indirect call to action. And the reason it's indirect is I'm getting my prospect to raise their hand about something fitness related, but it's not directly asking about coaching. And so when that conversation gets started, I can then take that conversation and be like, here it is, brother. By the way, like, are you currently on what sort of fitness goals are you working on at the moment? So you can just transition the conversation towards fitness. Cool. Now, call to actions can be photos, carousels, or reels. Examples of direct call to actions, take a screenshot of this. A testimonial of a client with a call to action to CTA or DM you. You could also put in your Instagram stories, I'm looking for 5 guys who want to lose 10 pounds in the next 60 days. If that's you, vote here. You could also say, now accepting clients, DM me the word transform for info. Anything where you directly ask for a client. Examples of indirect call to actions, comment recipe, and I'll send you the recipe. You can have a voting poll on your story. What do you struggle with more, exercise and nutrition? Or you could post your fucking glute day workout, and you could say comment booty, and I'll send you my full workout. Anything where you ask a client to reach out, but not about coaching, is an indirect call to action. So Monday, we do direct. Thursday, we do indirect. Does that make sense? Guys, are with me? Thumbs up. Perfect. Here's some examples, because I'm a very visual person. Maybe some of you guys are visual too. So here's some examples of some of my top performing clients and the call to actions that they use. So pay attention, because I'm going to walk you guys through them after each one.
You struggle with getting rid of your muffin top? And you know that food's the biggest thing that's holding you back? Come here.
I just made a complete meal prep and grocery haul ebook to help you get on track with this. And it's posted inside my free community. If you want it, comment ebook below and I'll send over my community to you.
So this is my client, Dawson. He's a fucking G. And notice how he calls out the viewer in the first 3 seconds. Listen to this.
You struggle with getting rid of your muffin top? And you know that food's the biggest thing that's holding you back?
So his clients, what he noticed on his sales calls, a lot of people said they struggle with their muffin top. So he started using that language in his video. Now, this doesn't mean, Nick Conway, that you should use muffin top in all your videos. What it does mean is you should listen to what your prospects are saying on your sales calls and use the words that they're saying to start your video. If you're struggling to lose that dad bod and you feel like you've fell behind because of the kids, listen up. So that's what we're calling our audience out. We're using words that they use. So this is an example of my client, Nicole. This is just a video. And she said, this is a retreat announcement. So this is like a call to action, can also be a written post. So she's like, 8 tickets are already sold. We have 10 spots left. Here's the details. Comment retreat if you want to secure your spot with a $200 deposit. So this is more of like a direct, this is exactly what we're doing. If you're interested, comment below. So this is a call to action. Another call to action, my client's kettlebell weight loss coach. Yo, are you here, dog? Vladimir, are you here? I don't know if he's here or not. If he's not, this is fucking cool.
Do you need some help losing body fat?
How did you know?
I'll help you get started, track your macros, teach you technique, and help you get strong as fuck with the kettlebell. Comment the word KB, I'll reach out to see if I can help.
Now, this video is great for 3 reasons. Reason number 1 is he implemented one of the things I recommend at the start of the training, which is mirror successful behaviors. He took one of the call to actions that popped on my newsfeed and he posted on his newsfeed. I think that's fucking genius. I'm glad you did that. The second reason that this is a really good call to action is even the people that don't comment kettlebell are still going to reply to the video because they think it's hilarious. And if people reply to the video because they think it's hilarious, that's going to boost it in the algorithm. So even though he might not get people that are like everybody reaching out about coaching, the people that are laughing on the video are actually setting it more engagement. If they're setting it more engagement, it's going to get more traction, going to get pushed out to more people. He's going to get more leads from it. Here's another example. This is one of my clients, Chloe, and it just says new case study for June. I'm looking to take on 5 clients who want to lose 5 kilograms in their body in the next 6 weeks. I'm looking for a few specific people. So if you're 2+ years in the gym, have time for 4 workouts a week, want to learn how to not track every macro, are coachable, DM me case study and I'll get you more info. So this is another example of a call to action. Another example of a call to action. This is Trizzleman. Surprise. I just released my brand new cookbook. The first 15 people that DM me the word cookbook, I'll send it over free of charge.
Personal trainer, are you struggling to get your coaching business started? And no matter what you do, you can't seem to see any traction? Listen, I got you. You can build a highly profitable and successful online fitness business without ever spending a single dime on paid ads, building a funnel, or sending cold DMs. If you want to know how we can make this happen, tap the button below and message me, get started, and I'll reach out to you to see if I can help. Personal trainer.
Oh, so notice how there's awareness-based content, then there's conversion-based content. Is this conversion or awareness content? Type it in the chat. I want to see if you guys are paying attention. Is this a conversion or awareness content? It's conversion, right? Perfect. Thank you, Taylor. So because it's conversion content, do I need to be broad or specific? Write it in the chat box. Do I need to be broad or specific? Perfect. Now, if you try to be broad with a call to action, you're going to get a broad response, which is what a lot of you guys do. You're like, now accepting clients, DM me, right? And that's it. But like the better way to approach that exact same call to action is I'm looking for 2 women that want to lose 10 plus pounds of body fat in the next 30 to 60 days and are ready to take action. If that's you, DM me the word tone. You notice how I'm very specific with my language. Make sense? Unless you're specific with your language, the viewer will not feel like you are talking to them and they will not respond. You need to be specific with your language. Again, I just want to go back to Dawson because I think he's really fucking good at this.
You struggle with getting rid of your muffin top?
And you know that food's the biggest thing that's holding you back?
Boom. In the first 3 seconds, you struggle getting rid of your muffin top and you know that food's holding you back. He's speaking directly to his women. His women are going to resonate with that immediately. Perfect. Here's what I need you guys to understand about call to actions. All right. First things first, do them twice a week. Second thing, it's the same thing, but just different words. Like, I need you guys to get that. It's the same fucking thing. We're just using different words. You can't just say, I'm looking for 5 guys that are looking to lose 10 pounds in the next 30 days. If that's you, DM me. Because eventually your audience is going to be like, how many motherfucking times are you looking for 5 guys? All right. You got your 5 guys already. I ain't stupid. So we got to find a way to say the same thing a different way. How to market your service. How can you market your service in a way that seems new and exciting? As an example, I'm going to show you guys. Have you guys ever seen the CTA for a case study? It's significantly different. She's marketing her coaching offer. That's what she's marketing, but it looks different. Because it looks different, people are like, oh, that's interesting. What's that? So this is like she's selling her transformation program, but she just positioned it differently. Make sense? Marketing is saying the same thing, but different ways. It's like taking a book and giving a book a different cover and name. The content of the book itself stays the same, but there might be a reader that picks up the new book because the new cover and the new name makes a lot more sense to them. Does that make sense? That's how you need to view your marketing. And so if you do a call to action and it doesn't work, that doesn't mean people don't want your shit. That just means that we might need to change up the language a little bit to get more people to reach out. Cool. How many DMs do I send every single day, B-Mark? First things first, we need to understand that DMs is where all the magic happens. Content gets their attention, DMs book the call. Write that in the chat box. Content gets their attention, DMs book the call. You guys aren't in your DMs, that's why you ain't making money. And I get the fear of like being salesy or coming across as salesy. And I think that that's why a lot of people don't do their DMs. There's a lot of people in your audience that are very interested in working with you. They're just not going to reach out. On your end, what you need to do to be in control of your income is to send at least 20 DMs per day, every day, if you want to grow a successful online coaching business. If you do not send 20 DMs a day, every day, you are going to struggle a lot. Now, again, I'm a savage, so I do 7 times a week. I don't think you need to do 7 times a week in order to build a successful business. I think if you sent DMs 20 a day, 5 days a week, I think that's more than enough. That's what, 100 conversations throughout the week. Out of those 100 conversations, I guarantee you are going to book 5 calls. But most people never do because they're like, oh, I'm just waiting for people to reach out to me. Here's what to find your leads in hottest to least hot. So first things first is Instagram DMs. This sounds dumb to say, but the reason I'm saying it is because a lot of you guys, when you go to generate leads, you don't just go to your DMs to reply to the conversations that are already in your inbox. You're looking to start new conversations and you leave a lot of money on the table because you're looking for new people. You're like, oh, where's the new people? Where's the new people at? Where are the new people at? What about the people that you've already DM'd that have replied to you? And so the first place to look for leads is in your DMs. When you go to lead gen, you guys, don't just go to lead gen to start new conversations. Go into your DMs first, see if there's anybody that hasn't been answered and move that conversation further along before you go start new conversations. Unless you do this, there's going to be people that will get buried that want to buy your offer, but you just didn't pay attention to them. So check your message requests, scroll down in your inbox, make sure nobody's getting left unread. Second place is Instagram story poll responders. So what you guys want to do on a regular basis is be putting up polls for people to engage with on your Instagram stories. And then you want to be sending them messages off those polls. And I'm going to teach you guys exactly what to say, but this is where to find the leads on Instagram. And I want you to do them in this order. The third place that you go is Instagram commenters on your photos. People that are leaving comments on your photos are expressing intent in your offer. Otherwise, they wouldn't be leaving comments on your photos. They could just block you or unfollow you. Fourth place I want you guys to look is Instagram likes. So people that are liking your videos on Instagram, showing you support, showing your content support. This is the next place that I'd look for leads. The fifth place that I'd look is new followers. Now, the reason I go to new followers as the fifth place and story views, new followers and story views are basically the same in terms of like how hot the lead is. Because if somebody's a new follower, they might have come across one of your videos on social media and been interested in working with you. But unless they know more about you, they're not going to purchase. So you can start the conversation, but the likelihood that this conversation will lead anywhere is low. You need to give them more value. And the last place, and this is my last resort, and this I don't really like even talking about this, but I think you need to when you first start, is friends on Facebook or followers on Instagram. Like if you have 1,000 followers on Instagram, you can literally go through those followers and restart that conversation and restart that conversation. And if you're a new online coach, that's important. Now, you don't have to do this as you improve your content because when you have an audience, everything is easy. When you don't have an audience, everything is hard. But that is the seventh place. I want you guys to take a screenshot of this. This is where you go when you're generating leads. Take a screenshot of this. When you go to generate leads, this is where you start. Go from top to bottom. Top to bottom. Cool. Now, here's what to say to start the conversation. Option number one. Hey, Janelle, thanks so much for the follow. Are you currently on a fitness journey or are you just enjoying the content? Thanks so much for the follow. Are you currently on a fitness journey or are you just enjoying the content? Option number two. Hey, Janelle, thanks for engaging my content. Are you currently on a fitness journey or are you just enjoying the content? I'm going to talk about why I fucking say this and why I think it's the best way to start a conversation in a second. Now, for friends, follows, if you guys literally are like, Brian, I don't have an audience yet. I'm trying to start conversations, or you just want to hit your 20 per day. You can literally send a message to your friends/followers that says, hey, name, it's been a while. I figured I'd reach out to reconnect. How have you been? Yes, it really is that fucking simple. It really is that fucking simple. You guys overthink the process. There's 317 people on this Zoom call. Every single one of you guys can do this. It's fucking easy. It is not that hard. And I promise you, the ones that actually don't just say they're going to commit, the ones that actually commit are going to see a big difference in their income in the next 6 months. Cool. Now, next part of the conversation we need to have is keeping the conversation centered around fitness. But before I do that, you guys can screenshot this. These are the conversation openers. It is literally that easy. I promise you. It is not that hard. Anything that I do is a spin-off of this. Perfect. Let's talk about keeping the conversation centered around fitness. So you notice how when I start the conversation, you guys, I'm already starting with what I'm going to be talking to them about. So I'm not like, hey, Marina, thanks for the follow. How's your day going? Right? Because that conversation can go fucking 100 different ways. She's like, well, my ex just left me and I got fired from my job. I'm like, okay, sounds good, right? We're off to a good start. All right, I like it. Cool. But I'm going to start the conversation with the intention of the conversation. So it's, yo, Marina, thanks for the follow. Do you currently have an online fitness business or are you just enjoying the content? I start the conversation with my intention, which is what I think you guys should do. That's how I keep the frame of fitness the entire conversation is I start the conversation about fitness. So they know the conversation is going to be about fitness. How many of you guys have ever been in DM conversations where you had a really hard time transitioning to fitness? And you're like, when do I ask them a fucking fitness question? I'm like talking about their dog and their cat, their fucking kids, where they live. I'm like, when do we talk about fitness? Are we doing the fitness thing or are we just going to talk about your cat? How many of you guys ever felt like that? Right? It's awkward. Bro, every time. Exactly. So we need to start the conversation with fitness. Then we don't have that problem. If I start it with this question, then instantly we're talking about fitness. Problem solved. That being said, sometimes you cannot start the conversation with fitness, like in the instance of, if you're sending messages to people that are just following you on fucking Facebook. So here are some questions you can ask to redirect the conversation towards fitness. You guys want to take a screenshot? Question number one. Do you have any fitness goals you're working on right now? Right now, I'm trying to see my six-pack in time for summer, ... So you're literally in the middle of the conversation. You just fucking ask, do you have any fitness goals you're working on? And then you tell them your fitness goal. Do you work out at home or in the gym? Do you work out at home or in the gym? They're like, I don't work out. You're like, oh my God, that's crazy. I love working out. Have you always not worked out? Or has that just been a thing that you just haven't gotten into it yet? Well, I've been thinking about getting into it, but I just don't know where to start. Cool. Mind if I ask a couple questions, see if I can help? Bam. Conversations in fitness. I really like this one because it's non-invasive. Hey, Kira, I'm actually trying to create better content and I'm wondering what you'd like to see more of, exercise, nutrition, or mindset. And then follow up to that. Okay, great. Now, what are you struggling with in regards to your nutrition? So I know exactly what to make content for specifically. Now they just told you their biggest struggle. which obviously you can use to make content, but you can use to continue that conversation. Perfect. And out of curiosity, cool. How long have you been struggling with that? 3 years. Holy shit. Mind if I ask a couple questions to see if I can offer any sort of advice? Bam. I'm in the DM script. Make sense? Thumbs up? Perfect. I love it. Cool. Now, your goal isn't to send DMs. I want to make that very clear. Your goal is to book calls. Write that in the chat box. My goal is not to send DMs. My goal is to book calls. I think too many of you guys end up lollygagging in your fucking DMs with no intention. My goal is to move that conversation through that DM script and book a phone call. So when I'm in the script, I'm going to start the conversation with fitness to move it towards a call. Now I'm going to give you guys benchmarks to shoot for. Everybody write this in the chat. The goal is to book 1 call per day, 5 days a week. That's the goal. You will have a $10,000 a month business if you are booking 1 call per day. I promise. That's all it takes. 1 call per day is a $10,000 a month business. Now, at first, you won't be able to book 1 call per day because you don't have the following, you don't have the audience, you're not making enough noise on social media, not enough people know about your offer, etc. But you will get to the point, where you're booking 1 call a day if that's your wholehearted intention. 1 call per day, every day. And if you keep that intention for a long enough period of time while following the blueprint I laid out for you today, you will get to 1 call booked per day. So that is the target. Now, a lot of people don't even track how many calls they're booking per day, per week, per month, etc. Like, first things first, how many calls did you guys book last week? Do you guys know? Write it in the chat box. How many calls did we book last week? 0, 6, 1, 3, 1. So only 3. Perfect. So here's how I like to set goals, you guys. So first things first, everybody that answered their number, did you or did you not send 20 DMs a day? If you did, say yes. If you didn't, say no. So there's a lot of fucking no's, right? And there's a lot of no's. That no is the problem. So first we need to solve you. Okay. So you just need to fucking commit to sending 20 DMs a day. That's the first problem that we need to solve. Then once you solve the you problem, which is pretty fucking easy, just stop being lazy and start fucking DMing people. Once you solve the you problem, then you set goals that are within reach, but a little bit out, like within reason, but a little bit out of reach. So Chris Kowalski, as an example, you're booking 3 calls per week on average, right? That's great. So your goal is to get to a place where you're booking consistently 4 calls a week. That's the next target. It's a little bit outside of reach, but it's within reason that you can get to 4 calls a week. So whatever you're doing, like Robert, right now, if you're booking 5 calls a week, you're gonna be like, okay, like my goal is to consistently book 5 calls a week. Once I do that, then I'm gonna go to 6 calls a week. And like, it's within reach, but with that, like right there, and it's reasonable that we could achieve it. Does that make sense? And the goal is to get to a place where we're booking 1 call per day. If you guys can get to a place where you're booking 1 call per day, I promise you, you will have a $10,000 a month business. Cool. Now let's talk about the marketing schedule for maximum success. Marketing schedule for maximum success. Remember what I said at the start. And what I said at the start is the best content schedule is the one that you can stick to. If you try to commit to the content schedule that I've laid out today for a $10,000 a month coach and you cannot stick to it, you will not be successful. And so I gave you the blueprint for $10,000 a month, but right now you with your current situation might not be able to stick to that. So your homework right now is to decide how much content you are going to post and commit to that in the chat box. So how many times per week can you commit to posting? Write it in the chat box. How many times a week can you commit to posting? Write it in the chat box. 5, 4, 7, perfect. 14, I love it. Simone's 14, I love that. Perfect. And don't pay attention to anybody else's number because it has absolutely nothing to fucking do with you. Somebody said 0. I do not fucking believe that at all. If it's 0, then you will be working for somebody else for the rest of your life. 14, 18, perfect. Now take that and fucking commit. All right. How many times a week are you going to post? How many stories per day and how many live streams per week? What about stories and live streams? In the chat box, how many stories per day can you commit to? How many live streams per week can you commit to? 4 stories, cool. 3 lives, cool. 4 stories, cool. Beautiful. One thing I need you guys to remember is the most important aspect of this entire system is unless you call clients to action, they will never reach out. And calling clients to action is obviously making those posts on your Instagram stories, getting people to reach out to you, etc. But calling clients to action is also just sending fucking DMs. Like, we need to start the conversation with the client because they're like, a lot of clients are afraid to reach out. They might be following your stuff, but they're afraid to reach out. Every single person on this call is capable of making $10,000 a month. Every single person. But you need to call clients to action. So make sure you're doing a call to actions at least 2 per week. Cool. All right, we're going to do a Q&A. If you guys have a question, you can raise your hand and I will answer it for you. We're going to do a Q&A. Q and motherfucking A. And Janelle, I'm going to take back the host, reclaim host so I can bring up the people. My only ask is that you have to show your face during the Q&A. So Gabriel, you have to show your fucking face. What's up, brother? Gabriel, you're up. Wait, I unmuted you, Gabriel. Gabriel asked to unmute. Go ahead, brother. You see that?
Yeah, I see it clear. Don't even know if you can see my face, though. Hold up. All right, cool. So, my only question was on social media content. I'm really struggling in relation to messaging. That's pretty much the biggest problem I've been having the past 3, maybe 6 months now. So, in terms of my ideal client, which is, say, skinny men who want to pack on lean muscle, 5 to 10 pounds, who are in their mid-20s, how do I go about articulating that message more properly? I've been in the gym doing content and doing all of that ideation. What are questions or concerns you have that I could improvise on that?
So can you rephrase the question? Are you asking how to create content specifically for your niche?
In relation to messaging, that's my biggest struggle right now.
Like the language that they use.
Okay, well, in relation to the language that I have been using, I've been able to have 2 clients in relation to your help. The problem with that is I've been utilizing some of the language, not all of it, but I haven't really had any content that's been at least gaining some traction. Outside of the language usage, would you have any other comments or concerns on that?
So are you having, so I'm going to ask you the question because I want to see if you were paying attention. I want everyone to fucking answer the question. Are you having a problem with your awareness content or your conversion content?
Awareness, actually. I want to say awareness.
There you go. Okay, now you got it. So if you're having a problem with the awareness content, it sounds to me like you're getting the messaging down. You need to find more awareness-based content that's doing well on social media. And so what I would do if I had your business and I wanted to go viral for my niche is I would identify what type of content is fucking popping off right now. And I would just be looking at some of the creators that are in this program. Trent Harrison is a really great creator in this program. Skylar Matthews is a really great creator in this program. See some of the content that they're producing and how they're doing it and what they're doing it on, and then see if you can recreate some of that stuff. I'm going to give you guys some hacks that you can utilize right now that will help you with your views. Gabrielle, film some videos in the grocery store. Go to the grocery store, film some videos, low carb snacks. Another place that is a really good place to film videos is in front of fast food restaurants or at like fucking Subway or at Starbucks. Another thing that's really good to do to get views right now is to compare recipes. This is the KFC version of popcorn chicken. This is my version of popcorn chicken. My Starbucks one went bananas. Exactly. But you're struggling with awareness content, not conversion content. So make sure you understand that and start studying more content that's going viral and then recreating it. Make sense?
Appreciate it, man.
Cool. Next up. Cool. By the way, I brought you up here. So if you want to fucking say something, you can. What's up, Jessica?
Hello, how you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. So I just have a quick question for the lives. I haven't done any yet because I'm gonna be honest, it's not something I thought about, but I do a weekly meeting, like with all my girls and all my anyone in my program. So I was thinking about making that for one of the lives because a lot of times it's like educational, whether it's nutrition and workouts. But what about the other 2 lives? And how long do you think I should make the lives?
So that's a great question. So first things first is I really like the format of doing a Q&A on a live because it gives you the ability to like use the audience's feedback. Now, here's a couple things that you can do. So do you have what's your Instagram audience size, Jessica?
I think I have 2,000 followers, 2,025.
So you might be able to do a Q&A and like put it on your story and be like, hey guys, I'm doing a Q&A later. Drop your questions on it and I'll answer it on a live stream. So that'd be one way you could do it. Now, if you don't have an Instagram audience size, what you guys can do is you can make up your own questions and then you can just answer them on a live stream, because sometimes if you don't have the right, like a big size audience and you post a Q&A, nobody responds, which is normal. You have to build that trust first. And so I would just go to ChatGPT and I would just ask, what are 10 questions that women that are 25 plus that struggle with burning body fat would want to ask a fitness coach? And then I would just use those questions and answer those on a live stream. So that would be one of my lives, would be a Q&A. And then as people are tuning in, if they have a question, just answering it. And then another one of my live streams would be one of the posts that you've written, Jess, just expand on it. So let's say you wrote a post about why you need to have the right mindset to, go to the gym, whatever the fuck. You could take that one post and then you could just expand on it, maybe tell a personal story about like how you integrated this into your personal life, and then maybe give an actionable takeaway that your audience can get from that specific post. So I just take content that I'm already producing and I just expand on it. I talk about it on a live stream.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Welcome. Maximus, what's up, King?
What up?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fucking fantastic. How you guys?
I love that, bro. Awesome. Awesome.
I'm super excited to be here. But question is, so I really do appreciate the content audit you posted on your page. So scripting this week, one of my focuses was trying to get to the value quicker.
Yep.
But I was wondering if you could maybe give a little bit more insight on like how to like, because I feel like I yap too much sometimes, and like my average view count is like between 7 and 9 seconds. I did a self audit. So I'm wondering like better ways to transition from like that 3 second hook to like the value. Should I be adding like pop sounds, like whooshes or like transitions or anything, or just go straight from hook to value?
Go ahead, Cole.
What we can do at the end of my speech when it comes down to content and more is we could do like a subtle content audit, so I can give you guys a dissection instead of just doing another open Q&A directly after my speech. But avoid swooshes and random ass post edit sounds. Okay, I'm just gonna be very blunt with that. You guys, when editors utilize them, like Devin Giotto and more, they are very calculated with their editing process. Okay, using Submagic to try to edit like Devin Giotto and adding a bunch of sounds in there is not the fucking way that you guys should be heading, period. And I know, Maximus, you're not doing this, but I want to say this publicly for all of you guys, because it takes Devin around 15 to 37 hours to edit one video. All right, for him to edit the videos that he did for Brian, it took anywhere from 15 to 30 hours. So it wasn't as simple as just throwing it in Submagic and having a bunch of random ass sounds pop up on the page. Every single thing that is dissected in the video from start to finish has to have an intention. All right. So you need to break down your script, look at it, audit it, ask yourself, is every word calculated, or am I just saying random bullshit to get to the point quicker? Make sense?
Yeah.
So Maximus, I think there's two different ways to approach your videos. All right. And so way number one to approach your videos is to explain the hook. Way number two is to get straight into the value. I'm going to give you an example. What's one of the videos that you posted recently? Just give me the headline.
It was the one that you said, fat loss, like how to lose as much fat as possible in less than 30 seconds.
How to lose as much fat as possible in the next 30 seconds. And then you could explain. So way number one would be explaining what you just said. Now I know that sounds fucking crazy, but I'm about to break it down for you step by step. So I'd be explaining a little bit of what I just said in the hook. But the second way to get into the video would be like how to lose as much fat as possible in the next 30 seconds. And then I'm like in the kitchen and I'm like, secret number one, make a smoothie every morning. And I'm like literally straight into the value. So there's two different ways to approach the videos, and one is not better than the other. It all depends on how your audience responds to, you delivering that message. I play around with both. If you want my answer, Maximus, sometimes I'm like, stop sounding like a fucking dumbass on your sales calls by assuming that they're in as soon as they say the payment link. And then I'll get right into it. Here's exactly what you should say instead. And I also am like, there'll be videos where I'm like, stop sounding like a dumbass on your sales calls, blah, 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 blah. And like, the reason for that is if you ask this question at the end of the call, it's going to cause this to happen. Here's what to do instead. So I have both. So there's one where I'm just like straight into it. And there's one where I kind of explain what I meant in the hook. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes a ton of fucking sense. I appreciate that.
Cool. So it's not one or the other. I think it's both. Cool. I don't know how to say your name. Is it Nur? What's up, King? Hemis.
Hermes. Yeah, hey man, what's up, bro? First of all, thank you guys so much for this stuff that you put together over in total. I think it's around $1,500 in sales, right? Yesterday I had a prospect. Unfortunately, I have some bank issues, but that's a $12,000 program where $3,000 was about to be cash collected. So this shit is so fucking efficient, man.
Cool.
I wanted to ask, actually, yeah, story posts for me personally. So I'm from the Wes Watson, school.
Yeah.
And I mean, we just fucking riff it, right? I speak from my heart and riff it. And I'm curious, but I mean, the people that are my clients now, I've seen a similar tendency where all of them, they would watch my stories in its entirety, right? I don't know if it's a little tough for me to articulate the question, but it's like, do you think I should just continue my thing, or do you think maybe I should switch it up, make it a little bit more lenient? Because I'm seeing when we talk about story posts and stuff like that, I'm not having any engagement. However, I'm very fucking proactive with DMing people, and there I see a lot of good response following you guys' script and whatnot. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, so Cole was in Wes's program, so I'll let him speak on the differences.
When it comes down to your stories, and after this, guys, we're going to talk about the event, but I want to break this down. When it comes down to your stories, you need to get calculated in the dissection of it. The reason why a lot of people will watch everything when you riff is because they get addicted to your personality. But what usually ends up happening when you guys get calculated in your marketing is you guys lose your personality and you become fucking robotic. And this is the thing. So like, if you guys pay attention to my stories, yes, I will riff continuously. I'll rant about random subjects. I'll talk in my social media. I'll talk in the gym. I'll talk in business. I'll talk at events. I'll talk behind the scenes when we're doing things like this on a masterclass. But I'm utilizing my personality with the marketing strategy. And you guys will see this with Brian as well. Right?
Okay.
If you can't allow the quote unquote marketing to cloud who you are as an individual. All right. You guys are marketers first and foremost if you would like to build your business, but you are also human beings. All right. And this is why, let's just be frank, 90% of like massive companies, billion-dollar companies, their social medias are dog shit. And it's because they let some random fuck take over the marketing department and they post bullshit content across their story and their feed and everything else. All right. Everything else. And they don't get anywhere. Yeah. And it's because the person who was the brand is not quote unquote riffing anymore. Lewis, you said, what is riff? It's just flowing. All right. It's the fluidity and tonality of your words and you embracing your personality on social media. That's it. It's like if you guys go on a random rant about something that you are incredibly passionate about, that is a quote unquote riff. Does that make sense? Nur?
Yeah. Yeah, it does, man. It really does. So it's just like, sorry.
I was just going to say, it's take everything that Brian broke down, and we're going to go over a few things in a minute here when it comes down to like actual value content. I'm going to show you guys a bunch of examples that you should follow and dissect, but it's about understanding what the quote unquote marketing side is, and then allowing your personality to shine through in the baseline. Make sense?
Understood. Understood. With that being said, what do you guys, let me ask you like this. What do you guys tend to see when a coach like me does not get so much engagement on story polls and stuff like that? What am I doing wrong, so to say? Like, what can I take responsibility for? Is it just like, do I just need to do it more, or is there something, I don't know?
Most likely.
Here's what I think. What I think is that you need to grow your audience size, because if you're not getting engagement on your Instagram stories, what that means to me is that it's the same fucking people watching your Instagram stories.
Understood.
And so the way to get around that is to grow your audience size, and like audience size. You get more eyeballs in your Instagram stories. I guarantee you get more engagement.
Yes, sir. All right. Fuck yeah.
Cool. All right, guys. So really quick, before we get into, we're going to take a couple more questions as well. I'm just going to do a quick little screen share. I'm going to show you guys some fucking shit. Please hold 1 second. Janelle, can you do me a favor and can you drop that in the fucking chat box? Right now, we are launching the PT Domination All Access event. Again,
what, bro?
Seen this video,
Go
we're gonna watch it one more time.
We're going to Alpha Land.
On September 20th to the 22nd, for the first time ever, PT Domination is coming to the USA.
Last event, we had 250 trainers in person, and this event, we're expecting over 500 in the room.
You're going to get 2 full days of business coaching to help you sign more clients, make more money, and go viral on social media.
Not to mention, we're going to feed you the entire weekend and give you a community dinner so you can stay juicy.
Plus, if you opt for the VIP option, you'll have a chance to have dinner with coaches and speakers.
Our goal is to take over Alpha Land, the best gym in the USA, and show everybody what PT Domination is all about.
And to put the cherry on top, we're bringing world champion powerlifter Lane Norton to drop bombs and deliver a speech that will change your life forever.
This will be the biggest and best event we've ever hosted. Tickets are now live. Click the link below and claim your spot.
Let's go. Tickets are actually live now. So if you guys are hyped, drop some fucking fire in the comments. If you're getting a ticket, say I'm getting a ticket. If you just got a ticket, say I fucking got a ticket. Let us fucking know. The hype is very real, all right? This is the first time that we are ever going to the United States of America, and we're super fucking excited about it. And I actually want to call on a couple of our clients that are on this call right now that have been to pretty much every single event. Who's somebody that's been to every single event? Where's my fucking party people at? Where's Kenny at? Coach Kenny, you here? Kenny Duzal. Yes, he is. Kenny, what's up, dog?
How's it going?
I'm curious why you fly to every fucking event to come see me and Cole, because you've been to literally every single one.
I mean, for one, it's because since I started listening to you guys join the program, all that kind of stuff, I went from barely being able to pay rent to buying a car that I've wanted forever. You know, just financial freedom. I got 4 people working for me now. Don't ever have to worry or stress about money. And that's just from the online stuff. But actually being around you guys in person, around all these other coaches in person, it's like, it's indescribable, man. You understand how much is possible, and you understand that, like, no matter what it is you're accomplishing, there's so much more that can be done. And you don't get that energy until you're around all these people in person.
My man. Fucking, I'll see you soon, brother. Let's fucking go. Coach Kenny, the guy that I use in literally every single testimonial, because his story's fucking gangster shit, and I love it. Hey, Joseph, what made you come to the PT Domination event, brother? I'm putting you on, G. Ask to unmute. You got to unmute yourself. Is it working? Joseph Fuentes, not working. What's
Yeah,
up?
I'm unmuted.
What's up, bruh?
What's up, bro? How
What
are
made
you?
you decide to come to the last event?
For me, it was well, I went to the Mansion Mastermind to start things off, and I just wanted to be around you guys. I just wanted to be around, higher level individuals doing the thing that I want to do. And the event was a no-brainer. I'm glad that I went. I learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Let's fucking go, G. I love it. We're gonna call on a couple more homies that have no idea that I'm fucking gonna call them out, but I'm gonna make them speak. What up, Coach Kettlebell Coach? What made you come to the last event, brother?
Man, just wanting to be in the room with the specific niche that I'm in. I've been to a lot of business conventions, gone to see Tony Robbins, all these people, but this is the field that you are in. Like, this is online training. You got two of the best guys doing it, and it's being in the room with everybody doing 50K, 100K a month. It's like, all right, I could do this shit. These motherfuckers are doing it. I could do this. So you get that belief being in the room with everybody, and it was super dope. I fucking I went to Toronto, then Cologne. I'm in Miami. Man, that commute was like 16 hours for me because I was like the cheapest flight, but it was worth it.
I fucking love it, bro. I fucking love it. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. And by the way, I love that you guys are making the commute. It's a big fucking commitment to think about buying your flights, buying your hotel, traveling all over the fucking world. I get it. And on the other side of the commitment, there's your people. Yo, Coach Mel, what's up? Hello, Mo. Hello, Coach Mel.
Oh, hey.
What made you decide to come to the last event?
I'll never miss an event again. I think that was my third event, including the Mansion Mastermind. My first event ever was virtual because I was only in PT Dom for a month, and I didn't have a choice. It was sold out by then. But virtual's great, but there's nothing like the energy in the room being with 200, 300, 500 people, whatever it is, that are all wanting to be better and just echoing the thoughts of everyone else. Like, I never want to be the smartest, most successful person in the room. So it's rare for me in my circle to be able to be in a space like that, where there are so many more successful people than you, and you just get to feed off of that.
I appreciate you. Thank you for fucking always making the trip.
Yeah.
Guys, Cole and I fucking love events. All right. We love events. We used to not like them because there's a lot of work that went into them, but now we don't have to do any of the work associated with it. So now we fucking love events. Okay.
It is literally my fucking favorite thing across the board.
Yeah.
Because being able to this is the thing, being able to sit across from you guys and have personal conversations face to face is something that obviously in the online market, we don't get a big chance to do. All right. We don't have a lot of chance to do. So when it comes down to a actual event where we're not only pouring value into you guys in a very, very massive way, but we get to sit down with you, have conversations, hear your story, dissect what your problems are, and make an adjustment in your business that is on such a fucking micro level that makes such a macro effect. It's amazing. All right. It makes my whole fucking day. Like Janelle literally just said, she's like, first event, I made 80K extra. All right. Second event, I made 200K. Taylor literally said after the last event he came to, he made $32,000 cash. Like, it's literally like the micro conversations lead to macro changes, and your entire business will fucking skyrocket and hit the next level. Because usually it's like a very subtle, right? It's a very subtle, small change that we make an adjustment with when it comes down to the events themselves. And then everything just transforms in every fucking which way possible.
Yeah. So I just want to give a big shout out to a few people that I can see. Yo2 just got a fucking ticket. What's up, Yo2? Excited to fucking see you. Ashley Fraser just got a ticket. Super excited to fucking see you. We got Paul Casey. About fucking time.
Yeah,
Paul
I know,
Casey.
right?
About time, bro. That's fucking dope. I'm excited for Paul Casey to come. That's gonna be a fucking vibe. I got Marilyn Hughes Molina. I'm fucking super, super excited to see. I'm just reading off a few names that I've got on my sheet right now. Jen Turbo, what's up? I'm excited to fucking see you. Let's fucking go. It's gonna be fucking lit. I can also see Hunter Pugh. What's up, G? I'm excited to fucking see you. Let's fucking go. Adam Woolman. Dude, Adam comes to every event. Adam's a fucking gangster. Adam's a G. Okay, so we're going to take a few more questions. If you guys haven't gotten your tickets, you guys will get the opportunity to do so. Oh, fuck, I forgot to tell you. If you don't get a ticket on the Zoom call, the price is going up. So there is a discount that is valid for the duration of the Zoom call. If you wait until after the end of the Zoom call, that is the end. Victor, you are allowed a +1 if they get a ticket.
I was just gonna say the +1 is they gotta buy a fucking ticket. Number two, half the early bird tickets are already gone. So there was only 50 available tickets when it came down to early bird. 25 are already gone, guys. This is the chance to take fucking action. I promise you, you should not be sleeping right now.
Yeah. If at the end of the Zoom call, price goes up. So if you message me and after the Zoom call and you're like, can I get the 20% off? I'm gonna say no. So get a fucking ticket right fucking now. Cool. Angela, what up? Hello, Angela.
Yeah, so I feel like I have a flow with everything going on. Like I have a flow now of like what content I'm posting. I have my schedule, my views are going up. I have more than 1,000 followers. So like everything is going in the right track. My thing is like when I DM people, I guess maybe it's the expansion that I'm doing. I feel like I'll put the opening line like, hey, are you on a fitness journey or what's going on? And then they shoot back with, like I've been lifting for so-and-so years. What about you? So I feel like my challenge is wanting to set myself off as an authority. I feel like I'm already doing that, but is there something more that I could do to set myself apart and more as an authority where they're looking at me like, oh, I want to learn something for her rather than she's like my equal?
Well, I think that the way you position yourself in as authority is like everybody write this in the chat box. The person that's asking the questions controls the conversation.
Sure.
We're going to talk about framing. And like, when we get into the sales shit, I'm going to blow your guys' fucking mind with the sales stuff. I'm really, really excited with it. I'm going to talk a lot about framing, but the way that you take the position of authority is you're the person that asks the questions.
Okay. So then shoot back a question. So answer a question with a question.
Yep. Well, yeah, you can answer the question, but like, you need to be the one asking the fucking questions.
Okay.
And it's the same thing with the sales call, right? How many of you guys have ever been on a sales call where the prospect starts asking you questions and then you're like, oh, fuck, like, where are we? And then you like kind of get lost and you're like answering their questions. And now you guys are bantering back and forth, but now you're their homie and now they're not going to buy shit from you. You guys ever fell into that? So everybody write this down. The person that asks the questions controls the conversation, period. So you need to be the one asking the questions.
Cool.
Cool.
Thanks. Yeah.
We're going to take 3 more questions. Then we're going to take a 10-minute break. And then the wolf is going to blow your fucking mind. Question, Nick Conway, what's up? Asked to unmute.
Yo, I'm here. What's up, brother,
G?
man? I gotta be, dude, this is incredible. This whole PT Dom has just been life-changing for me, man. I can't express how thankful I am for you guys. And what you do and this whole community is just, dude, amazing. Quick question, real quick. So obviously I'm a busy guy. I got very minimal hours in the day to get all the things. So the reels and editing. What is the thought process of where my focus should be, like getting better with reels? And honestly, like I've seen engagement go up with my average view volume go up. Yep. So that is a ton of truth to that. But like creating an ad and sending that to drive more hands raised, possibly to make it a little bit easier to get into DMs.
Yeah. So before I answer this fucking question, I'm going to make a blanket statement. Okay. So for any person that's interested in advertising and spending money on ads, if your organic content does not perform well, do not even think about spending money on ads. Okay. You're just going to fucking blow through money. So if you want to get into advertising, Nick, and I'm not going to shy you away from it. I'm going to tell you what to do is you want to start with boosting posts. Now, this is an advanced question that we teach in the $1 Million Mastermind, but I'm going to give you like a fucking 30-second breakdown. You want to start by boosting posts. So you can take content that is already performing well and boost that content to get seen by your demographic. So you can literally go to your Instagram. And for those of you guys who are in the academy that are like, how do I boost a post? Go to fucking Instagram, tap the fucking boost button and boost it. That's the
one thing I want to say this quick, because if you go to Instagram, make sure you do it on the computer. Because if you go to the app, Apple steals 30% from you.
Okay, so see, there we go. I didn't even fucking know that. But boosting posts would be the move. And how much should you boost? How much should you spend is the next question you're gonna ask. I would say like $10 a day max. And what's the target of the boosted posts? Your goal is to get under $1 per follower. Those would be the targets that you're aiming for. If you have a video that starts performing well, that's bringing in your ideal client, and there's a lot of conversations that are getting started and you're starting to get some fucking traction from that. At that point, then I might increase the ad spend to like $20, $30 a day. But I wouldn't do that until I knew it was pulling in my ideal client.
Okay. That's good. I'm just trying to maximize efficiency and appreciate it.
Got you, bro. Anything else? Nah. Cool. Yannick, what's up? Yannick got his fucking ticket. Who else got a ticket? If you got a ticket, say I got a fucking ticket in the chat box. Nick Conway, did you get your ticket, bro? Go get your ticket, Nick Conway. We're coming to the States, dog. What are you doing? Me got a fucking ticket, got a ticket. Udo, Justin Klein got a fucking ticket. Let's go. I like it. All right. 2 more questions, and then we're moving on to a quick break, and then Cole's going to blow your guys' minds. Oh, not Nick Conway. Oopsie. Sorry. Kira, what's up? Asked to unmute. What's up?
I'll be quick so I don't take time away from a question. But I know number one thing holding me back from growing is not posting consistently. Every time I've said to either of one of you, I'm going to commit to something, I've followed through with it. So I'm just going to say I'm going to commit to posting 5 times per week. That's all I wanted to do because I've followed through with everything I've told you guys so far. So
Everybody give some love to Kira in the chat box. Let's go. I like that. Public commitment.
you.
Fucking dope. We believe in you. That's what we do in the academy. We hold you accountable. Guys, everybody on this fucking call knows what to do. Okay? You guys don't come to me and Cole for like information. We just gave you the fucking information. 99% of you guys struggle with the follow through. You know what to do. You just don't fucking do it. You're like the fat loss client. I know how to lose weight. I just don't fucking do. I just don't eat healthy and I don't go to the gym. So Kira, good fucking shit. I like that. That public commitment is dope. That's what you need to do. That's what you need to do to be successful. Call your shot. Julia, our new client, Julia Geiger. What's up? Julia is also Cole's wife's name, so you got special treatment.
Ah, yeah, I saw that already. Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Good, so good. How can we help you?
So the thing is that I'm quite consistent with posting like 6 to 7 times in my feed, so I'm happy with that. Engagement is quite good, was always quite good. A lot of other trainers though, but I'll get there. But so my problem at the moment is I started to commenting quite a lot. I did that before. And I shoot out DMs, add new followers, and now Insta is like, is not happy about it. And I get like all my comments removed like all the time. I cannot add any new people. I cannot DM because they remove my comments and my DMs like constantly. So I had that like 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago. Then I chilled a little bit. I started again. Now I get the comments again. So I'm already thinking of starting completely new with a completely new page, which would suck because I have like 3K followers, not like crazy a lot, but still.
Question. So why are you getting the restriction? What's happening?
I have no idea. So I'm a nice person, right? I make like comments like on recipes like, oh, that looks so delicious. And that is already removed.
Oh,
So
so you're commenting on new people's pages. Is that what's happening?
no, also on my old followers. And I engage with them like for years.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I think I comment a little bit more maybe and add new people. And now Insta is like, oh, remove that. That is against our guidelines. It seems like you just want to have like followers.
Yeah. So what's happening is you're coming against what Instagram has, which is called the spam limit. Okay. Now a spam limit, what that basically means is Instagram's algorithms, it's like an AI bot. Their whole goal is to make sure that there's no spam happening on the platform. And so if they see activities in your account that look like spam, they'll restrict you. And activities that look like spam will be like commenting on people's photos that you don't know. If there's too many of those, you will hit the limit. So I'm a big believer in like, I like to fucking walk the gray line. I don't like to follow the rules. I like to figure out where the line is and then fucking walk that line. So you just need to figure out where the line is. Obviously the line is not where you're at right now because Instagram's telling you bad girl. But I would pull back a little bit. I wouldn't stop the activity in itself, but I would pull back a little bit and see where the line is. So maybe you're doing 20 new conversations or 20 new comments on photos a day. Maybe you pull that back to 5 per day and see if that's good. Then once that's good, okay, then you're like, okay, now we're going to do 7. And then you could do that. And then you're like, okay, now we'll do 10. And then you do that. And then you do 11. And 11's like, oh, restricted. I'm like, okay, cool. Then now the line is 10. But you just need to figure out where the line is. And everybody's account's different. How many of you guys ever got that on Facebook where you go to send a messages and it just says error? Raise your hand. You know what I'm fucking talking about? It says error and it won't let you send. That's just a Facebook limit. That's all that is. And everybody's limit is going to be different based on everybody's account. Like as an example, I can send a lot more messages than you guys can from my Instagram account because I've had my account for 2 years. It also monitors your activity. And so if you're really active, the more active that you are, the more that you'll be able to use the platform. But if you go from like, I know you just joined the program recently. It was like a week, 2-3 weeks ago. Julia, was that it?
Yeah, like 3 or 4 weeks, yeah.
Before you joined the program, were you doing a lot with your social media or were you kind of chilling?
Not like crazy.
Yeah, so you went from
Yeah.
no activity to lots of activity. That Instagram's like, what the fuck? Like that's why it looks like spammy. So as you slowly increase the activity over the time, it will look like more normal human behavior and you will get less restrictions.
Cool. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. It's good to see you. Cool. All right, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break. How long? Right in the chat box, 10 minutes. We're going to come back here at 1:42 our time. So literally 10 minutes from now. After the break, Cole Da Silva is going to go in on content. We're going to fucking deep dive on content. It's going to be fucking dope. For those of you guys that are here for the whole thing, I promise you guys by the end of today's masterclass, you're going to be like, these guys are smart, handsome, and they just gave us all that free value. Shit. 10 minutes. We'll see you guys back here in 10 fucking minutes. Let's go. Play some fucking music or something, but whatever. Janelle, I'm going to make you the boss, just so you know. Make host. You're the boss again, Janelle. You want to do anything while we're on break? You're the boss. You run
I'm always the boss.
you run the show now, okay? For those of you guys that don't know who Janelle is, she is our head honcho. She's the main lady. So if you want to do it, if you want to chat with anybody on the break, feel free. You got to remove Cole and I from Spotlight, though. I'm going to go grab a snack. Bye.
All right, guys, I'm here to answer any questions. What do you have for me? Go with who has their camera on. Sammy has her camera on. Ask me a question.
Hello. Yeah, I was like, it's not letting me. I actually just have a quick question about the event. I was about to type it, then I was like, oh, I'll just put my hand up and ask. So I just got the tickets, and I'm filling out the type form. Should I fill it out? Because it's for John and I, but John's kind of just, he doesn't have a business. He's coming with me. Should I fill the type form out just like relevant to me? And then all of his details, I've just used like my email and mobile for both of us. Is that okay? And then like, he's just like, he'll have I used his name for his ticket, but otherwise all the other details are under my name. Will that be okay?
Yeah, I do the same thing for Connor.
Cool. Yeah, he has to come everywhere with me. I was like, I'm not doing this by myself. You have to, no, you're coming. And he'll be part of my business eventually anyway, so it's fine.
There you go.
And also, can I share a quick win? Because I'm like still in like disbelief because I checked my version of Stripe. I use an app called Newy, but I checked my Newy last night and I'm at 7.125, so 7.2 nearly K for the month. And last month I was at 5.6, but the month before that was like 5.3. So I'm just like growing, and I'm like, holy moly, it's insane. Yeah, so that was just my win. Was I didn't realize, I thought I had just cracked 6K and I was like, sick. And then I looked and I was like, oh shit, I'm on 7.
That is so awesome. I fucking love it.
So yeah, that was just my win. And I was like, I've onboarded 14 people this month as well, which is just wild. So
let's go.
Yes. And so now I'm so excited that we're coming to the USA as well.
Proud of you.
Yeah. But thank you. I'll let everyone, I know there's back to people asking questions, but that was all super helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how to say your name. So Abin Sharma, you have a question? Maybe he's not here. She's not here. All right. Arthur, you have your camera on. Unmute yourself. There we go.
Hey, Janelle, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. My question was about the DMs. I try to message anyone that follows me and just, say thanks for the follow. Are you currently on your own fitness journey or just enjoying my content? And I feel like sometimes, they've just followed me, so they haven't really got to know me very well. And so I'm running into a lot of cold leads. Is it best to just kind of lean out and provide free value, or is there a strategy you could use to warm them up just in the DM process?
So one of the things that I ask people when I'm reaching out to them to follow them, or like they followed me and then I'm reaching out to them, is, hey, I super appreciate the follow. What resonated most about my content to make you want to follow me? What that does is it starts the conversation for them to tell on themselves. So it starts the conversation for them to talk about pain points. It gets them right into that. What was about my reel? What was about my post? What was it about my story that made them hit follow? What was it about me and what I was doing to like get them into the emotion to hit the follow button? Was it a happy emotion, a sad emotion? Was it like what resonated most? And it works every time for me and my audience. So I like to use that one. It's super simple. It's easy. And they start to send you love letters. They start to like write all these paragraphs and stuff about like the pain that they're in and all that kind of stuff. And then the conversations just get so much easier and easier.
Oh, I love that. That makes it way more organic. You're not talking about fitness, you're just asking what resonated. Cool.
Yeah, just like what, why? What, and have a conversation. Like, it doesn't have to be so scripted, you guys. Like, just have a conversation. They're human beings on the other end of what we hope they are. I mean, we get the trolls and the creatures sometimes, but like, we're hope that they're a genuine human being who actually want to follow you and like actually fuck with your stuff. So like, just have conversations. It's so much easier when you go into the DMs like that instead of every DM you're going to as a sale.
Right. Yeah, I need to remind myself of that sometimes.
Yeah, like it's just a conversation.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Glad I could help. Coach DJ, how are you been, my friend? Hold on, let me unmute you because I'm not good at this part. There we go.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I wanted to just share like this community. You guys changed my life. I'm in my house right now. Like I'm over here enjoying my lunch. I did have a little question, but I should probably come to the event. I'm gonna set my mind to that. I haven't gone to an in-person event. I've come to the online virtual. I know it's not the same.
We're coming to Houston.
I know.
We're coming to your area.
You guys, I live in Canada. I live in Canada. I live in, yeah. No. I live in Canada.
Well, I'm coming from Canada to Houston.
Question.
So
Sorry.
if I'll get on a plane, you better get on a plane.
Okay. I'm gonna journal about this. That's how I do things. Okay. Am I high? No, I'm not high, but I am happy. So, anyways, one of my questions is like, I did hit a setback because, long story short, I actually got banned. One of my accounts got banned. My Nomadic Fitness got banned. So that's probably why you haven't seen my page. So I'm like restarting, and that's been like 2 months ago, and it sucks. It sucks. So I'm using my personal account. It's just titled Coach DJ Prairie. So, but like, I guess my question is like, I have content that's doing okay, but like I feel like I just hit a block no matter what trend I do, or not trend, but like whatever, because I'm listening to all the advice and doing it. It's been a while, and I feel like I'm still not growing in terms of my content. It might be the fact that it's a new account again, but what would be your advice if you're literally starting from ground zero again? You had to restart your account. What would be like the next 30 days? What does that look like?
The next 30 days would be posting things that my avatar want to see and hear. So for me personally, I deal with women. So it would be nutrition. The 3 pillars of my business. What are the 3 things that I focus on well in my business? They're nutrition, making sure that they're, eating the proper foods and what they're supposed to be eating. Fitness, making it easy and accessible for where they're at. And then also the second thing is we like to have a lot of fucking fun. So those are the 3 things that I'm going to constantly post, but I'm also going to post proof on my stories. I'm going to post CTAs. I'm going to DM people. Those are like the main things that you need to do to like make sure that you're posting, and have a strategy for it. Don't just like throw shit at a wall. Like literally sit down in Canva, get a calendar, and post everything that you're going to post for the month. And like, it may not be perfect, but progress is better than perfection, right? So
Yeah.
it's not going to be like, you may not be able to follow it exactly, but if you follow it 80%, you're going to see a huge growth in your account. So like for me, I know that like they like to see nutrition. So every morning, even though I fucking don't like doing it, you see me on Instagram. What's on my weight loss plate today? It's the same fucking thing as I ate yesterday, but here we go. But I'm just using that as a prop for them to pay attention, and then I'm talking about the thing that they're actually going through. And they're so invested. I'll tell you, like, this is an actual conversation that happened this morning. What's the barbecue sauce that you put on your eggs? I'm like, oh, it's Kinder's barbecue sauce. It has a lot of carbs, but I really enjoy it. So I count it into my macros. So I said to her, I'm like, it's high in carbs, but if, as long as I'm tracking it, it's fine. I'm like, are you tracking your food? That's all I said is, are you tracking your food? She's like, I have not tracked my food. I've fallen off the wagon. It's just been a total struggle. I'm like, well, what's the biggest struggle about tracking food? She goes into it. I'm like, that sounds really hard. I understand where you're coming from, and you don't have to track forever, but you do need to track for at least 90 days to stay consistent. I'm like, but most of the time it's not about the tracking. It's about having someone accountable to help to like watch over you. She's like, that's so true. I'm like, would you like some help? She's like, I do. I really need some help. So I sent her my program details, and I'm like, tell me about this program. No price, no nothing. What is it? that you love about this program? Like, what are the things that you love about this program? And she's like, I love this, 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 and this, and this. So you can go two ways. You can hop on a call, or you can continue the conversation. You can send her a call link, and you can have a further discussion, or you can like start to like really deep dive. And then if she's super hot, send her a payment link. But it ended up us booking a call, and she's now a client.
Okay, so what I got from you is like just literally plan out and be more meticulous with every single day, have a structure of like, okay, I'm gonna post these two or three things, and then be way more on your stories, kind of like vlog, like not vlogging, but like, yeah, just
Yeah, you are. You're literally vlogging your life. So like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys a little secret. Everybody listen, put down, like lean in, motherfuckers, because I'm gonna give you the sauce. I hired a marketing company to go through all of my shit for one entire year. It cost me $18,000. And they did these little focus groups every single month. And what they found is that they would do these focus groups, and they're like, well, yeah, we found her reel, we liked her reel, but then we went to her stories. And when we went to her stories, it was like watching a reality series. And that's how we got to know her. And then we started watching more of her content, and then we applied for a program. So I had to like take it on the chin that I wasn't posting on stories. I found it annoying. When I started posting on stories, everything changed. I post like 10 to 30 stories now. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, if they're gonna watch the reality show that is the shit show of my life, sweet. I'm posting them all. I post everything. My water bottle, I post what I'm doing in my office, I post eating, like all that type of stuff, because that's what they want to see. And then they know, like, and trust me to go buy my content.
Yep. So everybody give Janelle some love. Fucking taking the questions. I love it. And last thing I'm gonna say, DJ, is how many fucking posts? This is a direct ask. How many posts have you made on that Instagram account?
I have like literally 1,000 at this point.
On the new one?
I have like, let me see. I have like, because what I did is luckily, like when I had my original account, I always did what do they call it, collaborate. So I still have some that saved, but I have like 912.
Well done. Okay, touche. I'm not gonna fucking say shit. I was gonna talk shit to you, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna say get to 1,000 posts and we'll have a conversation. But I want to change up the conversation to be like getting better with every video should be the goal.
Yeah, yeah.
If you've got the volume, like everybody write this in the chat box. First, it's a volume question, then it's a quality question. You got the volume. So at this point, it's no longer a volume question, right? If you're pumping out the volume and you're not getting the fucking views that you think you deserve, then now it's a quality issue. And you might think your content's good, but the algorithm disagrees with you. So we need to figure out why the algorithm disagrees with you and then make some changes based on what we see is happening right now. Make sense?
Yeah, appreciate it.
When are you coming to the event?
I'm thinking about it.
I'm thinking about it. That's what his prospects say too. I'm thinking about it.
No, I know. I feel like I just have to like literally make it work logistically, but I really do want to go like in person. I still have not gone in person, but I know that you guys deliver.
Bro, I'm fucking watching you. All right. Okay. So I just want to give a huge shout out because there's a bunch of you guys that just got tickets. I've got a list. I don't have the, it's updating as we speak, but I just want to give a shout out to some of the people that did get tickets. So I will see, I'm going to be seeing a bunch of these homies here. It's Adam Woolman, seeing you in September. Justin Klein, see you soon, bro. Hunter, Kelvin Sue. I think I fucked up your last name. Jen Turville, I'll see you soon. Marilyn, I'll see you soon. Paul Casey, I'll see you soon. Yuto, Ashley Fraser, I'll see you soon. Yannick Schultz, what's up? John Hewitt, Daniel Prado, Victor Silva, Curtis Anderson, Eric Scott, Chanel Peterson, Eric Scott got the VIP too. That's what's up. I got a bunch more names on here. I don't want to fucking bore you guys by reading all their names, but I'm very excited to see you guys all soon. Without further ado, you guys have a good break? I have a confession to make. I stopped my video because I had protein pancakes and I licked the maple syrup off the plate and I didn't want you guys to see, so I stopped my video. But I'm going to tell you because I'm fucking honest and vulnerable. All right, transparency is fucking important. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce my business partner and best friend, the fucking Wolf. What's up, G?
I'm super excited, guys. So today we're going to be diving into a bunch of things. Okay, first and foremost, we're going to be diving into why value content is everything. So write that down. Why is value content everything? That's subject number one. All right, subject number two, what proof content actually looks like. Because a lot of you guys hear proof and then you'll post one testimonial video or one testimonial photo or one screenshot from your Facebook group and then you won't post anything else and then you'll just bitch and whine that you have no more proof at all. And then I'm going to talk about how to actually utilize Instagram stories to draw in money, draw in eyes, draw in connection, draw in a relationship, which is what we're actually looking to do across social media and more. All right, now, and then if we have time at the end, we might do a little bit of a Q&A, or I might do a little bit of a content audit just to give you guys a dissection of what all this looks like in real time, because I want to make sure that everybody is moving in a forward direction. Now, before we get into anything, all right, before we get into anything, I need you guys to really think about this for a minute. So everybody do me a favor. All right, close your fucking eyes while you're on this call. And if you don't have your camera on, please turn your fucking camera on. Okay, it honestly annoys the shit out of me that I needed to say this across multiple trainings that I do and master classes and business events, because like you guys are here. You chose to show up, so be here. Stop multitasking, get off your fucking phone, stop watching TV. All right. Unless you're licking syrup off your plate, turn your camera on. Exactly. I don't know who said that in the chat box, but it made me laugh, Lewis. There we go. So do me a favor. All right. I want you guys to close your eyes for a second. Okay. Just close your eyes. Take a minute. All right. What I want you guys to think about for a second, and don't answer this right away. Okay, don't answer this right away, but I want you to answer the question that I'm about to ask you in the chat box after you think about it. I'm going to give you guys around 60 seconds to come up with your answer. All right. Why are you trying to grow across social media? All right. Like, what is the deep-rooted purpose? There has to be a deep reason why. Okay. Because if you guys try to fake this shit till you make it, if you try to just fuck around. Pause. Nick, impact is not fucking good enough. I literally just said 60 seconds with your eyes closed. And the first thing that you came up with is impact. The fuck kind of answer is that? I'm going to be ruthless with you guys. Okay. I don't hold back. I don't beat around the bush. In-depth fucking answer. All right. I want you guys to think about your answer. In about 30 seconds, I want you guys to answer me in the chat box below. Why are you looking to grow and scale on social media? What is the deep-rooted reason? Think about that answer. Once you guys have it, I want you to answer me in the chat box. And then we're going to dive into the training in a minute here, but I want to make sure that everybody understands this. Stark, eyeballs equals money. Dope reason. I don't have anything else to say to that, because I feel like if it took you that long to come up with that answer, we got a fucking problem. You guys see the paragraphs that are coming in? This is what I want to see. Okay? I want to help save lives across the world and create a long-lasting impact and teach people how to continue with their new healthy lifestyles without me. I fucking love that, Ashley. Thank you for taking the time to actually write that out and think about your answer. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. All right, Angelica, I want people to hear my fucking voice. Why? Why are you deserving of that? Why should people hear your voice? What is the deep-rooted reason behind it? All right, to show people that they have the ability to change their own fucking lives. Okay, I like it. I like it. To be the coach that is known for making health simple. I've actually never heard that dissection before, but I like how you explained that, so that's cool. All right, Kenny, be the voice for athletes to change the ways they train forever, to build longer, higher level careers, to give athletes the platform they deserve. I fucking love that. So you guys see how there's so many paragraphs being dropped in the chat box? All right, this is what I want you guys to think about. Why? Because there needs to be a deep-rooted reason why you're trying to grow your impact individuals in the first place before you even get on social media and get into the content creation game. Because you guys are going to experience a shitload of roadblocks on the path to becoming the individual you want to become across social media. It's going to happen. All right, it's going to happen. You guys are going to reach a moment where you're posting every single day, and no matter what you do, you're going to run into roadblock after roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. I'm actually going to get vulnerable with you guys for a minute, because I feel like a lot of you guys hear Brian talk about how he was quote unquote trying to catch me in followers. He saw me blowing up like crazy. What I've never explained is what is the other side of that equation and conversation. All right, Brian has been the face marketing side of our business literally since we started Aesthetic Nation and Pizza Domination. So from the very beginning until I blew up, which by the way took me around 4.5, 5 years of grinding and posting on social media. Not only did I not have a social media following, not only did I not have a fucking voice, but I saw all of my friends going viral across the board, and they were making monies off of their social media. So they were always seen as the authorities, and I was always seen as the second thought. Why? Because I didn't have a reason why I wanted to grow up in the first place, blow up in the first place, scale in the first place, grow across each platform in the first place. Does this make sense, everyone? Right? And until I admitted it to myself, where I was like, you know, it doesn't feel good to not be seen. Then I was like, well, why do I want to be seen? Well, I know what it was like to fucking struggle and not have anybody to push me, help me, motivate me, inspire me, teach me. Then I was like, okay, well, I need to become that outlet. I need to become that person for other individuals on social media. So yes, I'm a little hard on you guys. Okay. I don't even remember your guys' names that I called out right at the beginning of this, because let's be real, sometimes I just trip and I got to call y'all motherfuckers out real quick. But this is the thing. When I ask you guys to take a moment to actually come up with an answer, all right, you need to actually take a fucking moment. Don't be so quick to sprint to the door to open it up, because you don't know who's behind it. And you might just get punched in the fucking mouth. Does this make sense? Take time. All right. Everybody write this down for me. Building a sustainable wealth or building sustainable wealth is a marathon. It's a fucking marathon. Zero of you are going to become successful in this business if you are trying to sprint towards your goals. It's not going to happen. It's not going to fucking happen. Now, some of you guys might be confused in the aspect of you're like, well, Brian just said like quantity. So isn't that dissected around sprinting? No, not really, because in the quantity of you posting and experimenting on social media, you will figure out what you are good at. Then you can double down on it, and then you can fulfill your purpose that you wrote down to me and that you should at least have in your social media, in your notes, on your wall, on your vision board. You'll be able to fulfill that based off of the things that you are doing on a continual basis. All right. And again, it doesn't need to be super in depth. You guys don't need to have this like soul driven purpose where every time you talk about it, you like sob like a baby and you're like, oh my God, I can't fucking breathe with it. No, it doesn't need to be that deep. It could literally be, I want to help people through fitness because fitness is something I'm very passionate about. And I want to be able to create financial freedom for my family. Awesome. That's great. As long as you have it dissected, that's all I care about. Because then when you start to hit the inevitable wall of quote unquote burnout on social media, you'll be able to look back at your purpose and be like, okay, well, I know that I want to achieve financial freedom and I know that fitness is going to be my outlet because fitness is the thing that transformed my life. So what do I need to do in order to fulfill it? Let's look at the non-negotiables. Let's look at the steps that we need to take every single day and let's fucking do them regardless of how we feel. Capiche? Thumbs up if you guys are with me right now. Good. All right, there's going to be one last thing that I talk about when it comes down to social media before we dive into those 3 points I talked at the beginning. And this is actually a video that Daniel and myself filmed today, and that is about autopilot. Everybody write this down. Turn on autopilot. Turn on autopilot. Now, this might not sound like a good thing, but it is a good thing if you understand how to utilize it properly, because this is the thing. When you become an entrepreneur online, you face roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. Being a self-sustained entrepreneur, being an entrepreneur that needs to pay their own bills instead of working for somebody else where somebody pays you so you don't have that stress in your life is like quitting your 9-to-5 job to work 24 hours a day for yourself just to get hit with a 2x4 in the face every single time you feel like you take one step forward. It's just how it is. It doesn't matter how good your business is going, you're going to get hit with a 2x4 in the fucking face. And it happens every day. All right. I probably get 6 calls, a minimum a week of random fires that I need to put out across every business that we are in, just because that's the case of entrepreneurship. So you guys need to learn how to turn on autopilot. What do I mean by that? Well, you guys know that I wake up at 3 a.m. every day. I do a 3 a.m. wake up, cold showers, affirmation morning routine. I then go to the gym. I do 45 minutes to an hour of training. Then I go straight into boxing. I box for around an hour to 2 hours if I am not sparring, which I am tomorrow. Super excited. Then I come back to the house for 7:30, 7:45. And myself and Julia spend anywhere from 30 to like 60 minutes just hanging out, talking, me playing with Kate and her while I get ready, and then I go into my regular work. The reason why I bring up autopilot in my morning routine is because that routine has become autopilot for me. I don't think about it anymore. And in that routine, there is content research and content posting. So I am giving time to my wealth, health, and relationships before a lot of individuals even open up their eyes. And I'm doing it all on autopilot. Motivation is not a key. Inspiration is not a key. How I'm feeling is not a key motivator. It's not a key pusher at all. When my eyes open, that routine happens on fucking autopilot, regardless of what is going on. You guys need to create an autopilot system in your life right now. You guys need to create an autopilot system to push you forward mentally, physically, emotionally, and financially to get to the fucking goals you want to achieve. And when it comes down to your social media, you're going to have to implement that into your system. Implement that into your calendar. Implement that into your posting schedule. Brian touched on a shitload that I'm hoping a lot of you guys took notes on. The only way any of that is going to work, Evan, I go to sleep at 9 to 10:30 every night. I get between 4 and 6 hours of sleep on autopilot every day. Do I get tired? Yes. Do I have to get up and get the work done anyways? Yes, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts here. Autopilot is the name of the game. I'm trying to build $1 billion business, not play average like everybody else. This is the thing. My why is very powerful. So when I wake up and I get tired, I look at my autopilot switch and I'm like, click on, motherfucker, let's go. We got shit to do. Well, I don't want to post on social media because I'm tired or I got hospitalized and I almost had a stroke and died when I did the MDK project. Guess what? Still posted in the hospital on my fucking bed in the ICU. Autopilot. Everybody write in the chat box, click on autopilot. Okay, we do not play games. If you guys want to see success in this game, you got to show up regardless every day. You need to understand that in order to be the coach that people come to for value, you need to be bulletproof. Why? Because even though the academy is filled with individuals that are like-minded and we want each other to succeed, even though All of us, okay? All of us want each other to grow and see success. I fucking know every single coach in this call and on the replay want you guys to see success. You are all competition as well. And guess what? If Kenny gets up and turns on autopilot, and Robert, you're in the same niche as Kenny, but you only operate when you feel like it, get ready to be buried, homie, because Kenny's going to take your fucking food this month. That's how it is. He's going to post more value. He's going to post more proof. He's going to be better on his stories, and then you ain't going to be able to eat, and you're going to have to go work a regular fucking job. This is the reality of social media. If you guys do not show up, a bigger dog's going to take your lunch. All right. And the funny thing, even though I'm utilizing the statement of a bigger dog, it's actually going to be some random TikTok kid with fucking curly hair and a little fucking set of abs that is posting dumbass ebooks online. And he's going to get a shitload of clients because he's showing up every day as the shredded version of himself. And you're not. Funny, right? And I know you guys know who I'm talking about because every one of these TikTok kids look the fucking same. Okay. They're all shredded. They all got abs. They all get the same curly haircut. They're sponsored by Young LA, and they're taking all your fucking business because they understand marketing and you don't. And they show up regardless of how they feel every day on social media because they understand that this is the name of the game. I love it how all you guys are like so true. Well, how's it feel to have a fucking 18-year-old take your business? Probably pretty shitty, but they understand the game. So let's dive into it. First and foremost, value over everything. Write that down for me in the chat box. All right. First is value, value, guys. Okay. Content you produce that helps individuals achieve X results without them having to hire you. That is the definition of value. That is what we need to understand when it comes down to value content. And in order to get people to DM you, reach out to you, want to buy off you, value needs to be the first and foremost thing that you focus on social media. Because even though proof is a staple, we're going to dive into that in a minute, and we should be sharing it every single day. If you just share proof, but you don't have any fucking value, there's not a lot of validity in the statements that you guys are breaking down. This also helps people know you, like you, and trust you as a resource. Why do you guys think people got so obsessed with ChatGPT? Because they could type anything they wanted into that app and get an instant answer, and it was accurate. Now think about if you became the quote-unquote ChatGPT of your niche. All right. Every question that your niche needed an answer to, they could come to your social media and it was going to be answered for them right then and there in your content creation process. You would become the resource that they know, like, and trust. Who are they going to pay first? The online coach that talks about theory or the online coach that gives them actionable information? Tell me. Exactly. Actionable information. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. And this is why a lot of you guys, when you come on content audits, I give you shit because you create like me. And that might be a weird thing to say to a lot of you guys listening to this right now, but we got to break down the real truth of this. I am not an online fitness coach. I am a motivator. My entire social medias have been created on motivational content, me talking about things that I am passionate about. Now, does that mean I can't sell for my accounts? No, but that is because I have built an authority. You haven't yet. I'm not trying to flex on you. This is just facts. All right, it's right in front of you. So if you just go on your social media and you take basic fitness information, try to create like myself, because I'm talking about mindset motivation, and you give theory, then they go to Brian's account and Brian is literally dissecting exactly what to do for your macronutrients, micronutrients, and how to see your abs. They're going to hire fucking Brian because you're talking about the theory of your textbook and he is being like, hey, dummy, do this and you'll look like this. And people are like, fucking thank you, bro. Why do you guys think those books for dummies sell so well? Because they're incredibly easy to understand. They walk you through with pictures and diagrams and everything. I promise you, if I got to go read a book on any subject, I'm buying the book for dummies because I can get to the point way quicker. All right? Way quicker. I want the answer instantaneously so I can implement it and see success. So you guys need to learn how to give it. All right? The one that gives is the one that gets. Write that down. The one that gives is the one that gets. If you guys start giving more, you're going to get the results that you are looking for. If you guys are giving more, if you start giving more, you are going to get the results you are looking for. Now, you guys think I'm just going to talk about this shit? Yeah, right. I'm a visual learner. All right. I'm a quote unquote dummy is what we like to joke around about. So I'm going to give you guys a couple examples of some coaches that I truly believe master this shit in a very, very big fucking way. First and foremost is our boy Kenny, because I had to give Kenny a shout out. Come on. All right. Come on. Now I want to give you guys a dissection on how Kenny and I created his content strategy and what ended up happening. All right. Because again, Brian broke him down for you guys already. But when Kenny was first coming up, he was talking about a lot of theory. You guys, if you guys have the chance to ask him about this, he will tell you. right? He'll dissect it. He was talking about a lot of theory, talking about the theory behind your cardiovascular system, talking about the theory behind what you should do in order to win your fights. But the problem was what? What do you guys think Kenny's problem was? You guys have been showing up to my calls in the past. You guys probably have heard me say this before. All right. No actionable value? Not really. Not really. All right. He wasn't an authority yet. So we were talking about a lot of theory and we were trying to give actionable value, but Kenny wasn't an authority. So we needed to attach his name, yes, Brandon, and utilize better hooks. There we fucking go, in order to get people to pay attention to him more. So what did we start doing? At the very beginning, and I'm talking about like 46,000 followers ago, like 45,000 followers ago, we started doing green screens, all right, and intro hooks utilizing clips from super viral fights. All right, if you want a better cardiovascular system like Max Holloway, do this, this, and this. People are like, oh, I'll pay attention to that. I'm not going to do any cardio. You're not going to catch me running at all, but I promise you, I listened to that video with Max Holloway because I fucking love Max Holloway. Anybody who is into UFC, by the way, I'm a fucking ridiculously large UFC fan. For any of my UFC fans in here, just to let you guys know, I want to show you guys this shit. I just created a new podcast intro for the Wake Up with the Wolf podcast. And it sounds like this, just to show you guys how big of a UFC fan I am. Listen to this. Can't hear? God damn it. I'll have to share it to you guys on the Facebook itself. Long story short, it is Bruce Buffer fucking introducing me on my own fucking podcast now because I'm a massive UFC fan. The point is, try to take a person of authority and talk about it if you don't have any yourself. You guys have actually seen a lot of creators do this. They will green screen other videos on social media to attach their value to it to draw in more eyes. It will also help them with their hook themselves. But again, when it comes down to the content, I'll just walk you guys through a couple of these and we'll dissect it. Okay?
Next training camp.
You guys hear this?
Keep your
thumbs up, thumbs up.
Use this in your next training camp to keep your power in the later rounds of your fights. And no, it's not just powerful shadow boxing. You need an air bike. It's anaerobic alactic training that you're missing out on. What you're gonna do is you're gonna get onto your air bike and you're gonna go for 12 seconds of maximum pace effort followed by 60 seconds of rest. And you're gonna repeat that anywhere.
Bro, it looks like you're about to fucking, what is that called? Jousting? When the two fucking guys on horseback beat the shit out of each other with those big long poles. You know what I'm talking about? That's funny as shit. But again, actionable value, straight to the point, no beating around the bush, getting right to it. I love it. Now, obviously, the content quality is through the fucking roof as well because we have worked on this content forever, but that's besides the point. Let's go into another one right here. Let's actually go to Reels. I just want to see what the view count is right now. This one is only posted 17 hours ago. It's already got 8,400 views. This one.
Fix your shitty gas tank with this aerobic conditioning.
Talking about a shitty gas tank. All right. We see Volkanovski beating the shit out of homie over here. Looks like he's fading away and he's about to black out. Okay.
Fix your shitty gas tank with this aerobic conditioning split for your next offseason. On day one, you're gonna work for 2 minutes at a time at the highest steady pace you can, followed by 1 minute of rest for 5 rounds. On day two,
pretty fucking simple, straight to the point. There's no fluff, there's no bullshitting, there's no random crap. It is straight to the point with actionable value. So if an individual is looking to up their cardio, transform the way they fight, all right, alter the way that they are showing up when it comes down to the ring and more, they know exactly what to do. Does this make sense, everybody? All right, it's actionable information. As soon as we click on the page, we know what we're getting.
skills pay the bills, but if you gas out and around, you're not going to be paying for very much. You need to start taking your conditioning more seriously. Those are absolutely going to win you a fight, but if you combine that with actually making yourself stronger, more explosive.
Let's keep going. I just want to break down a couple of these. By the way, this is Curtis. Super cool.
I've told a lot of
huge
that.
proof post. Fucking showing that individual. I absolutely love it.
If you feel useless by the time the third round of your fight comes around, stop right now and watch this video. Chances are you're just doing too much of the wrong shit. So for your next offseason, what you're going to do is you're going to throw in an...
So not only are we utilizing jump cuts, all right, we're utilizing props. We're altering the way that we're filming everything. The lighting is on point. The smoke is there. Like, it's a cinematic piece of content, but also, let's be real. The value in it, super simple. All right. Super fucking simple. Very, very straight to the point. Does this make sense, everybody? Yes or yes in the comments below, in the chat box below. I want to make sure before we move on to the next person. Okay. This is what value looks like. All right. If we went to his page, all right, I'm a fighter, which by the way, I am, and I would like to up my fucking cardio gas tank, which by the way, I want to, because we're looking to get back in the ring around October, November. Kenny, we're actually going to be talking about this. Me and you and Jared have already talked. When it comes down to this, if I came to Kenny's page and 90% of the shit was him just talking without giving me any workouts to do, without giving me any steps to implement, he would just be another textbook that I didn't understand. All right. He would just be another quote unquote infomercial YouTube channel that doesn't tell me what to do. Kenny, unmute for a minute and say hello. Well, somebody fucking unmute Kenny because one of the hosts need to do it. Janelle's doing, oh my God, I'll do it right now. This is funny. By the way, this is me randomly making everybody work too, guys. This was not planned. I just want Kenny to say this instead of me saying it.
Hello.
Perfect. Can you let everybody know, like on a monthly basis, guesstimating, how many individuals do you think are not your clients that DM you saying, thank you, I won my fight because of your workouts?
Monthly basis, probably like 10 to 20.
And how does it feel to know that like anywhere from like 10 to 20 people who actually message you, maybe between like 10 and 30 are winning their fights all across the world from fucking Canada to Thailand without even paying you just because of the value you produce?
Oh, dude, it's cool as fuck. Like one of my favorite messages was I literally got a picture from a guy and it was a picture of like him and his whole team from his gym. And he DM'd it to me and said, we all used all of your content preparing for our fights. And like 4 of their guys won gold medals at a national tournament. A bunch of other guys were like top 3. Like, and yeah, like he made a point of DMing me after to be like, yo, like none of us knew what to do. We came across your page. We've all been using it forever. And a lot of the time too, they turn into clients because they start using the content. And then after a while, they start DMing me about it. And that opens up more conversations. Like I get 10 to 20 applications a day.
Kenny, can I ask you a question?
Use my shit.
Kenny, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
You classify yourself as special or better than anybody else?
I wanted to be a dick there and say yes, but absolutely not.
The reason I asked that fucking question is, guys, Kenny's a fucking normal human that just went all in on a niche and he fucking capitalized on it. And those of you guys that meet Cole in person, Cole is just a cute fucking cuddly bear in person, all right? But he's a fucking beast on social media that just decided he was going to take a lane and go for it. Every single person on this fucking call could do that.
100%. Kenny, thank you. I appreciate you coming up, big dog. Guys, I just wanted to dissect that for a minute because like when you get messages like that from people that would have never, ever spoke to you ever because they're in a complete different country across the world. And they're like, because of this, I was able to do this. It's the coolest feeling in the entire world. But this will never happen unless you give without asking. And that is the first step here. You guys need to learn how to give without asking. Write that in the chat box for me. The next person we're going to pull up is Anthony. Again, this is another one of the clients that have been absolutely slaying it. If you guys have been showing up to content audits, you guys saw Anthony's rise. All right. I don't know if Anthony is here today. If he is, Anthony, say something in the chat box. I would love to see your face right now. But this is the thing. All right. If you guys have been showing up to content audits, you saw his rise. When he first started showing up, I reamed Anthony out. Me and him had some like very, very hard conversations because he was incredibly robotic. There was one conversation where we literally had a convo and I was like, homie, you sound boring as fuck. I mean, you sound incredibly robotic. You need to add some energy and fluidity to your tone and change up the way you're delivering content. He's like, well, Cole, like, that's not my personality. Like, I don't know how to come off like that. I was like, I'm not telling you to be fake. I'm telling you to understand what marketing really is. And then we started showing him examples about props and more. Homie exploded. And now he doesn't have enough time to keep up with the applications that are coming into his fucking account. All right. You said you remember that, LaDonna? There we go. The proof is in the pudding. You guys literally have seen his come up across content audits. And I'm talking about call after call after call. He showed up every single week, over and over and over again, showing up with theory-based content, random content, things that weren't actionable, that didn't give examples, they didn't use props, they didn't have people leaving with information they didn't have before. And now he does. So let's just watch some of the videos and dive into it.
When you do a dip, how do you grow bigger triceps on the dip machine? When you do a dip, you're mostly working your chest and triceps. But depending on how you lean and angle your body, you can either hit your chest more or your triceps more. When you press horizontal.
Literally sounds like he's talking to a fucking SK kid, correct? Sounds like he's talking to a fucking baby. Hey, bud, in a dip, you do this or this. But listen, this shit gets you fucking mad clients because you're literally explaining bodybuilding for dummies in a fucking book for the internet. And guess what? It works like a motherfucker because people flock to him for 2 reasons. He's jacked as shit, right? And his value is through the roof because even though a lot of the stuff sounds like he's, again, slowly talking to an SK kid, it's incredibly valuable. And if you guys pay attention, you're going to get insane results. And you guys, if you pay attention to Anthony's comments, All right. And you read through them. Not only are people being like, oh my God, I needed this. Thank you so much. But if you pay attention, you'll actually see a trend. The same people will start showing up on multiple posts being like, homie, I'm getting crazy results just by following your free content. Because he's explaining it in an incredibly simplistic way and dissecting everything.
Are you wasting time doing too many sets? When you train, your muscles adapt to the stress you put on them. Meaning whether you do 6 sets per muscle or 12 sets, eventually your body will adjust and keep up with the demand. Just like your marriage taught you. Ain't that right, sweetheart? Meaning to continue making progress.
Random jokes in there, playing around with the fucking screen, utilizing props.
Here's one technique for you to grow more muscle in less time. If you work out but look like you don't, it's probably because you don't train hard, which is a non-negotiable.
Jump cuts, props, value, good hooks.
What's the secret to growing a bigger back? To grow your back, you need to train to failure or 1 to 3 reps shy. And as you grow bigger, your back gets stronger. And almost every back work.
Does this make sense, everybody? Thumbs up or thumbs up? All right.
Is it okay to have one cheat meal and still lose fat? This is all the calories you get to eat to burn fat. And just because your body doesn't hit the reset button every 24 hours, like you do on your diet every weekend, it takes time to digest and process all the food you eat and calories you burn each day.
So listen, I'm asking you guys if this makes sense. Okay? I'm asking you guys if all of this is resonating. I'm asking you guys if you're following along, and everybody is saying yes. But then I go to your guys' pages and I don't see this. I see theory over actionable value. So here's the disconnect that I need to understand and what you guys need to start understanding. Who is the problem? The people giving you the information on what to create on the internet, or you getting in your own way because you're scared of other people's opinions? Obviously the second. All right. A lot of people spending this much time utilizing props and creating content in the gym would be overwhelmed because they're like, well, what is everybody thinking of me while I'm fucking running around doing all this shit? Who gives a fuck? Because Anthony's impacting a shitload of people and making bank while he's doing it. What is more important to you guys? Actually achieving the why that you wrote in the chat box at the beginning of this training, or appeasing everybody else? Tell me. Because you're going to have to make a choice if you want to become a good content creator. Because I'm telling you right now, my rants, when I'm going off and talking about something passionate, not a lot of people like hearing in public. But I know if I post it, I could impact people all around the world, in countries that I've never visited before, in countries that I will never visit. You need to disconnect from the opinions of others and dive into the shit that you need to do if you want to become the highest level version of yourself. Now, I actually knew this question was going to come up, Gabriel, and I'm glad that you asked it. You said, do you have any female examples? No, I don't. Why do I not have any female examples? Because I don't follow any high-level female creators. Not because there aren't any out there, but that's just not who my vibe is. And this is where I want to challenge you guys. You need to be on social media consuming content. Everybody please write this down. Consume content more. All right? Brian, just by putting your hand up in front of your camera, how many hours do you feel like you spend a week consuming content to come up with ideas?
2. I have a person you can pull up. She's been fucking slaying it as a result of our advice. Simone Ramp. She's her social media blew up. I think she's at like 30,000 followers. She went from 4,000. She was on Podchats, bro. She went from 4,000 to 30,000 followers in like fucking.
How do I spell her thing?
Shaped by _ Simone, I believe. Shaped by _ yeah, she's right there. She's like, that's me. Shaped _ by Simone.
This isn't it.
Shaped _ by Simone.
There we go. Boom. Let's dive into it. Let's go over it.
How I feel about certain design choices with little to no explanation. Yes. Yes. Absolutely not. For me, this one's 50-50. 100% no. Yes, and I don't care that it's impractical. I hate these. I think I might hate this even more. Yes, of course.
I like that a lot.
No. Yes, I've grown really fond of this. Surprisingly, I actually like this. How I feel about—
There we go. I like that little trend breakdown with the
girl, you're not losing your fucking skinny fat and you still got a flat pancake ass because you're doing shit like this. You call it a glute kickback. Like, girl, who are we throwing it back for? Let me show you how to do this right so you can build yourself 2 solid cheeks. First off, let's get ourselves a plate we can stand with our non-working leg on, so that way you don't have to
actionable
fucking—
value with a full walkthrough. I like it. Straight up comment, which is controversial and is going to bitch slap somebody in the face.
Girl, you're not losing your fucking skinny fat and you still got flabby ass arms because you're doing shit like this. And you call it a bicep curl. Like, is this another dance from the 80s I haven't heard about? So let me show you how to do this right so you can build strong and toned arms. And before everyone goes off screaming in the fucking comments that spot reduction does not work, yeah, duh. But if you have flabby ass arms, you gotta fill those with some fucking muscle. And so that's what we're gonna do here. So you're gonna make sure.
I like that. Very straight to the point, utilizing your personality, actually giving walked through value. So this is the thing. If you guys would like to follow a female creator, go check out Simone right now. All right. Thank you for bringing her up, Ryan. But this is the thing. I'm also going to dissect the point that I just made. Guys, all right, you need to do studying. When it comes down to female creators, I'm going to keep it blunt with you. Why do I not know any on social media that I follow? Because there's no females that create like me, period. All right. Nobody's going off on the internet screaming at the fucking camera with my type of tonality and fluidity. Kirst is doing a really good job. All right. She's actually jumping into the motivational, inspirational space when it comes down to the videos. And it's why me and her do a lot of collaborations. But again, that's not my niche, so I'm not researching them. You guys need to do this. Please write this down. 3 to 5 people I can take inspiration from. 3 to 5 people I can take inspiration from. If you guys are not spending time, right, and this is where Brian breaks it down. Brian actually says producer. All right, mine is creator versus consumer, but still same fucking thing. All right, 3 to 5 people you can take inspiration from. If you don't have a list of those 3 to 5 people right now, that tells me everything I need to know about your content creation process. Everything. You know what's another very key thing that tells me everything I need to know about your content creation process? How many of you guys like Instagram? If you like Instagram, put up your hand right now. If you hate Instagram, keep it down. Now hold up your hand. Don't fucking move it. All of you guys who have your hand down need to slap yourself in the fucking face because you're trying to make millions of dollars over Instagram and you're trying to impact the world over Instagram, but you don't like it. Are you fucking kidding me? So you don't want to spend time on an app that is going to fulfill your why of achieving and transforming people's lives. Really? Then why are you here? Social media is an outlet for you to create dreams, transform lives, and any negative connotation with the app itself is just due to a misrepresentation in the past. You need to alter your perspective. Does that make sense, everybody? Thumbs up or thumbs up? All right. There are a lot of different creators that we could show when it comes down to in-depth value content. All right. We also have James Smith PT. We also have evidence-based training. We have Lane Norton if it comes down to the very scientific shit. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to value, guys, it's about creating actionable value for their audiences. Actionable value for their audiences. That is why they are making money. That is why they are growing. That is why they've been able to scale their businesses to either multiple 5, 6, 7, or 8 figures. And yes, we've seen businesses grow to all of those levels without ads by creating actionable value that is serving their audience. So audit right now. I want everybody to close their eyes for a second and don't fucking lie to me. All right. This is going to be a subjective thing personally. Do you guys think that I could come to your page right now? Let's say I was your niche. Okay. Coach Kayla, I'm looking at your fucking eyes open right now. Close your eyes. I told you to. There you go. I'm looking at your guys' cameras. Okay. All right. Let's say I was your perfect niche. If I came to your page right now, would I be able to leave and go lose 20 pounds without hiring you? Yes or no in the chat box. Tell me. Don't fucking lie either, because it takes me 2 seconds to figure this out. I just got to pull up your social media. And this is why you guys got to be subjective and take your emotions out of it. All of you guys who are saying no, awesome. You know what you need to be doing next. Give value that helps people see results without them having to hire you right off the bat. That is the first thing that you need to do if you want to generate another $1,000 to $5,000 in the next 30 days from your social media. Capiche? If that makes sense, say makes fucking sense. Cole, we're with you in the chat box. Is there a thing as too much? No, Nick. Absolutely not. Shove it down their fucking throat until they puke on value. All right? Force feed them value until they want to pay you money. Okay? Somebody says you're posting too much value. I'm going to unfollow you. Fuck off then, bro. You're not my niche anyways. All right? Post more. Post more and then tag them in it. Maybe they shouldn't have been watching. Okay? Force feed the motherfuckers. Good. Good. There we go. I like it. Now, we're going to do a little fucking pause before we move on to the next thing that you need to do in order to generate anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000. What's up, B?
That's something. So I need to tell you a funny story. So Brad, everybody knows who Grant Cardone is. Raise your hand if you know who Grant Cardone is.
I love that story, bro.
So Grant Cardone and Brad Lee are like best friends. And fucking Grant Cardone was posting like 7 times a day on Instagram. He still posts like 7 times a day. Go look how many posts he has. It's over 10,000. And so Brad DM'd Grant and was like, bro, you're posting way too much. I'm going to unfollow you. And Grant replied, good, unfollow me. You weren't going to buy anything fucking anyways, dude. Something to consider.
Exactly, bro. I love that story, dog. That's actually happened to a bunch of people. Tony Robbins talked about this as well with Ed Milet. Because if you guys didn't know, Tony Robbins is actually the reason why Ed Milet got on social media in the first place. In their Read Say Syndicate with Andy Frisella and Ed Milet, he talks about this. And he was like, I honestly had no idea what I was doing. And I thought people were posting too much. And then Ed DM'd Tony and said the same thing. And they had this similar conversation being like, homie, I'm not posting for you. I'm posting for my niche. So shove value down their fucking throat. The next thing I wanted to do before we move into the second point of today and the examples I would like you guys to follow is do me a favor, screenshot this training right now. All right, take a photo of the screen right now, share it to your Instagram story, tag Brian, myself, and PT Domination. Okay? Or you already got it shared, Chris? Well, do it again, bro. Okay? Fucking do it again. Shove it down your followers' throats. All right? Take a screenshot right now and share it to your social media. I want 200 plus tags on social media right now. I want to know that you guys are present and with me. Okay? Because I see a lot of cameras off, which makes me think that a lot of you motherfuckers are napping, not paying attention. All right? I want to see your faces. Shared as soon as it started. Well, guess you're sharing it again, Nick. Chris, I have a question box up, though. Who cares, Mel? Share another one. Question box is not the engagement trick anyway. So you guys watch the Monday training. All right? You watch the Monday training. That's not even the engagement trick. We're going to be talking about that in a minute as well. Let's get into it. Let's break it down. The second thing that I would like you guys to take into consideration when it comes down to your feed itself, and obviously your stories, Brian touched on this a little bit, and we're going to be reviewing it as well, is proof content. Understanding what proof is and how to post proof will help you generate anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 in the next 30 days, guaranteed if you do it properly. Guaranteed. All right? No ifs, ands, or buts. So we're going to focus specifically on 5 types of proof that you can implement right now. The 5 types are app screenshots. What I mean by app screenshots is anything in Trainer Eyes. Facebook group wins. B&A posts, before and after posts. Video testimonials, and written testimonials. I literally just dropped that in the chat box for you guys so you didn't have to write it down that goddamn fast because I know some of you guys are stressing out with your pen right now. Gonna have carpal tunnel looking like the strong hand guy on whatever movie that is. I always just see it. I don't think I've seen the movie though. Daniel definitely knows the strong hand thing. Scary Movie 2. There we go. Hilarious. We're gonna break it down. When it comes down to proof, the reason why this is so important, guys, and the reason why we need to understand it is because it makes you an authority. All right. It makes you an authority. Now, before we even say anything else, a lot of you guys are gonna be like, Cole, I don't have clients. It's okay. Pay attention. All right. I'm going to give you a strategy as well if you have no clients either. But the reason why proof is so important is because it actually shows that you know what the fuck you're talking about. All right. This content is key because it separates you from the charlatans, the fakers, the scammers on the internet who just want people's money. And guess what? There are a shitload of them out there. Unfortunately, our industry is filled with pieces of shit. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. There's no other way to break it down. There's no other way to explain that to you guys. Unfortunately, our industry is filled with pieces of shit. Does anybody disagree? There's a lot of people on the internet who have no right to talk about what it is to transform their bodies, their minds, their lives. They haven't even finished their own fitness journey. And now they're like, I'm going to help other people achieve their fitness journey. How do I know that? Because it's like that in every industry across the board. Brian and myself have it in our industry, the business coaching industry, from people who've only ever made $5,000 in their business trying to teach you guys how to make 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K when they've never done it. This is a normal thing. So in order to separate yourself, you guys need to become the authorities by sharing what you've done, by sharing what you're doing. Again, I just gave you 5 different places that you guys can look right now to find proof. App screenshots, Facebook group wins, before and after photos, video testimonials, and written testimonials. Now we're actually going to start with Brian's Instagram because I think it's the best example when it comes down to story posts and more. You guys see my screen? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Want to make sure? Perfect. It's very simple. We're not even going to go to your story right now, B. I'm just going to go down to this highlight right here. Why? Because everything on this highlight right here is literally things that have been on Brian's story. I don't know what to post for proof, Cole. Brian, Cole, I'm super stressed out about what I should do. Fucking go to this highlight on Brian's page and scroll through the 7,200 posts that are in this fucking slide. There you go. This is your guys' story strategy for the next 9 months. But I literally couldn't even fucking click through all this shit on this call. We'd be here for an hour and a half trying to go through all this. You guys could literally follow this exact template for your own social media right now, right? Does this make sense? If you guys have clients and you're helping them see results, you could literally go to this highlight and be like, oh, okay, Brian posted a photo of himself. All right, he just said, check out some current wins. And then you just started sharing a bunch of photos. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, you could, bro. It's pretty fucking simple. But you're not doing it because you hate Instagram and you refuse to be on the app absorbing the content. How the fuck does that make sense? Absorb 3 to 5 creators' content. Take what they are doing, switch up the marketing, produce it for yourself. Just like Brian said, guys. That's why I wanted to share him first. Now, again, this is screenshots of wins. Let me show you a different dissection. How many of you guys see my PT Domination Instagram right now? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Perfect. If you guys go to the PT Domination Instagram right now, because we are doing the event, you guys will actually see, all right, event testimonials. Now, again, this event, are these doing amazing engagement-wise? No. And why would they? A lot of people are selfish. They're on social media for selfish reasons. So if they can't get anything out of listening to Monty Baines in this video, they're not going to engage with the video itself. But it does not mean they are not influenced by it. All right. They might not be able to get anything from it, but it does not mean they are not influenced by it. So the reason why we are posting consistent video testimonials across the board when it comes down to the social media is because we want you guys to think about the impact that you can get from the event itself. So we have a bunch of these videos up here.
It's absolutely amazing. I come from a finance background where I work with a lot of big businesses. If you're somebody that is looking to build your business, eventually grow your business and scale your business, this is where you need to be. And if you're not here, you're in the wrong room. And you're just not doing yourself a service. So get off your ass and come join the team.
Hence, if you guys are not coming to the event and you haven't got your ticket yet, go fucking get one. All right? You need any convincing, come to this social media and listen to these individuals talk about their impact from the event itself. Me and Samuel had such an in-depth conversation at the last event, it wasn't even funny. All right? Like, every single person that came to this last event, we had very, very in-depth conversations with. All right? Now we're blasting this all across the social media because our event is coming up. All right? We're not hiding anything from you guys. Proof is in the pudding. Look at what we are doing and reproduce it. Proof is necessary to show that you are an authority. Write that down. Proof is necessary to become an authority. Proof is necessary to become an authority. Last but not least, let's show some before and afters and let's dissect what this looks like. All right? Maximus, you said, so hyped, going to be my first in-person event. I'm so fucking excited to pour value into you. Face-to-face is not even funny. Not even funny, guys. The events are my favorite thing in the world. All right, Chanel, my first event too. Well, I can't fucking wait to see you. I will say you guys are going to have to introduce yourself to me because I'm fucking horrible with names, but please say, hello, my name is this, and then I'll remember you, okay? Like, Kira, don't laugh at me. All right, we're going to dissect this right away. We're going to break it down. Let's go into it. Listen, DIY Body, Don Lamb's company, okay? It is not a coincidence that Don brings in as much money that he does. It is not a coincidence that his company is impacting hundreds, thousands of people on a yearly basis. Proof is in the fucking pudding when it comes down to his social media. This is literally just their business account. All right, just their business account. Zaw, first event, let's go. I'll see you fucking soon. And if you guys scroll a little bit here, you will see crazy testimonial after crazy testimonial. But I didn't want to just show you this for the before and afters because there's other things in here. You see, I told you 5 different stages of proof. All right, I've showed you guys 3 so far. All right, but we also have a bunch here. Look at that. Fucking Brian, shredded out of his fucking mind over here. Looking like a beast. Don with awards, fucking showing out for his business in Kamloops, absolutely slaying it. Oh, we got fucking stage shots. I love it. We got regular lifestyle clients with huge transformations. Crazy. That's a lot of proof, Angelica. 100% it is. It's a fucking crazy amount of proof. Oh, look at this. He helps people achieve IFBB Pro cards. Fucking crazy. Oh, look at that. He won every single award in Kamloops when it come down to his fitness company. Insane across the board. Doing big team events, showing proof that his company is walking the walk because every single fucking person is shredded out of their minds, incredibly fit. All right. His company is a walking billboard. Everybody write this down. Become a walking billboard, not only in results, but when you are walking around as well. The billboard matters. Oh, look at this. Fucking fat Cole, shredded Cole. There we go. Fucking gamer Cole, shredded Cole. You guys need to become billboards for the company itself, meaning the results you produce for your clients and the results you have personally need to be proof. But on top of this as well, because we saw this one up here, and I want to show you guys. Look at that. All right. Oh, it's not going to show, but it shows here. It's an image, but it has the caption broken down. And you guys can either produce before and afters, or you can actually take screenshots and post them up as well. You can do reviews. Don has reviews up on his page where individuals have reviewed his business and how they've actually transformed his life. Does this make sense, everybody? Thumbs up, thumbs up. How many of you guys feel like you post sufficient proof across your social media? Say yay or nay in the chat box below. How many of you guys feel like you post sufficient proof on your social media right now? Nope, 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 nay, 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 nay. There's a lot more fucking no than there is yays in this one. So last piece of proof that you guys can take into account, because I broke down 5, there's actually 6, okay? This is where I'm gonna get a little rough on y'all. But everything I say is with love, okay? App screenshots, Facebook group wins, B&A photos, video testimonials, written testimonials. Those are all forms of proof that you could post on your social media to show that you actually know what the fuck you're talking about. The 6th one, you got it, Paige, and you got it, Chris, is looking the fucking part. Everybody write that down for me. Looking the part. Oh, Melissa just got an event ticket. Fuck yeah, there we go, girl. I like it. Looking the part. There are 200 plus of you guys here right now. I better see that chat box blow up with the statements of looking the part, walking billboard. This is incredibly important. Social media is a shallow place. The better shape you are in, the easier it will be to convince people that you are about this life. It's just facts. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you are not in shape, it will be way harder to convince people that you know what the fuck you're talking about, because why the fuck would you not be in shape if you know how to get people in shape, right? Does this make sense, everybody? So let's get vulnerable for a minute. How many of you guys are currently confident in your body? Yes or no? Let's see who actually has the cojones to answer the question. Yes, 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 yes. Don't lie. I'll be able to tell real quick if I go to your social media and every video you post is in a sweater instead of a tank top. I'll be able to tell real quick based off of the way you carry yourself. Chest up, chest down. Chin up, chin down. You guys need to become confident in self by doing the work on self. Paige, nope, I want to be a female Super Saiyan. I fucking love that statement. That's a dope answer. There we go. I love it. There are 6 statements of proof online, 6 ways that you could show proof online. And the 6th one is become a walking example. How many of you guys have your own fitness coach as fitness coaches? I do. If you don't, and you are not in great shape, if you don't, and you expect your clients to follow you on their fitness journey when you are not committed to your fitness journey, you are what? A fucking hypocrite. And the reason why I'm spending a little bit more time on this point right now is because it's incredibly hard for us or any other mentor to help you grow and scale online when you guys don't even believe in your own knowledge due to the fact that you're not taking your own advice. When you're shredded, in shape, confident, super happy, and then you're talking about something that you love, which is fitness, your content comes across way different. It just does. Your confidence on camera, your fluidity when speaking to the camera, your tonality, your energy, they can feel everything through the phone call and through the video that they are watching online. So it's not just about posting the proof of our clients or the proof about our own fitness journey. It's about being the walking proof. And the reason why I break that down is because a lot of you guys might not have any clients yet. And we have strategies for that. 14-day challenge, get free testimonials, ask them for fucking screenshots, ask them about the progress, take screenshots, post it on your social media, all of that stuff. Again, exactly, Kiana or Keenan. I'm not fucking your name up 100%, but you said they're buying us, not our programs. 100%. That is your proof. Write it down for me one more time so it's solidified in your brain. Walking billboard. That is what you are. I'm not saying you got to be dick skin lean, but you got to be lean. You got to look good. All right, you got to look good. You don't have to. You can probably figure it out. But at the end of the day, if you're like, well, why is fucking them popping off and I'm not, and you guys are providing the exact same information and that person shredded walking the walk and you're fucking not, the proof is in the pudding. You guys are competition, right? Philip, you know what that terminology is, okay? Dick skin lean, new Instagram handle, Keith. I wouldn't recommend that for your business, but still, if you guys want to do it, you can. All right, if you want to do it, you can. Wouldn't recommend it. I'm not going to put my stamp of approval on that, but still. Looks like you guys get the point. But we now know, off of key point 1 and 2, that none of you guys are posting sufficient value or sufficient proof on your page. So can we all agree that it's not a coincidence that a lot of you guys are not at the income level that you want to hit yet? It's right in front of your face. We're not posting sufficient value. We're not posting sufficient proof, but then we wonder why we're not getting the leads that we want. We wonder why we're not making the money that we want. We wonder why we aren't where we want to be yet. Make sense? When we get real with ourselves and we take a 10,000 foot view at our own businesses, we become aware of what we actually need to improve on and what we need to scale. I've given you guys actionable information and examples of all the things that are broken down. Before we move into the last point, I need everybody to say, make sense if you're still with me and you're not fucking dying with overwhelm right now, because Brian and myself have been talking to you guys for like 2 hours straight, almost 3 hours straight now. Good. The Dick Skin Coach, Brian, that's a funny fucking name, dude. 100%. Good. We're all on the same page. That's what I like to see. Now, last but not least, moving away from your guys' feed, we're going to dive into your stories. All right, we're going to talk about 2 specific ways that you guys can draw in leads. Now, Brian actually broke down the first way. And the reason why I wanted to dissect this one is because I feel like it is the most simplistic way for you guys to draw in leads, period. All right, it's just by doing a straight line, one engagement story to make people see what you want, see what you're asking for, and give them direct feedback on what they need to do in order to get into your DMs and start with your business. So I'm going to share the image in a second here, but it has to be done a very specific way. So you guys can actually do this either from Sunday to Monday, or I would recommend doing Tuesday to Wednesday. All right, Sunday to Monday or Tuesday to Wednesday. Again, I broke this down in a CLA training on Monday. If you guys have access to that training, I recommend you go watch it. If you watched it the first time and you didn't get everything understood the first time, go watch it again. I broke down the entire posting schedule for your Instagram story and exactly what you should do every single day in order to generate the most eyes, the most money, the most growth. All right. Doing the CTA needs to be done correctly, meaning you need to delete all of your Instagram stories and have nothing up there. Then you need to post exactly what I'm going to show you. All right. And leave it up for 24 hours. Nothing else can go on your feed. Now, you guys can actually do this with multiple different things. A post about pineapple belonging on pizza. You could do a post about your social media. You could do a poll about different things individuals are struggling with. Again, this is all in that training on Monday. The point is, if you guys give one thing for people to engage with, your story views will skyrocket because it shows more in the algorithm. This is the actual slide that you guys are going to create. All right, Brian already shared it from the fitness point of view. All right, I just wanted to show you guys the one that I did, and then I'll explain the dissection behind it. So Chloe did this. She did it from a fitness point of view. Now, you guys can actually do this same thing for everything. All right, what month is it right now? June. Is there any holidays in June? Can anybody spit it a holiday? All right, or July. All right, we got fucking what? Canada Day coming up. We got fucking Independence Day coming up, 4th of July. There we go. You guys could literally do a 4th of July giveaway. So you could say new case study program for July, celebrating 4th of July. And then you could say, I'm looking for 5 women who'd like to blast 15 pounds in the next 30 days. I'm looking for a few specific people. So if you ... and then put some accreditations here. All right, things that people got to jump through hoops in order to achieve. And then DM me case study and I'll send you the details. All right, Kira, Canada Day post already in the works. Looks like you paid attention to the training and you're implementing it. Good fucking job. That's what I like to see. All right. They don't confuse case study with free trial, guys. Anybody who asks if it's free, it's not. Have a conversation, utilize your DM skills and the things that you've been implementing and just move through the objection to break it down. Now, the last thing is I would put a timer here. All right. This is something that Brian has been implementing on a continual basis. This is something that I've started to implement as well. As I took the screenshot, you guys saw the confetti exploded on my fucking Instagram story. It looks like a fucking Teletubby blew up on my page. The reason why we put a countdown there is because it creates FOMO for individuals not taking action on the thing that they want to achieve. So if you're posting value proof connection, if you understand, all right, conversion and awareness content, and you're a savage, all right, on your social media, and then you're doing everything that Brian and myself have dissected across your story, when you post this up, it's giving all of those people an opportunity to reach out to you. No, I would make it 24 hours, Kira, due to the fact that you're going to leave this story up for 24 hours without adding anything else. Does that make sense, everybody? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Make the timer 24 hours because the story is going to stay up for 24 hours. All right? What if we did this and posted a 5 guys post after 24 hours? You probably wouldn't get any fucking leads, Maximus, because you're spamming Q&A or you're spamming CTAs instead of giving value. You guys need to give more than you ask. Write that down. Give more than I ask. Give more than I ask. Perfect. This is what we're going to post up. That is the first way that I want to teach you guys how to utilize your Instagram story to gain leads, to gain traction, to scale, to get people to put up their hands. All right. I suggest you guys do one of these once a week. And again, change up the language. Do a birthday sale, do Thanksgiving sale, do a Christmas sale, do a case study program, do a 5 guys post, do a fucking 4th of July breakdown, do a fucking Canada Day launch. You could literally change up the language to anything that you want. Anything. Brian literally just said it again. It is that simple. Marketing is the same thing with different words. Everybody write that down. Marketing equals same thing, different words. Marketing equals same thing, different words. Yes, a birthday sale. For my 30th birthday, I'm giving 30% off to the next 30 people. Bam, put that up. There you go. Anything can be utilized as a marketing tactic to get individuals to put up their hands. The trick is very simple. Delete all your Instagram stories. Put this one up. Leave it up for 24 hours with a timer. That's the simple strategy that I'm going to give you guys today. And now I'm going to get into the hard one. All right. Now, this takes a lot more time and a lot more dedication. But every time I've done this, I've generated, no word of a lie, a minimum of 100 leads in my account, period. Every time I've done this, the feedback that I've gotten has been through the fucking roof. So instead of me dissecting it, right, in a theory way, I'm actually going to show you guys the specific breakdown in the story that got me 100+ leads. All right, you guys are actually going to be able to see me with hair again. Holy fuck. All right, it's going to be like seeing Santa. All right. No, I'm not screen sharing yet, Paige. I want to make sure everybody understands before I share my screen and overwhelm everybody. So don't worry. All right, don't worry. It's here. Perfect. Thumbs up if you guys can see my screen right now. Perfect. So this is what we're going to do. All right, again, guys, I'm going to show you guys the business side. Just change up the marketing for fitness. If you ask me and Brian to do it for you, we're not going to. If you complain that we're not doing it for you, you're going to get a virtual slap. Okay? Just take it, the business side, make it fitness. It's very simple. This is the dissection. What we are doing with these stories is we are storytelling while doing CTAs and explaining what we do. This one is a day in the life of an entrepreneur because I am painting my life in a sexy way to make other people want to join me on the journey. You guys can do this as a fitness professional. You can literally say, do you want a day in the life as a online fitness coach? Do you want a day in the life as a 30-year-old shredded male, or whatever you guys want to dissect? Make the language sexy to your niche. All right, the language sexy to your niche. But I did this after doing this, no word of a lie. We had over 750 votes on this poll because I painted it properly. All right, I planned this out. Now, you guys might not be doing any travel and more, but I just went into my archives and I stole all this. So this is how the breakdown works. All right. Do you want to see a day in the life of an online coach and entrepreneur? And it said yes or no. Now, I left this slide up for 24 hours and I let people vote. Everybody who's following me obviously voted for yes because that's who they're following in the first place. Makes sense? Thumbs up. Perfect. After 24 hours, the next 3 slides I posted in unison were, do you think my life looks like this? This is back when I used to drink as well. All right. Traveling around, me and Julia going to fucking Greece, having a little bit of fucking champagne, working on my computer, working like this. All right. Or do you think my life looks like this? And again, I left it all up like this. Dissected it. After 24 hours, I posted the first video, then the second video, and then this poll. What option do you think best describes my everyday life? Option 1 or 2. And then I let this sit for 3 hours. And I didn't post anything else. And the votes exploded because the first initial poll that was left up for 24 hours and nothing else on my Instagram story spiked engagement like fucking crazy. After 24 hours, I fulfilled on the promise of giving them a breakdown on my life, a quote unquote day in the life of an entrepreneur. Does my life look like this or does it look like this? And I made them be able to vote again because giving people something to vote on, engage with, will tell Instagram, quote unquote, the algorithm, even though I fucking hate saying that, that your page is something that people want to see right now. Are you guys still following me? Yes or yes in the chat. Good. After this was up for around 3 hours, I then went on with my storytelling process. All right, this is the video that I posted.
Well, truth be told, my reality is a mix of both. All right, I'm always on the move and I am always working. I actually joke around that I quit my 9 to 5 so I could work 24 hours a day, but I wouldn't trade it for the world because it allows me to do 3 things.
All right, talking head. Then I went in with screenshots showing my life. The first thing was impacting more lives. The second thing was making more money. And I showed a screenshot of us making 4.3 million back in 2022. And the third thing was traveling the world. And I showed a photo of my wife and myself because I knew it was going to be appealing to my niche itself. All right. I then also shared a proof post. Now, some of you guys might be like, well, why the fuck did you share that? Because I'm showing my entire life. I am making it appealing to my followers, which is online entrepreneurs and online fitness coaches. And then I'm hitting them with an instant proof post to show them that if you followed in my footsteps and you were doing what I did, you might be able to see the same results as us. Do I save everything in Dropbox, Nick? Yes. My Dropbox on a yearly basis costs like what, $3,000, Daniel? It's fucking disgusting. $4,000 or some shit. We've got like 30 terabytes of footage. That's besides the point. After I posted this proof post, I waited another 2.5 hours. Then I posted this up, which was another proof post. This is actually when Tyler Mackey bought his car.
You motherfuckers changed my fucking life, man.
He showed this shitbox he used to drive. Then he showed the BMW that he bought. And then the last thing was this. What do you think? Would you like to live a life similar to mine and my clients in 2022? Fuck yes or teach me how. This story series, guys, got me over 100 organic leads. Automatically. Not people that were like passively voting on a poll. Not people that were fucking around. 100 people that were like, I want to live that life. I love what you just showed me. I want to follow in your footsteps. What do I do? And that is because I looked at my life from a 10,000 foot view. I was like, okay, what is appealing and what's not appealing? How can I tell a story with what I am doing every day? And how can I make people follow in my footsteps? And I made that story breakdown. Exactly, Lexi. Creative storytelling with a testimonial CLA on my Instagram story. All right, on my Instagram story. Now, there's another way that we could do this. There's another way we could do this. And Taylor, the reason why we got to get you following this and dissecting it is so we can get you out of that fucking gym so you don't have to do another client in 5 minutes in person so you can focus on this online class. I see you smiling, dog. All right, let's get you focused on online. You better be coming to the fucking event. The next thing I want to show you guys is a storytelling introduction post. All right, a storytelling introduction post, because some of you guys might be like, Cole, I don't understand how to break that down. Okay, it's really hard for me to like explain that and dissect it. So like, how do I make it a little bit more simple for me? Okay, well, let's change it up. Okay. Let's change it up. Mel, no, you shouldn't delete your question box. You should do this later. All right. Focus on one strategy at a time, guys. Don't get fucking shiny object syndrome. Second share. We're going to be diving into an introduction post. Again, you guys will see a very similar structure for all of these. I posted this up. Do you want to win $100 cash? No strings attached. Yes. No, I hate money. Every fucking person that hits the story is going to hit yes. 100%. The only people who ever say no is like Daniel or Brian or some of them. Everybody's fucking around. It's usually your friends shit talking you, saying dumb things. All right. Then you leave this up for 24 hours with no other stories added. Then I said, I haven't introduced myself to my followers. You guys could say anything. I haven't talked to you guys in a while. I haven't introduced myself in a while. I feel like I've never introduced myself to you guys. You guys can come up with any language you want. Marketing, different language. This is what I said.
Well, I've realized that in the last 3 months, I've gained over 50,000 Instagram followers, and I haven't done a proper introduction.
Like, Janelle, you should be fucking doing this because you just hit 10,000 followers on Instagram and you're popping the fuck off. Just saying. Just saying.
I know, super rude. So instead of doing it the boring way, we're going to play a little game. Answer the questions on the next slides, and the person who answers every single one correctly is going to win $100 cash at the end of the day. Let's go.
So, very simple. I left up the poll. Do you want to win $100 cash? 24 hours. Then I went into these two videos. Directly after these two videos, I had these question boxes already ready to go. So I was able to produce them all extremely quickly, guys. And it was this one. How old am I? Fucking stud. Look at that young stud with hair. Jesus Christ. All right. What does my business do? Where was I born? What's the name of my gym? What's my most significant business achievement in 2021? Again, these ones are specific ones, guys, that I have tracked over 100 leads generated based off of them. This is why I'm showing you guys the one that was first off by 2022 and then the dissection of 2021. By the way, fun fact, this is actually when we first bought the gym and we were down traveling in the winter. Just saying. After I posted up those questions, I didn't post anything for 5 hours. Now, why do you guys think I leave massive gaps in time before I keep posting? Can anybody answer that for me? Cole with more hair and a little bit less tattoos, 100%. Mel, you remember that story post. There we go. Because I'm handsome, always handsome, 100%. You got people that look at my face. Drive views up, exactly, Nick. To hold engagement, 100%. Bump to the front, exactly. I want to give people a chance to answer. I want to give people this, exactly, Jonathan, suspense. All right, I'm giving individuals the suspense, the time that they need to wait in order to get to the next level. All right? Danny, you copied this? Good. You should probably do it again because I bet you guys haven't done it in 2 fucking years since I did it the first time. All right? You can do a prize valued at $100 page, but no one will ever get it as excited for that as they do for money. Guys, cash talks. If you can give cash, give cash. Don't be like, I'm going to give my program for X amount. Okay, you'll get engagement, but I guarantee you cash is king. People will 100% always implement quicker if you give cash, period. All right? No matter what. Or that's actually a good fucking point, Nick, or a Lulu gift card. Or a Lulu gift card, because motherfuckers scream for Lulu. I'd implement shit for Lululemon because it's the only fucking clothing I wear. All right? Straight up. After around 5 hours of having those questions up, I then posted these.
Now, my online entrepreneurial journey started as an online fitness coach. I did online fitness coaching for around 3 years, traveling the world and impacting people, helping them with their fitness goals online instead of sitting in a gym.
Again, painting the vision of who I am and what my life is about. Right off the bat, if you're an online entrepreneur and online fitness coach, you're like, what the fuck? I want to do that. And the next story. All right. Now, again, one was a video. This one is a picture. After 3 years of being an online fitness coach, I started PT Nomination in the 10K Academy and is now the CLA to help fitness coaches impact more people living the life of their dreams. And it shows the dream life of an entrepreneur, traveling around the world, having money, being able to do what the fuck you want. All right. Another photo. And now I have over 1,200 students based all over the world. 195 of them hit $10,000 a month. We've actually have over 370 people hit $10,000 a month now. Fuck yes. And last but not least, this one of my goals before the end of 2023. Now, again, if you are an avid follower of mine, you would get this right. If you're not, you wouldn't get it right. And that is the fucking point, because I'm consistently building relationships with my audience, documenting my journey, speaking to them, doing live streams, creating value, proof, connection, and documentation. The people who are my OGs, guys, I'm not joking. We had fucking like 70 people get every single one of those questions right. And we had thousands of votes. It was honestly ridiculous. I had to get my girl Yolani, who is technically my quote unquote EA at the time. Now we got Michelle. I guarantee you she's here. I just can't fucking find her or see her. All right. Sorting through all of the answers. And we had so many people to look through. And I just picked one random one. They got it right and gave them $100 cash. And that series that I just showed you guys generated over 100 organic leads to my Instagram story alone. Because I not only got them to vote on me, so they were connected to me, but then I showed my journey as an online entrepreneur and what I was able to create. So it created inspiration, motivation, and a challenge for the people to want to work with me. Does that make sense, everybody? Thumbs up, thumbs up. At that point, if I'm not mistaken, at 2021, I had around 30 to 50,000 Instagram followers, if not a little bit less. I actually could probably document it if I go back, but I'd have to actually look at my IG and break it all down. That all makes sense? You guys need to learn how to story tell. Right, write this down. Stories sell. All right, stories sell. A lot of you guys think just throwing some random bullshit up on your story is what's going to get you fucking money. It's not. All right, it's not at all. It's always a poll, guys. Somebody just asked, Brady, you said, was it a poll or a quiz? I made it a poll. Why? Because I didn't want you to know if you got it right or not until I chose. Because if you voted on the first one and you knew that you got it wrong and you had to get every single one right in order to win $100 cash, you're just going to leave. You're not going to keep voting. But if I make it a poll, you don't know if you got it right or not. Meaning you're now anticipating my answer to you guys on my story later. Make sense? Thumbs up. Perfect. Stories sell, guys. All right. If you actually dive into this shit, it will help you get to the next level. Everything, every single thing that I just went over when it comes down to content creation, value, proof, and learning how to storytell on your stories will guarantee that you make an extra $1,000 to $5,000 in the next 30 days if you implement it correctly. If you pair today's training with the one that I did in the CLA on Monday, it's lights out. If you pair everything with what Brian just spoke about before I just spoke, it's lights out. It's just going to take work for you guys to be able to actually implement it and get to the next level. And I know some of you guys are going to, and then some of you guys are going to complain in 60 days that you never got anywhere. And then we're going to review your social media and you haven't done it. So how many people here are actually going to take fucking massive, relentless action on this shit? Meaning, if I just randomly tune into your social media in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days, I might see some of this shit on your social media. I'm seeing a lot of me's. That makes me very happy. Very happy. Let's see it though. Right? Everybody drop hashtag show me. That's going to be the breakdown of the end of my dissection here. Hashtag show me, because that's what I want to see. Everything that I just taught you guys needs to be actionable. All right. I showed you all the examples, the visuals, the dissection, showed you how to do the storytelling, but you got to take action to see the results. You just put proof on your stories, Nick. Do more. It's not just about proof, guys. All right. Who are you? What are you about? There's 4 pillars of content creation: value, proof, connection, documentation. All of them need a place. Now, B, do we want to go into a subtle Q&A or do we want to move into the next thing? Because I want to make sure that we keep this value flowing. B's muted right now. The timeline between the Maximus is, I would say, a minimum of 7 to 14 days. I wouldn't do them consistently back to back. Those are like special ones you guys would do on a monthly basis randomly. And again, you can come up with multiple different themes for them.
Yeah, so why don't we do this? So we'll do I've got, you guys, get fucking ready, okay? Because we just did a bunch of content. I'm about to blow your fucking faces off with sales. So I'm super excited. So why don't we take 3 questions, Cole? And then we'll move to a 5-minute pee break if anybody needs to pee. And then I'm going to fucking go in on sales. I've got a lot of really valuable shit to talk about in terms of sales. So I'm excited.
I like that.
Brady, what's up? What up?
All right. What's up, guys?
Nice
First of all,
fucking
value's awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Nice fucking hat.
Thank you. You too. My question is kind of like direct to me, but I would assume there's a lot of people that are in-person trainers or have been in-person trainers. So my question is, like, on that story thing that you were just breaking down, you said something about like my journey started as an online personal trainer, blah, blah, blah. Do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea to put my coaching journey started coaching people? I don't have to say where or anything, but I think my only thought is that it would open up I could post more results, more proof stuff and then I could say like, now I'm an online PT because of XYZ. Do you know what I'm trying to ask? I don't know. Like, I would have definitely followed up with, now I don't do that anymore, but I think it would just.
Yeah, I think you're overthinking the process. Talk about your story.
What's that?
I said you're overthinking the process. Just talk about your story. Like, no one's going to be like, oh, okay, awesome. You used to do that. Please train me in person.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No one's going to do that. These are your roots. You got to talk about your roots. That's the entire storytelling journey and dissecting it. And then again, you could even like open it up with, I used to be an in-person coach at this gym. And then I realized that online was my way to go because I was able to do so much more XYZ, blah, blah, blah. Make sense?
Yeah, for sure. Cool.
Yeah.
Easy. Thank you.
I also just want to jump in, bro. And like, even if you did get people that were like, oh my God, that's so cool that you used to in-person coach. Like, do you still do that? And you're like, no, but are you working on any fitness goals at the moment? And they're like, yeah, I need to lose weight. You're like, cool. Mind if I ask a couple questions to see if I can help? Right? Yeah. You can just spin the conversation. So yeah.
Thanks.
Got you, bro.
Mr. Maximus, what's up, brother? Go ahead.
All right. So appreciate you guys.
By the way, I saw you fucking got an event ticket. Let's fucking go. I'll see you soon.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I was looking. I was like, should I get the VIP? I just said, fuck it. And I just clicked that bitch.
Yeah, bro.
All right. So my question is, I'm just about to finish up a 14 DC this weekend. I've got 3 more calls this week, 2 more guys I'm going to get on calls with, but keeping the theme relevant here, talking about proof, aside from like the transformation pictures that I'm going to get from them. Like I had a day 1, obviously in day 14. What are some questions or like things I could text them like on the last, like, cause I'm doing a Google form. I don't have Typeform, but like on that last check-in on Saturday, what are some good questions that I could ask to collect more social proof that I could like, cause I don't have a ton of clients right now and I don't have like a ton of like actual like side-by-side transformations, but like my dudes are killing it, but like just not to that point where I'm just like blasting like visual social proof. So like I'm doing more like screenshots of like share your win from this week and like that kind of shit.
So in the Google form itself, you could ask a question along the lines of like, what's been your favorite part about working with me in the 14-day challenge? So that would be a prompt that you could ask in the Google form, but that's not where you're going to get all the value. Where you're going to get all the value is by sending them a DM. Anybody that got positive experience in the coaching program that you know got a positive experience in the coaching program, I want you to follow this DM sequence. So DM number 1 is I'm going to DM Cole, and this is role play Cole. I'm going to DM Cole and it's going to say, hey Cole, I got a question, ... It's a little bit weird, ... But did you enjoy having me as your coach?
Yeah, of course.
Cool, man. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind shooting me a quick 30 to 60 second testimonial video. It doesn't have to be long or professional or anything like that. Just answering 3 main questions. Number 1, what was your biggest hesitation joining the program? Number 2, what were the specific results that we got together? And number 3, would you recommend me to others as your coach? I would really appreciate it, bro. It would mean a lot to me.
Yeah, 100%.
That's it. So it's like, I ask the question and I open up, weird question, but you enjoy working with me as your coach. If you're asking questions that like you, they'll always say yes. And then when you ask for a testimonial video, Maximus, you need to make it seem super fucking easy and literally give them step-by-step instructions. Short, 30 to 60 second testimonial video answering 3 main questions, hesitations, results. Do you enjoy working with me? I would really appreciate it. It would mean the world. Thank you so much. People will get you that video.
Okay, perfect. So just to make sure I got everything, I was trying to fucking wizard type there while you were spitting some games. So just hitting them up. Hey, I got a question. Might be kind of weird, but did you enjoy working with me as your coach? Then transition into a question saying like, would you mind giving me like a short 30 to 60-second video? It doesn't have to be anything professional. Answering these 3 questions. And you said, what was your biggest hesitation before joining? What were the best results that you got working, or what were the results you got working with me? And would you recommend working with me to other people?
Yep. Boom.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
Boom. There we go, bro. Good shit. Ashy, what up? You good, bro?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, so when undergoing like a change in the type of reels and content that I've been doing before, which I know were bad quality, how much time should I give the new kind of reels that I'm doing before I look at them and write it off as I need to change it? And how often do I do the experimentation thing where I try like completely different types of content in order to make it work like best?
Cole, go ahead.
It's all contextual, bro. Like there's not a lot. Like we can't just give you an individual statement and be like, right now, this time, or this is exactly what you need to do. You're just gonna have to pay attention to your analytics and make a choice from there. Right? If you have switched up your content creation process and they fucking blow up right away, awesome. If you switch your content creation process and they're not hitting, then do a self-audit and an evaluation. How often should you be experimenting? I would say post 1 piece of experimentation content a week, period. Right? Now, again, that doesn't mean every single week it's drastically different. Like this week, you're talking about politics. Next week, you're talking about fucking kissing frogs. Like that's not going to get you anywhere. It's experimenting with the niche based off of the content you have been researching in other niches that people are looking at. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like 1 piece of experimentation content on a weekly basis. You've switched up to be more direct with your niche itself. Audit how it does for the next 4 weeks, uninterrupted, never fucking missing. And then after you do your audit, be like, oh, okay, what adjustments do I need to make? Okay.
Okay.
Here's how I view it. So I have a very similar perspective in regards to like experimentation. Everybody write this in the chat box. Always be experimenting. Always be experimenting. I'm always experimenting. I always want to try new shit because I also know that I constantly have this talk where I'm like, model successful creators. So I know that you guys are modeling my shit. And I know that if I just keep doing my shit, how I'm doing it, I know that you guys are going to do all my shit and then my shit doesn't look original. So I always want to be experimenting. That being said, I'll tell you what to look for, Ashley, when you are experimenting and when to know when to change it up. So you guys need to go to your content. And when you're doing an audit, a self audit, it's very fucking simple. You're looking for average view volume. Now, my definition of average view volume is what is the average amount of views that your but what is the average amount of views that your videos get? So if you look at my content, I would say on the low end, it's around like 12,000, 15,000. On the high end, it's like 50,000. So what I want to do if I'm doing a content audit, Ashley, is I want to look at the content where I'm doing, and again, we have to play the game of like exposure versus conversion content. So Ashley, you might have low views on 1 piece of content, but it's a piece of conversion content that you know is really good. Maybe you don't pay attention to the views as much. As an example, stop coaching on your sales calls. I know that this is a really good video for online fitness coaches, and I know that they're going to get a lot of value from it. So despite how good the views do, I'm still going to post it because I know it's going to perform well and like help me convert. And there's also pieces of content that I post with the intention of like exposure, and that's like my content audits. Like when I'm auditing people's content, this is exposure-based content. Like my intention is to get seen by more people because people tend to like my profile audits and my content audits. So these are exposure-based pieces of content, right? And then I've got conversion-based pieces of content. But what I'm looking for is I'm looking for average view volume. So if I'm doing this, let's say, and I also, so I want to talk about average view volume. And then as I'm experimenting, I know if my content's doing well or not doing well. So Ashley, if you look at my content, average views, 16,000, 13,000, 18,000, 12,000. I did an experiment here. This was an experiment where I'm just like talking to the camera, holding my phone. Never stoop to their level. Negative people say negative things. That doesn't mean that you need to lower yourself to match their standard. So, but this is just me talking to the camera instead of it being a professional. If I look at my average view volumes, Ashley, it's like, I would say 15 to 20K. This performed above average, which means I'm going to continue to do it. Does that make sense? So once you identify what your average view volume is, if you experiment and it does better than your average view volume, then continue to do it. If you experiment and it does worse than your average view volume, don't do it. Like if this got 3,000 views, I'd never fucking do it again. I'm like, obviously that's not a good piece of content. Now, how do you know if your content is getting better over time? It's really fucking simple. Is your average view volume going up? So scroll back 6 months ago. and see what the views on your videos you were getting. And if the views that you're getting, the views that you're getting on your videos now are higher than they were 6 months ago, that means your content is getting better. If the views on your videos are the exact same as they were 6 months ago, it means your content isn't improving and it's not evolving. So you need to change it up. Does that make sense? Perfect. Cool. All right, guys. I'm going to give you guys 4 minutes to take a pee break, and then I'm going to go all in on sales. I've got a lot to cover with sales. A lot of you guys have been asking me for sales trainings. So I've been doing a lot of sales reels. So I decided I'm going to do an entire fitness sales masterclass. And it's not just going to be about how to overcome objections on the call. It's also going to go a lot deeper than that. So get fucking ready. I'll see you guys in 4 minutes. Peace. John, I'm going to make you the host again.
All right, everybody, I'm back to answer your questions. So, N-U-H-R, I don't know how to say your name. I'm not even going to try and I'll butcher it. I know I will.
It's okay. It comes from Arabic, so I don't know. You can call me Noor or Nur, whatever.
Okay.
But nice to meet you. My question is this: when you shoot content, right? Let's say, because for instance, that Anthony Asimirov guy, I really like his content, and I can already see how I can reframe it to my niche, which is dad bods. The thing that I can't wrap my little pea head around, right, is organizing the shoot, because my head is just fucking filled. Like, even my schedule is packed. So I want to, before I go to the gym or before I start shooting things, is there anyone who has some practical, like, this is how you do it. You choose 4 different angles, and then, the script. I mean, I've downloaded the Transcribe app, right? I even bought the props. Like, I got the fucking muscle here. I got the fat thing, I got even a burger. But it's just, how do I organize it so that I could go in, blah, blah, blah. I don't care that it doesn't come out perfect. It's not going to come out perfect. I just want to, have a little bit of structure, because frankly, I can't afford going in and just winging it a little bit. Like, it just seems so inefficient doing it that way. You know what I mean?
Okay. So for myself, I will go and write out 20 to 40 scripts on, say, a Sunday. And they're just short little scripts that I can like read off the cuff and like add things to and that kind of stuff. But it's usually all the stuff that my clients are talking about in our community. Then on Thursday from 12 to 2, I will go and literally film as many videos as I can. And when I do it, what I'll do is I'll like hold my phone up, and then I will, every 3 seconds, I'm moving. And so I also have a magnet on the back of my phone. So at the gym, I can literally stick it to the equipment and move in front of the equipment and go up and down and stuff like that. So then when I'm doing my jump cuts, it's like different things. There's also, I don't know if you have, I have the iPhone 15, and you can do zoom in and out, 0.5, 0.1, 0.2. So I play with that a lot as well, because if you look at anything, like any video that you watch that's like super polarizing, it zooms in and out and switches every 3 to 5 seconds to keep your attention.
Okay.
You'll notice it a lot on YouTube. So you'll notice that they zoom in, zoom out, like everything.
I get that one.
Yeah. And so you have to do that in order to keep people's attention. Your hook has to be amazing, that kind of stuff. So I'll go into like ChatGPT and I'll be like, my client says, I really want to know more about macros. Like, okay, so then I'll be like, in ChatGPT, I'll be like, give me 5 real topics for women over 30 who want to learn how to track, calculate, and do their own macros. And it'll give me 10 topics. Then I'll be like, okay, write me a 45-second script for the first one. And without video prompts, just write me a 45-second script. It writes me a script, and then I'll kind of read through it and I'll make it my own, and then I'll do the video.
And do you memorize the script, or do you have like a Transcribe app?
No, I just like, I look at the script and it's very short, and then I'm like, okay, so I think I would put a spin on it this way, because ChatGPT is very like, what do you call it?
Yeah, it sounds like a dork sometimes.
Yeah, it does. And so what you can also do is prompt it to be like, make this more fun, make this more tough love,
100%.
make this more city,
The tone,
like
yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Okay, so if I understand your process correct, on Sunday you write 20 to 30 scripts that are kind of short. All right. Then Thursday between 12 to 2 p.m. you shoot as many videos as you can. You hold up your phone, and then every 3 seconds you change. So I mean so I guess you record in just your normal video app.
Yeah, I just use my phone.
Okay, and then
set up a camera and everything, but my gym is really like busy. So it's like I just literally have the magnet. I fucking stick it to any of the equipment. I stick it above my head. I stick it all over the place. And I just film all different angles of me doing an exercise. And then I'll film myself talking. I'll film all different types of things. Then I'll go outside. I'll film myself walking the dog. I'll film myself like doing stuff. I'll film myself making my breakfast, like all different, and I'll keep moving my phone all around. So I have different cuts. And then when my editor comes in, they just like put it all together because they're magic.
And when you do like I'm gonna sound like a 60-year-old woman. I know
No,
that,
no.
right?
Hey,
But
man,
like
I'm
when
turning
you
49, so
okay, fair enough. Sorry, no disrespect, but I mean you click the red button, right? And then 3 seconds, and then you stop it, and then you go again. Doesn't that confuse you when you find the clips inside of your photo album, or is it just me being a silly?
well, this is what I do. So I'll film the whole thing, like I'll film it, but I'll move. So it's all one clip.
Okay. See, that what I was looking
You
for.
can
Okay.
do little clips, but it fucking fucks with your memory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think I'm getting Alzheimer's. So, and then you go into Chat GPT,
I
and
use
then
ChatGPT just to break it all down, just so it gives me like hooks. And if they're shitty, then I'll go to like Viral Finder and I'll find different things there. And like that, like I'm always using resources, or I'll find a creator. I love Coach Wilson on Instagram right now. She's one of my favorites. And so I'll go there and I'll see what her hooks are and I'll see what she's doing and that kind of stuff. And just kind of try to recreate, never copy, but recreate.
okay, and the viral, and so that means that the Chat GPT and the Viral Finder is actually the first step for you to have to get the source material for the 2030 scripts.
There's got to be a research aspect to it, but I'm very calculated with my schedule. So
I
like,
love it.
like if you looked at my schedule on Google Calendar, you'd probably be like, holy fuck.
I love it.
I block every single thing. Everything in my life is planned, especially work.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So 2030, okay, dope. And 20, and I know maybe I shouldn't refer myself to or like reference myself to the Anthony guy, but I've noticed his videos are fucking long. Like they're really long. They're like a minute and a half.
One sec, Janelle, I'm going to cut you off. Can you ask that question in the chat box? And Janelle, can you serve him in the chat box? Because I want to keep on the class.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. What's up, y'all? We're fucking back. Who's excited? If you're excited, drop a hell yes in the motherfucking chat box. Let's go. Bam, bam. I am fucking back. Okay, so before we get started, I just want to give a huge shout out to everybody that did purchase an event ticket today. Thank you so fucking much. I appreciate y'all. Adam Woolman, Justin Klein, Hunter, Kelvin, Jen, Marilyn, Paul, Ashley, Yuto, Yannick, John, Daniel, Sergio, Victor, Curtis, Colby, Za, Eric, Chanel, Maximus, James, and Riot. I fucking appreciate you guys. All right. I appreciate you a lot. That's the first thing. Second thing is I want to let you guys know that the discount for the tickets expires at the end of this call. So if you guys do not get a ticket on this call, as soon as this call is done, discount's expired, it's fucking done. So if you're thinking about it, you're on the fence, you're not sure, you're like wondering whether or not it's going to be valuable for you, I promise you it's going to change your fucking life. Also, the price is going up at the end of this call. So if you guys want to get a ticket, I would get a ticket now before the price raises up. Now, I'm really fucking excited because I actually fucked up this call. Let's just be fully transparent. Me and Cole had a plan, and apparently I did fucking the opposite of the plan. So sorry for that. But I had this I had this weird obsessive brain. And once I get an idea in my head, I just need to fucking run with it full speed. So this is the fitness sales masterclass. And I'm going to deep dive into everything that you guys need to sell more online fitness coaching packages, paid in full, upfront, etc. So today we're going to be covering the mindset of booking every call until you don't have to, how to increase your show up rates to your calls, how to start the call like an authority, expanding on their pain points and finding their primary motivating factor, hammering home the why now and why me, overcoming the objection before it comes up, and then overcoming the objection once it comes up. If you guys are excited, drop some fucking fire in the chat box. Cool. So first things first is we're going to talk about booking every call. I'm just going to grab one thing really quick. Booking every call until you don't have to. What the fuck does that mean? Booking every call until you don't have to. The biggest mistake I see a lot of y'all making is you're walking around with your fucking nose in the air thinking that you need to qualify every single person that you get on a call with when you literally have no sales experience. You guys, this is mistake numero uno, all right? All of you guys that are on this call right now need to be taking every fucking call. When you first get started online fitness coaching packages, you literally need to take every single sales call that you can, because it's important to get the repetitions. And even if you feel like they don't have the money, they're not going to buy, they're a friend or whatever, even if you feel those things, you still absolutely must do the call, because you are going to get the practice reps, and those practice reps are going to build your skill set. And with that improved skill set, you will start to make a lot more money. So the biggest mistake I see trainers making is assuming that they need to qualify every single person on the call. That is simply not the case. What you guys need to do is take literally every fucking call. Now, when should you actually start qualifying and like being conscious of your time and conscious of the calls you're getting on? Write this in the chat box. Once I have 10 online fitness coaching clients and I'm occupied, then I will start qualifying prospects. That's when you start qualifying. Once you have 10 online fitness coaching clients, at that point, then you will start qualifying. If you start qualifying beforehand and you try to make sure that everybody has the money beforehand, you will not get the repetitions necessary to develop the skill sets that you need to develop to convert as many people on the phone as possible. So 10 clients. All you need to do, once you do have your 10 clients, all you need to do to properly qualify prospects is ask questions in the calendar booking link. So if you do have 10 clients and you're wondering what questions to ask, I'm going to give you the questions. These questions are going to give you an idea of the psychology of your prospect coming into the call, and they will make you aware of how prepared they are to make a purchase. So here are the questions you guys are going to add to your Calendly. It's right here. It's really fucking simple. So you guys want to take a screenshot of this? These are the Calendly questions that you guys need. Okay. So it's first name, last name, email address, phone number. The reason it's important to get their phone number is obviously you need to call them. But no, I'm just kidding. It's also important to get the phone number because you want to send text reminders. All right. People don't check their email as much as they do their phones. We're all glued to our fucking phones. We all check our text messages. So we need to send text reminders. Number 4 is I take my time seriously. I'm going to give you a ton of value on this call. Are you committed to showing up and being present with a notepad? Asking this question in your calendar makes sure that more people will show up. And then number 5 is what is your current budget for fitness coaching? Option number 1, I'm willing to invest regardless of the price. Option number 2, I'm willing to invest, but I need to make sure it fits the budget. Option number 3, I don't really have funds for a fitness program. Option number 4, I'm just looking for free advice. If you have over 10 clients and you want to start qualifying your calls, these are the 5 questions that you're going to ask. Now, obviously, if somebody said, I'm just looking for some free advice, probably not a call you want to take if you have more than 10 clients, right? They straight up told you they don't want to buy, or they say they don't have funds for a mentor, probably not a call you want to take, especially if you're busy and you don't have time. Your time is more valuable at this point, so you want to be careful which calls you're getting on. Cool. So that is taking every call until you don't have to. Now we're going to talk about increasing show them rates to your calls. So first things first is you can't sell the thin air. Okay. So everybody write this in the chat box. Call isn't booked until they're on the phone. Write that in the chat box. The call isn't booked until they're on the phone. I think that too many people over focus on getting calls booked and they under focus on getting clients to show up. But unless you take show up rates extremely seriously, you are going to struggle in your online fitness business. First, I'm going to give you some things that you guys can do to make sure that you get more clients show up. First things first, write this in the chat box. Never book more than 2 days in advance, ever. That is a rule. And the reason why is people buy based off of emotion, not off of logic. So you want to keep them in the emotion that they're in while they book the call, which means if you open up your calendar for 7 rolling days in Calendly and somebody books a call for fucking Saturday and it's Tuesday, by the time Saturday comes around, that person is no longer feeling the emotion they were feeling when they booked the call, and they got busy. Like, people have other lives other than us, despite the fact that we want people to pay us their money and that we think we're the most important person on the planet. People have lives and they get busy and they do other shit. And so first things first is never book the call more than 2 days in advance. That's a fucking rule that I have across the board on every level. And even for me, you guys, I'm running a massive business. I do not allow people to book in calls for more than 2 days in advance. Secondly, in your Calendly, set up text and email reminders. Use the reminders that are pre-programmed in the Calendly. You guys don't need to do any extra work in this instance. Calendly has already done the work for you, so you guys can just use the reminders that are already set up in Calendly. Here's the times that you're going to send them for. Set the Calendly reminders for 24 hours before the event and 1 hour before the event. 2 reminders, text and email, 24 hours before the event and 1 hour before the event. So this is how you increase show up rates. Never book more than 2 days in advance. And in your Calendly, set up text and email reminders. Use the reminders that are pre-programmed in the Calendly for 24 hours and 1 hour before the event. Now, that's actually not where the magic is. This is where the magic is. Guy, I promise you guys, for those of you that actually take this seriously and do this, I literally promise you, you will have way more people showing up to your calls. They will be excited to show up for your calls. Like this video gets me an 80% show rate. I'm gonna play the video for you. I want you guys to steal this fucking script. Listen.
Jeff, what is going on, brother? Hope you're having the best day of your entire life. Just check the calendar. Saw we're booked in for a quick 20-minute call. I'm super excited. I'm going to get you on with my head of client services, Jonathan. He's amazing. You guys are going to cover 3 main things. Number 1, your biggest struggle in your coaching business. Number 2, your biggest goal for your coaching business. Number 3, we are going to give you a game plan to help you achieve your goals. Bring a pen and paper. It's going to be awesome. We'll chat to you soon, brother.
So obviously, you guys don't have a head of client services, Jonathan, but that's completely fine. It's even better if you don't have a head of client services because you're sending the video. So this is, take a screenshot of this slide because I promise you the people that do this are going to get a lot more people to show up to the call. What you're going to do is you're going to pull out your phone and you're going to check your Calendly. You're going to see who has calls booked in for tomorrow. And let's say you've got Julia Geiger in for the call tomorrow. I'm going to go up on my phone. I'm going to say this. Hey, Julia, what's going on? Hope you're having a great day. I just checked the calendar for tomorrow and I saw we're booked in for a quick 20-minute call. I'm super excited. What we're going to do on the call is 3 main things. Number 1, we're going to cover your biggest struggle in your fitness journey. Number 2, we're going to talk about your number 1 goal. And then number 3, I'm going to give you a game plan to help you achieve your goals. Bring a pen and paper. It's going to be awesome. And I'll chat with you soon. Make sense? Super simple. The reason that it works is it's very personalized. It's very custom. It feels really good. Another reason that it works so well is because your prospect is thinking to themselves, what the fuck's this call going to be about, right? So you booked a call and they're thinking about showing up, but your prospect is still in their head being like, what are we going to fucking talk about? So what you want to do with this video is you want to clearly articulate exactly what the call is going to be about. That way the prospect doesn't have the uncertainty of not knowing what they're going to talk about on the call. And they're going to be a lot more calm coming into the call, knowing what the call is going to be about. Make sense? Cool. So we need to get more people to show up to the calls itself. The way that we're going to do this is in 3 different ways. Number 1, never book more than 2 days in advance. Number 2, set up your calendar for text and email reminders. And number 3, the magic fucking video. Cool? Fantastic. Next, how to start your calls like an authority. If this is valuable so far, drop some fire in the comments. Because every single person on this call wants to overcome objections, but most of you guys struggle to get people to show up to the call and then to run your calls like an authority. And because you're not running your calls like an authority, when people come into that call, they control the call, you don't control the call, and they're not going to buy. So you need to start the call as an authority. So how to start your call like an authority? It happens right away. Understand this, okay? It was Angelica. Prospects do not show up to the call with a credit card in hand making a purchase. They're not like ready to show up. They're not ready to buy your shit. Despite what you may think and how cool and handsome you might be. They are not showing up with a credit card in hand ready to purchase, all right? Even if they've reached out and they want to buy, the prospect is really on that call to collect more data and hear what you have to offer. That is why the prospect is showing up to the call. They're not showing up to the call to buy stuff from you. You guys need to understand this. They don't want to buy stuff. Nobody wants to hand over their hard-earned money. Even people that say that they want your coaching program, nobody wants to give you their cash. That is a fact. That is a belief that I have. You are on that call to sell an online coaching program. So they're coming to the call, wanting to collect more data. You are coming to the call, wanting to sell your fitness program. You guys have 2 different intentions, right? Now there's 2 different intentions coming into the call, and everyone please write this down because this next fucking statement that I'm about to make is the difference between you closing the call and not closing the call. The person who has the strongest frame wins. Write that in the chat box. The person who has the strongest frame wins. Write that in the chat box. The person who has the strongest frame wins. Now, what the hell does that mean? The person who has the strongest frame wins. Does anybody know what that means? Let's take some guesses in the chat box if you guys know what that means. The person who has the strongest frame wins. Anybody have a guess? Pre-frame the call. Yes, that's pre-frame the call. But what does the word frame mean? Directing the conversation. Yeah. Person with the most control. Correct. What is a frame? What is a frame? I'll tell you what a frame is. What the fuck is a frame, Brian? I'm so glad you asked. A frame is an agreed upon container in which 2 individuals have a relationship. That's how I'm defining frame today. A frame is an agreed upon container in which 2 individuals have a relationship. Okay. Now, understand that we come into the call with 2 different frames, right? The prospect comes into the call with a frame of, I'm just shopping for some information. We come into the call with, I'm going to sell you my shit today. The person who has the strongest frame is going to win. Here's an example of a frame. When I go to the doctor and I have a health problem, the frame is that he's the expert, I'm the student. And if he tells me to fucking jump up and down 3 times and he wants to stick a fucking thing in my ear. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to be like, okay, you're the fucking expert here. Just do what you need to do. Another example of a frame, and this is like a power dynamic, right? Because you would think that teachers technically control the frame for students. However, here's an example of a frame that I flipped. If I'm in school and I have a substitute teacher that I'm talking back to, and I'm making everyone in the class laugh at the substitute teacher, in this instance, I actually have the stronger frame, so I win. Does that make sense? Like typically speaking, between coach and client, the coach has the stronger frame. But, you know, in instances like when I had a substitute teacher and I used to be a fucking total D-hole, for lack of a better word, I had the stronger frame because I was making the entire class laugh and like I controlled the frame of that. I controlled the dynamic of that relationship. If that makes sense, they make sense in the chat box. The person who has the strongest frame wins. Just because you are the coach and they are the client does not mean you have a stronger frame. How many of you guys have ever gotten on a call with a really stubborn fucking client? Say me in the chat box. And you like couldn't convince them to do anything, and it was really hard to do anything. They had a stronger frame than you. That's it. You're not a bad person. They just had a stronger frame. Another example of a frame is when you approach a sales call, and you want to sell your product or service, but the prospect just wants free information. This is what a frame is. A frame is setting the container for the call. And again, write this in the chat box because this is a really fucking important part of this conversation. The person with the strongest frame wins. Period. End of story. So Maximus, you got prospects calling you bud in the DMs, and then you get on that call and you don't control that frame, bro, that prospect's gonna fucking eat you up, right? You need to make sure that you control that frame at the start of the call. And I'm gonna give you guys exactly what to do, and I'm gonna talk about why it works so well. But you need to understand that if you do not frame your calls correctly, if you come into that call and you're like, hey, John, what's going on? How's your day going, brother? Tell me about your life. I'd love to know a little bit more about you. Whereabouts are you from? Oh, you like calling me bud? I like being called bud. That's fantastic. You are now in their frame because they came for more information. You're just having a fucking back and forth conversation. You're not getting anywhere. Like you're in their frame. They're controlling the frame. They're like guiding the conversation. So here's the thing, right? Everybody writes this in the chat box. If you don't set a frame, you lost the frame. Write that in the chat box. If you don't set a frame, you lost the frame. This is also why you guys struggle to get clients that will actually commit to your fitness program. This is why. Because you have clients that don't check in to your fitness program because you did not set the container for what's expected in the coaching program. When somebody joins my coaching program, I set the frame and I tell them exactly what they need to do to get results. So first things first is I'm going to send you a questionnaire. You need to get it back to me within 24 hours. That questionnaire is going to give me enough data to be able to do your meal plan with. After that, I'm going to send you your meal plan and workout program. I want you to get it done and grocery shop within the next 7 days. Is that fair? Fantastic. Then once we start the coaching program, I'm going to be sending you a check-in every week, and it is mandatory. It is not optional. It's mandatory. I need you to get that check-in back to me because that check-in is where I'm going to be able to understand what changes we need to make in your program so you get optimal results. Does that make sense? Are these expectations clear? Are we on the same page? Perfect. Does this make sense, you guys? Drop some fire if you guys understand what I'm saying. Now, if you don't set a frame, you lost the frame because the client is going to come to you and they're not going to check in, and as they shouldn't. There's no fucking frame set. You haven't set the container. You need to create the expectations of what you want out of the relationship. And so if you don't set the expectations at the start of the call, the prospect will run the call, period. And it doesn't matter what you do with your objections. And I'm going to teach you guys what to say for the objections. But the objections are literally irrelevant if you do not set the frame properly. And so many online coaches come to me and they're like, I'm struggling with overcoming objections. And I'm like, I guarantee you it has to do with framing or running the call like an authority, or you're not getting deep on the pain points. And we're going to talk about all those things today. You think you have an objections problem, but what you actually have is a frame problem. You actually have an authority problem. People don't trust your word as an authority, because when people trust your word as an authority, they're going to take action on the advice that you give them. But if they view themselves in control of the call because you haven't properly set the container for the call, they're not going to take your advice when you tell them to buy your stuff. Did anybody watch the doctor video that I posted on my Instagram where I said, run your sales calls like a doctor and not like a coach? Do you guys, who here watched that video? If you did, say me in the chat. When I go to the doctor and the doctor says, and I'm like, hey doc, I've got health problems. My gut really hurts. What the doctor's going to do, and the frame is, I'm the fucking client. He's the expert. I'm going to ask him questions, and then he's going to give me answers, and then I'm just going to fucking follow, and I'm going to go along. That is the frame that you need to set for your calls. Nothing that you say on the call matters unless you are framed as the person, you are framed as the person in the position of authority, and they have accepted that frame. Exactly. It burns when I pee. Okay. So Nick definitely watched the fucking video. Sounds good. Nothing you say on that call matters unless you are framed as the person in position of authority. And write this in the chat box. They must accept your frame. Write that down. They must accept your frame. If they deny your frame, this doesn't fucking work. I'm going to give you an example. Let's say I come into the call and I'm like, so what we're going to do in today's call, Julia, is we're going to talk about your number one struggle, your number one goal, and I'm going to give you a game plan to help you achieve your goals. At the end of the call, I'll let you know whether or not I can help. If I can, I'll invite you to join. If I can't, I'll point you in a different direction. Sound good? And they're like, no, that does not sound good. Okay, well, then we're not going anywhere. That will never happen, by the way. That will never, ever happen. I've never had that happen once in the history of 1,000 calls. But what I'm saying is you have to set the frame and then they have to accept the frame. You have to ask for their permission. And so this is another good example of a big mistake that coaches could make on sales calls is on sales calls. If you go through the pre-frame and you don't get their agreement and you just keep rolling on with the script, the frame is lost. Does that make sense? So if I'm like, Olivia, what we're going to do in today's call is we're going to talk about your number one struggle, your number one goal, and I'm going to give you a game plan to help you achieve your goals. At the end of the call, I'll know whether or not I can help. If I can, I'll invite you to join. If I can't, well, I'll point you in a different direction. Okay, so what's your biggest struggle in your fitness journey? Do you guys see what I did there? I didn't ask for her permission. So you need to set the container and then you need to get them to agree. Does this make sense? Drop some fire in the comments if this makes sense. This is some like fucking psychology ninja fucking hacks, okay? Now, who here has ever heard me talk about when you need to give direct feedback to a client? If you know what I'm talking about, say me in the comments. Who here has ever heard me talk about giving direct feedback to a client? And so the best way to give direct feedback to a client is not to tell them that they're fucking up. The best way to give direct feedback to a client, exactly, Lewis, is, hey, Lewis, would you mind if I coach you for a minute? Do you guys see what I'm doing there? I'm setting the frame. The frame is I'm the coach, you're the client. As soon as they say absolutely, then I give the feedback. Does that make sense? So I want to set the frame. Unless I do it to fucking Cole. Cole's like, yeah, fuck you. You ain't coaching me shit. Or I'll just tell Cole how it is. But Cole tells me how it is too. So it's all good. With my clients, what I want to do is I want to be like, do you mind if I coach you for a minute? Because as soon as I say that, right, then that means that I've set the frame that I'm the authority, you're not, and they will listen to my advice. Make sense? Perfect. So this is a fucking great question. I'm actually going to pause to answer it because Maximus, that's a fantastic question. How do you hold the frame on a call with someone that you didn't close in the past, but now they're in the challenge and haven't made any progress since the last call? So first things first is you can't help somebody that doesn't want to be helped. Okay. So that's fucking first thing. Second thing is if they didn't close in the past, but they're in the challenge and they haven't made any progress, I would send them a message and I would say something like, hey, Maximus, just wanted to check in and see how your progress in the challenge is going so far. I noticed you haven't completed your workouts, ? And then they would say something like, yeah, I haven't really had the time, blah, 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 blah. And then you're like, cool, do you mind if I coach you for a minute? Then you fucking tell them what's up, right? Now, let's say that person gets on a call with you, right? So Maximus, let's say that scenario is flipped and you actually book a call with that person. You're on the call and he didn't close a month ago. And now he's on the call with you on this call and he's interested in taking action, but this motherfucker didn't close a month ago. How do you set the frame like an authority and run that call? Here's exactly what you do. So Maximus, I got to ask, I'm glad that you reached out again, but a month ago when you reached out to me, you weren't ready to take action and you didn't pull the trigger. I'm curious, what's different and why are you ready to take action now and not later? Does that make sense? So when I'm setting the container, I'm literally letting them know like, hey, like we already fucking did this song and dance. And now you need to convince me on why you're going to take action today and not later. Is this making sense? Is this valuable? Perfect. Now, if the prospect views themselves in control of the call, yeah. So Maximus, can you say that again? I will. So Maximus, we got on a call about 4 weeks ago and you said you weren't ready to take action. And I'm just curious, what makes you ready now? Like, why do you want to take action right now and not later? Then let's just pretend that they're like, oh, well, I'm still thinking about it. And you're like, do you mind if I coach you for a minute? And they're like, yeah. But like the fact that you've been thinking about it for 4 weeks is exactly why you haven't made any progress. And you're showing the same type of behavior in the challenge as well. You're non-committal. You're not actually all in. You're not committing to your goals. Like, how long are you going to continue this? You told me you've been trying to lose weight for the last 5 years. How much longer are you willing to allow this to become a problem? Make sense? Okay, perfect. Now, if that prospect views themselves in control of the call, by the way, which will happen by default if you do not set a frame, then they will not purchase anything from you. They will not purchase anything from you because the frame that they came into the call with was, I'm just looking for some free information. I'm just here for some information, right? So if you don't set the frame, they're going to assume their frame is the correct frame. Perfect. So here's how to put yourself in a position. Here's how to put yourself in the driver's seat of the call, literally as soon as the call starts. So it starts the second the prospect answers. The game is on the second the prospect answers. And by the way, my intention with today is to get you guys excited about sales calls because I fucking love sales. Sales is the best because when somebody joins my program, I change their fucking life forever. If you're in the CLA and you've been sold into the CLA and you fucking love it, drop some fire in the chat box. That is why I fucking love sales. Okay. Sales will change your life forever. And it changes other people's lives as well. It makes me fucking happy. So my hope for today is to get you guys fired up about sales calls, because sales calls will literally change your life and other people's life as well. Now, here's how to put yourself in the driver's seat of your sales call as soon as the call starts, as soon as the prospect answers. You want to be enthusiastic, but not so enthusiastic that they feel like you're a sleazy douchebag. All right. So the level of energy to start the call should be an 8 out of 10. Here's what not to do. John? Yeah, how's it going today, brother? This is Brian Mark from PC Domination. Yeah, how you doing? Man, I'm doing amazing. I'm doing amazing. It's a great day over here. Oh my God. Yeah. So so excited to chat today. Don't be that fucking guy. Okay. Also, don't be this guy. John? Hey, it's Brian from PT Dom. Yeah, how's it going today, man? Okay. Yeah, cool. What you need to do is you need to be right in the fucking middle. Okay. So it needs to be right in the middle. 8 out of 10. Hey, what's going on, John? How you doing today, brother? Yeah, man. Me too, man. I'm having a great day. Yeah. Whereabouts are you located? Is it Calgary? Okay, perfect. So notice my tone. Can you guys hear that? Hear the difference between super fucking, I just want to sell you something, and like monotone, fucking boring as shit. You need to find an authority tone right in the middle. Does that make sense? John, what's going on today, brother? So it's like you can hear the enthusiasm in my voice when I speak, right? First one sounded fake as fuck. Exactly. But honestly, sometimes we do that because we're trying to overcompensate, right? Or we don't do it at all and we sound like we're fucking bored. It needs to be somewhere in the middle. 8 out of 10 enthusiastic. All right. 8 out of 10. So you're going to banter for literally 10 seconds. I'm not exaggerating with the 10-second banter, not 30, not 60, not 120, not 640 seconds, fucking 10 seconds back and forth. Within the first 30 seconds of the call, you're going to say this. All right, listen, John, I've got literally back-to-back meetings booked all day. Are you cool if we just jump straight in? Now, why do you guys think that works so well? Let's take some fucking guesses, okay? Give me some fucking guesses why that works so well. Give me some guesses why that works so well. Cole says BDE. That's the answer. That's the one we're going with. Okay, so let's break down this statement, all right? Number one, this sets the precedence that you are an in-demand person, as in you've got back-to-back meetings, which instantly elevates your status in the eyes of the prospect. So that is what happens. So instantly, bam, the call starts, I'm running the call. That's exactly how this is working. And remember, framing is fucking important. So as soon as that call starts, we go back and forth. Yo, I got back-to-back meetings booked all day. Are you cool if we just jump straight in? I'm like, I set the fucking frame. Boom, we're in it. When they say yes, then they've accepted our frame. Now, this sets the precedence that you're an in-demand person because you've got back-to-back meetings. The second reason this works, everybody writes this in the chat box. The person who is the most conscious of time is the person who has the position of authority. Write that in the chat box. The person who is the most conscious of time is the person who is in the position of authority. Like, let's think about somebody that you fucking love, okay? Somebody that you love. Like, give me a name. Somebody that you absolutely fucking love. Somebody that you love to have a 20-minute conversation with, 30-minute conversation with, 60-second conversation with. Perfect. Cole's great. Cole's great. I'm going to use Cole, for example. Oh, somebody said, Brian Mark, you cute motherfucker. So Cole's great. Cole's a busy motherfucker. And so if you pulled him aside on the street, Stephanie, and you try to have a 1-hour fucking powwow with Cole, it wouldn't happen because Cole's super conscious of his time because he's extremely busy, right? David Goggins is a fucking perfect example of this, Froyan. Thank you so much. David Goggins is a perfect example. David Goggins did a speech that I was at. So I went to the Limitless Arena. I was hosting the Limitless Arena. It was fucking dope. David Goggins was there. He didn't speak to a single person, bro. A single person. He went on stage at 8:15 p.m. He came out at 8:14 p.m., went right on stage, didn't talk to a single fucking person. He's super conscious of time. And then when he got off stage, people would take photos with him. He's like, 3 minutes. That's it. That's how much time you got to take a photo with Dave Goggins. There was like a lineup of 50 people. He's like, I'm doing 3 minutes, then I'm out. Does that make sense? The person who is the most conscious of time is the person who has a position of authority. Like, think about trying to have a one-on-one powwow with Gary Vee. Hey, Gary Vee, you want to sit down and talk over coffee for half an hour? He's going to be like, you're fucking baked, dude. Right? You're baked. It wouldn't happen. He's too conscious of time. Number 3, by getting straight into the call, you set the frame that we're here for business. And once they agree, then you jump straight into the call. Does this make sense? So this is how you take the driver's seat in literally the first 30 seconds of your call. First 30 seconds of your call, boom. Now you're driving the fucking car. You're in my bus now, Coach Mel. This is my fucking street, okay? We're going straight to Salestown. Let's get down to business. Exactly. They've accepted your frame, and write this in the chat so you don't forget it. The person with the strongest frame wins. This is the shit that actually sells you clients, right? This is the shit that... Nick, I love talking. That's great. I love talking too when we're talking about the money that the prospect is going to pay me. Like if you just get on that call, like if you're getting on the call with your prospect to have a fucking nice long conversation, like we just have different intentions. Like go talk to your fucking friends. You know, why are you having heart to hearts with your prospects? Like you can let them open up on the call, but like, bro, like this call isn't about you. Why are you going in the call to fucking talk? It's not about you. It's about your prospect, right? And if you go into that call like, hey, let's talk about your fucking feelings, like what's going to happen is they are going to assume that the frame is that we're friends. We don't want that assumption. We want to set the frame. Okay, cool. Then what we're going to do is you're going to set the frame for the entire call. Now, this opening statement is, remember what I said at the start of this call. I said a frame is an agreed upon container of a relationship between two individuals. So what we're going to do with this opening statement is we're going to create the container for the entire call that is going to answer your prospect's main questions. Now they're thinking, you know, what's this call going to be about? How much time am I going to be here? What questions do I have to answer? How much is this going to take? Blah, blah, blah. So we want to answer all of their questions in a pre-frame with this opening statement. Here's exactly what we're going to do. John, listen, I got back-to-back meetings booked all day. Are you cool if we just jump straight in? Perfect, man. I love it. Listen, so what we're going to do on today's call is I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your fitness journey to identify what your biggest struggles are. Then we're going to talk about your main goal for your fitness journey, and I'm going to help you come up with a game plan. At the end of the call, if I feel like I can help you out, I'll invite you to join my coaching program. If I can't help you, I'll let you know, and I'll point you in a different direction. Does that sound good? That is the opening statement. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. Use this on your calls. You will make money. And now, as always, we're going to break it down because I want to explain to you why this shit works so well. So let's break down exactly why this works. Now, when you say at the end of the call, if I feel like I can help you out, I'll invite you to join my coaching program. Why does this work? Now, this statement, this opening statement clearly describes to the prospect the exact process that you're going to be using today so they understand the purpose of the call. Because again, when you're on a sales call with the prospect, they're thinking, how long is this going to take? What's this going to be about? Why? Blah, 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 blah. Also, another thing is if you don't set the frame properly in the pre-frame and you don't let them know you're going to be asking them questions, then throughout the call, they might get annoyed that you're asking them so many questions. However, if you set the container, I'm going to ask you questions to identify what you're struggling with. That now sets the precedence that I'm literally going to be fucking poking around, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing, you also let them know I'm going to pitch you something right here. You say, at the end of the call, if I feel like I can help you out, I'll invite you to join my coaching program. Now, when you say this statement, you let them know I'm going to pitch you something on today's call. You let them know. Within the first 2 minutes, you let them know I'm going to pitch you something. Then you remove that tension from that statement by saying, I might not be able to help you, which neutralizes the previous statement that you made. Does that make sense? At the end of the call, if I feel like I can help you out, I'll invite you to join my coaching program. I'm pitching you something. That's what the subtext is. I'm going to pitch you my program, which will add tension. Then you remove the tension from that conversation by saying, and if I can't help you out, I'll invite you to join the program. And if I can't, I'll definitely let you know and I'll point you in a different direction. The reason that works so well is it removes sales pressure. You're letting people know I might be able to help you out. I might not be able to help you out. We'll see. Does this make sense? You guys following along? Thumbs up. Drop some fire in the chat box just so we're all on the same fucking page. Perfect. Once they agree to this opening statement, they have accepted the frame that you've set for the call. You've successfully positioned yourself as an authority in the first 2 minutes of the call. Just like that, in the first 2 minutes of the call, you have now cemented yourself as an authority by following these directions. Doing this by itself will increase your conversion rates. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Is this valuable so far? Just say yes in the chat box. This is what actually closes deals. It's not the fucking objections at the end of the call. We're going to get into the objections at the end of the call because I want to help you out. But this is what matters. Lexi said, see, I like it. You don't say yes. You say fucking yes in Spanish. Cool. That's fucking dope. This is what actually matters. Now, let's talk about how to expand on their pain and find their primary motivating factor. I'm super, super excited. The Holy Bible of online coaching. That's a compliment and a half. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, so the biggest mistake you make on sales calls is using a sales script and rolling through the script like a fucking robot. That's mistake number one. Now, I truly do believe that you should be using a sales script for every single call. And I also believe that if you sound like a robot, you're going to turn the prospect off. And you are not going to collect enough data to be able to make the close happen today, not next week. Okay. So instead, you need to roll through the script and ask expansive questions to identify what the root cause of the problem is. My rule of thumb is 3 layers deep. So I'm actually going to show you guys If you're on this call right now, I'm going to drop this in the Zoom chat. So this is the phone script. Can you guys see my screen still? I'll drop it in the Zoom chat so you guys can have it. So this is the phone script right here. I see a bunch of you guys tuning in. Look at all these fucking little emojis popping up. That's fucking cool. I like it. 13 people tuning in, 14, 15, blah, blah, blah. We got a bunch of people tuning in now. That's fucking cool. So this is the phone script. All right. Steal it, copy it, use it, shape it, mold it, whatever. So yes, I do think it's important that you roll through this phone script, but I'm going to talk about how to use the phone script to get the most amount of value. But I do think it's really important to stick to the script because, again, if we're setting the frame that we're the coach, they're the client, then we need to walk them through a journey that a coach would walk them through. And if I was going to the doctor and I had an earache, I would sure as fuck want the doctor to be asking me the right questions. So for you guys, if you're getting on a call with a prospect and they've been struggling to lose weight for the last 20 years, you better be asking them questions to identify why exactly they're struggling with that weight loss so that you can help them out. Does that make sense? Say make sense in the chat box. You guys are with me.
Pause for 1 second. I just need to make sure that I say this. Everybody, if you are viewing this, please make sure you hit file, make a fucking copy, and do not just start editing the actual file that we have.
They can't. All right.
Edit, make a copy. Brian, I need you to also hit file, make a copy, because you just shared that with everybody else, and we need to make sure that this doesn't get fucked up.
I already did that. Look, this is the virtual summit.
Okay, thank God. Thank God. I saw that and was like, oh my God. As soon as you said edit it, I went into panic mode because I saw 72 people being like, oh.
This is the virtual summit phone script, bro. I'm already ahead of you. Right?
We literally, guys, this has happened to us so many times where we've been like, here's free game, and then people fuck it up on everybody. So we're gonna make sure that we do that shit.
You know what's a fun fact about that, Cole? So you know this subcontractor trainer agreement from the original one from us? Yeah, we shared that out to the Millionaire Mastermind, and then somebody edited the original documents, and now it says fucking Animus Coaching or some shit like that. And it's not.
Yeah, it's like some random business, guys. This is why we said this. It's hilarious.
So it doesn't even.
We get super gracious. We give our documents away, and then we look back at them, and we're like, "Oh, they're fucking changed now. God damn it, they're out."
Okay, so yes, it's super important to follow the script, but if you're rolling through the script let's say Kira, you're like, what's the number one goal you want to accomplish in your fitness journey before the year ends? What are you doing to work towards that goal? Curious, why is that important to you now? Walk me through a typical day of eating. Okay, great. Do you drink any alcohol? You sound like a fucking robot, okay? They're not stupid. Now, they might know that you're guiding them through a sales process, but you need to go through the sales process and not sound like a robot. Whose iPhone that just drew on my shit? What is this? I got to stop the screen share now. I don't know why Zoom has this annotate option where people can just draw on your screen. It's hilarious. There's nothing you can do about it. People can just draw. Maybe there's a setting I can turn off. Anyways, don't roll through the script like a robot. Okay. Big mistake. You guys can steal the script, use the script, embody the script, model the script. It fucking works. If you're in the CLA and the script works, drop some fire in the chat box. Now, if you're in the CLA and you're using the script, listen, I'm about to drop some fucking game on you guys. All right. So check this out. I have a rule of thumb and I call it 3 layers deep. Now, what does that mean, Brian? I'm so glad you asked. We're going to get into it. The 3 layers deep theory. Everybody listen up. I've never talked about this on a coaching call, podcast, live stream, or anything before. This is brand new theory. Again, this is why Cole's like, bro, what the fuck were you doing before the Zoom call? I was like, I don't fucking know. I was just going in. 3 layers deep theory. Okay. This is what that looks like. The prospect tells you, I want to lose 20 pounds. Most people stop here and they're like, what we need to do if we want to make that 20-pound weight loss goal more painful, we need to make that 20-pound weight loss goal more painful. So we need to do this. We need to ask an expansive question, such as 20 pounds. Okay. And Cole, how long have you been trying to lose that 20 pounds? Right. So we get 1 layer deeper. Again, notice how when I'm asking an expansive question, I'm basically repeating the previous statement. Right. I'm repeating the previous statement. Now, that's when the prospect is going to tell you, well, Brian, I've been trying to lose weight for the last 3 years. Again, most people stop here because they're like, oh, I don't want to make the prospect feel uncomfortable. Listen, the prospect already is uncomfortable. They don't like the person that they see when they look in the mirror. They're sick of their fucking excuses and they're on this call with you because they want your help. Does that make sense? Say make sense in the chat box. You being unwilling to have an honest conversation with your prospect, you're doing them a disservice. You're doing them a disservice straight up. So again, prospect says, I want to lose 20 pounds. You say, okay, cool, 20 pounds. How long have you been trying to lose that weight? Cool. And they're like, well, honestly, I've been trying to lose that weight for the last 3 years. Now we need to make them aware of how bad that actually is if we want them to take action on the call now and not later. So ask an expansive question such as 3 years. Wow. That's a long time, bro. And why exactly is it important that you lose the 20 pounds now instead of waiting another 3 years? You guys understand how powerful of a question that would be when it's dropped at the right fucking time? That's a powerful question, right? Now, the prospect is going to tell you their actual fucking reason. Because my mom died of a heart attack at 61 years old, and I don't want that to be me. Boom. Now we've got the primary motivating factor for why they actually booked a call with you in the first place. At this point, you're going to be like, thank you so much for sharing that with me. I really appreciate you. It means a lot to me that you open up to me, and like, you're in the right fucking place. I'm going to help you out. Does this make sense? Is this fire? Now, Lexi just dropped a question. She said, I asked this in the DM. Should I be asking this again on the sales call? Absolutely. Because we want to reiterate it on the sales call, right? Because people, write this in the chat box, everybody. People don't buy based off logic. They buy based off of emotion. So if people aren't feeling the pain of the situation that they're currently in, they're not going to want to move out of that pain. How many of you guys have ever had a rock bottom moment in your life where you decided to make a radical fucking change? Raise your hand, or just say me in the chat box. Most people wait until they're at rock bottom before they make a change. Most people never lose weight because it's not bad enough for them to actually want to lose the weight. And so they just decide to procrastinate, but then they deal with the consequence of putting it off and it getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Our job on the call is to make them aware of the pain that they're currently experiencing. And we're just going to ask the right questions. And I'm going to stop the screen share for a second, because you notice how I'm not like putting shit in my prospects' minds. I'm not like, hey, Janelle, it's so bad that you haven't been able to lose weight for 3 years. You must feel like shit. That sucks, right? It's so bad. I can't believe you've been 3 years. Oh my God, that's horrible. I'm not saying shit like that. What I'm saying is, oh, 3 years, that's a long time. How does that, how does that make you feel that it's been in 3 years that you've been trying to lose the weight? And why is it important that you lose the weight? I'm just asking the right questions. Does this make sense? Like, when you're asking questions, they are going to reveal their biggest pain points to you. Cool? All right, let's go back. The 3 layers deep theory. Take a picture of this fucking slide because it is very valuable, and I highly recommend that you guys use this on all of your sales calls. Take a picture. This is the 3 layers deep theory. This is how you expand on pain points and get to the actual root cause of why somebody's on the call with you. All right, next. Hammering home why now and why me. Why now and why me? Now, let's take it back to the beginning, right? Think about this for a minute. The reason that your prospect is struggling with their health and fitness goals is because they do not take action to change their health. Am I right or wrong? All the information is online for free. Your prospect could literally go to ChatGPT, type in, write me a workout program and meal plan, and they could get one from ChatGPT. That would be pretty fucking good. Weight loss is pretty simple. Eat less food and move your body. So information is not the problem. Motivation is the problem. Now, also remember that the prospect came into this call expecting to collect some information and then do what they always do, which is fucking think about it. So it's our responsibility to make the prospect aware that now is the right time to take action and not later. And the best way to get people to take action now and not later is not to tell them, hey, Janelle, you need to lose weight. You need to start right now. Hey, Cole, you need to start right now. That's not the best way to get them to realize it. The best way to get them to realize it is to make them convince themselves based on their own reasons why. Does this make sense? What you need to do is you need to get them to tell you why they need to take action now and not later, because every time they tell you why they need to take action not now, not later, what they do is they actually start telling themselves. Perfect. Now, as a general rule of thumb, you need to ask why now at least 3 times on the call. Write that in the chat box. As a general rule of thumb, you need to ask why now at least 3 times on the call. At least 3 times. Write that in the chat box. Ask why now at least 3 times on the call. Period. Now, each time that you ask it, it might feel like a repetitive question. But what you're really doing is you're priming the prospect to be ready to take action right now, not later on the call with you. Once they talk about the struggles, here's exactly how you could ask why now. And I'm curious, Janelle, why is it important that you lose this 20 pounds now and not later? And they're going to start telling you the reasons why they need to take action right now and not later. Once they open up about their goals. Okay, so just to be super clear, you want to get healthy for you and your family and lose about 20 pounds. And again, why do you want to do it right now? Like, why don't you just wait another year? And again, they will start to convince you on why they need to take action right now and not later. And then once they've been telling you, they've been putting out their goals, like, how long have you been struggling with this? Like 3 years. 3 years. Damn. What made you reach out to me right now instead of waiting another 3 years? As a general rule of thumb, you want to ask why now at least 3 times on the call. Because what this does is it creates a sense of urgency. And if you can create a sense of urgency on the call, you will make the prospect want to take action. When you combine this with all the other strategies that we've been talking about, you're running the sales calls like an authority. So they respect your fucking authority, respect my authority. You're also getting super, super clear on their pain points. And you're really asking the expansive questions that get 3 layers deep on exactly why they're on the call. And then you start creating urgency on why it's important to take action now and not later. They're going to start to feel compelled to take action based on their own motivations. Does that make sense? Then when you get to the end of the call and they're going to purchase, you're not going to have to twist their fucking arm and like arm wrestle them and hard sell them, because they're going to be feeling compelled based on their own logic, based on their own emotions, based on their own state. Make sense? Drop a fire in the chat box if you guys understand what I'm saying. Now, again, asking the question, why me? This is a psychology hack that you can steal, because the prospect is thinking to themselves, what makes you different than other fitness coaches? That's what the prospect is thinking. When they're on the call with you, Melanie, and you make your offer, they're thinking to themselves, what makes you different than other fitness coaches? So again, we're talking about a psychology hack. Most fitness coaches make the mistake of explaining why they're so much better. Well, I'm so much better than all the other coaches because I actually care and I'll go above and beyond and I do all these things and blah, 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 blah. Instead, you just want to plainly ask the prospect at some point during the call, Melanie, I'm curious, what exactly made you decide to book the call and get on this call with me today? I mean, there's tons of fitness coaches online these days. And what made you reach out to me about my coaching program? The fucking mind ninja trick. Because I know that you're thinking that. And so if I know that you're thinking that, why don't I just ask you why you reached out to me? And then you can start to tell me and you can sell me on why you chose me. And you're also going to be convincing yourself while you're answering that question. Does that make sense? I'm curious, Max. There's a lot of business coaches that you could have worked with, but you chose to get on this call with me today and you chose to show up. So, what made you reach out to me? Why'd you get on this call with me today instead of other online coaches? Well, because I've seen your social proof and I know that you know your stuff and you're pretty jacked and you got a nice beard too. Cool. I love that. Now the prospect will start to dig for reasons why they're on this call with you, which will also justify in their mind why they should hire you as a coach. Make sense? Cool. Now, let's get in some. Is this valuable? I'm having a good time. I feel like this is fucking. This is lit. Kevin Montez.
Bro, we're fulfilling the promise. We told you guys that this would be more valuable than any other business coaches would charge you for. Period. All right. Yeah. This is what we're all about at PT Dom. Straight the fuck up.
Yeah. Also, something else I'm going to say is, if you are who's in PT Domination, if you're in PT Dom, say in PT Dom in the chat box. Say in PT Dom in the chat box. Perfect. In PT Dom. Who's not in PT Dom that's interested? Just hashtag interested in the chat box. If you're not in PT Dom, but you're interested, just hashtag interested in the chat box. Not in PT Dom, but you're interested. Perfect. So the couple of you guys, if you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfect. Janelle, can you do me a favor? Can you grab me the call booking link for from the VAs? We're going to give you guys a special limited time offer that's going to be, if you book a call on this call with one of our head of client services, we are going to give you guys a special promotion. So again, if you're interested, what we're going to do is we're going to get Janelle to drop a calendar link. She's going to go grab it right now. And then if you book a call on this call for PT Domination, we've got a special offer for you. Now, let's get into the I want to continue to give value. Now, cool. Now, the best time to overcome an objection is before it comes up. The best time to overcome an objection is before it comes up. Janelle, can you do me a favor and make sure that you scroll up and see anybody that's interested and just send them the calendar link as well? Perfect. The best time to overcome an objection is before it comes up. Now, how do you do that, Brian? I'm so glad you asked. Thank you for fucking being here. All right. There's only 3 main objections you guys are going to get. Every other objection is a smokescreen. Now, the 3 main objections that you're going to get is I don't have the time / I want to commit at a later date. I don't have the money / this is outside of my budget. I need to talk to my spouse before I make a decision. Now, there is also the objection of I need to think about it, but I need to think about it is not a real objection. It is just a smokescreen covering their main objection. Does that make sense? So Kevin Montez, if somebody tells you I need to think about it, that's not their actual objection. You need to identify what exactly it is that they need to think about. I need to think about it is a smokescreen, and you need to dig deeper to figure out what the actual objection is. Now, I'm going to teach you guys what questions to ask to figure that out. So let's talk about I don't have the time / I need to commit at a later date. And again, I've never talked about this shit online in person ever. I put this training together because I've been training my sales team for the last few months now. And so I've got a lot more stuff I want to share with you guys. Also, if you're in the 10K mastermind and the CLA, I just want to let you guys know that we're working on a new sales portion of the Change Lives Academy, and we're going to be updating it based on a lot of the stuff that you guys are going to learn today. And we're going to go really, really deep on a lot of the stuff. So if you're in the CLA, 10K mastermind, $1 million mastermind, get ready. Cole and I are working on that right now. Cool. Now, I don't have the time to commit / I want to commit at a later date. In order to overcome objections before they come up, you need to be paying attention to red flags on the call. Your prospect will tattle on themselves. Red flags during the coaching call for I don't have a time / I need to commit to at a later date are they mention how busy their schedule is. They mention that they're planning on starting later on this year. They complain that they're always rushing around with work. And they say that they don't have the time to go to the gym and exercise. How many of you guys have ever been on a call with a prospect that has said one or all of those things? Raise your hand. Busy, work's going on, schedule, kids, blah, 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 right? I'm going to start next month. I'm really excited, but I'm going to start next month, right? Cool. If any of these come up, here's exactly how to handle that objection before it comes up. Okay, so Kevin, you mentioned to me that you're super busy, and I just got to ask, in order to lose that 20 pounds, I'm going to need you to fit in at least 3 45-minute long workouts per week, plus make a little bit of time to eat healthy food and not garbage so that you lose weight. Do you think you can commit to 3 to 5 hours a week to lose that 20 pounds? Do you think you can commit to 3 to 5 hours a week to lose that 20 pounds, Kevin? You can? Okay, great. So by paying attention to red flags, right? And like, red flag, I'm busy. Red flag, I'm running around. Red flag, I don't have time. I want to address that before it comes up by letting them know you're going to need about 3 to 5 hours per week to get results. Is that something that you can commit to, including the workouts and the meals, et cetera? Do you think you can make time for 3 to 5 hours a week to lose 20 pounds, Kevin? Now, again, when I ask that question, I'm also setting the frame, right? And the person with the strongest frame wins. I'm telling him you don't need a lot of time in order to lose weight. And when he's like, yes, I can commit to that, he has agreed to my frame. Does that make sense? Now, if I don't set the frame, I lose the frame, right? Because if I'm fucking on this call and this prospect is giving me signals that he's busy and I don't pay attention and overcome that objection before it comes up, at the end of the call, Alex Walsh, what's he going to say? I don't have the time. I can't commit to this right now. I'm too fucking busy. Does this make sense? Now, letting them know that it will take 3 to 5 hours per week to commit to losing 20 pounds, and then getting them to agree to that frame will make it much easier to close at the end of the call because they've told you that they have the time to commit to this. Now, for the people that say, I want to start next month or next year or whatever the fuck, literally completely disregard this objection. So if somebody's like, let's say you're on the call with somebody, Maximus, and you're talking to them, they're like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm going to get this all started next month. It's going to be awesome. Don't even fucking acknowledge that they said next month. Because a lot of times what you guys will do is you'll be like, well, why do you want to start next month? And then you ask them the question and then they'll fucking answer it. They're like, well, because I'm really busy right now. I've got this going on. 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 And they just said that, and you just said that frame, they accepted it. Now you're fucked, right? Does that make sense? So if somebody says, I want to start next month or next year or whatever, I don't agree to that frame. So I just don't acknowledge it. Does that make sense? They say, I want to start next month. I don't respond, AKA I do not agree to your frame, AKA I'm going to continue on with the call, right? You guys understand what I'm doing here? I'm just moving the fuck on. So I'm not like disrespecting them. I'm not like, fuck you, you're starting today, but I'm just not acknowledging it. I'm like, cool. And I just fucking move on. You will overcome this objection by hammering home the why now questions, which ultimately will lead them to the conclusion why they need to take action today and not next month, right? Because when you're asking questions like, yo, Kevin, why do you need to lose weight right now and not next year? They, in their minds, are going to come up with the reasons why they need to take action right now and not later. So you don't have to convince them because they're going to be convincing themselves when you ask the why now question. Make sense? Cool. Now, let's overcome the I don't have the money to invest objection before it comes up. Now, the best way to overcome the money objection is to get a firm handle on their spending habits during the call. This is the single best way to get over the money objection, is to get a firm handle on their spending habits during the call. Here's exactly what this looks like. The best place to do this is the nutrition section of the phone script. You need to ask them, so Sarah, how many times a week do you eat out? 5 times a week. And do you drink? You don't? Okay. Do you smoke cigarettes? You smoke weed? You smoke weed? I'm not judging you. How much weed do you smoke? Okay, perfect. Do you get any like Starbucks coffees or lattes or fucking Tim Hortons or whatever the fuck they do in Canada? You do? Okay, so 5 times a week, you pack of cigarettes or so. So right now, on average, you're spending about, let's just say, 5 times a week is $20 per time. You're spending on average about $100 a week on fast food and Starbucks and stuff. Is that correct? So basically, you're spending about $400 a month on fast food and Starbucks and stuff like that. Okay, makes sense. You just want to fucking point it out. So I'll get the data from the nutrition part, and then I will fucking hold up a mirror. Okay, so you're saying you're spending about, $250 a month, $300 a month on like fast food and Starbucks and lattes and whatever the fuck else you have over there in Canada. Okay. And I'm not gonna be like bad girl. Bad. I'm just holding the mirror. Okay. That makes sense. Because then at the end of the call, if they give you a financial objection, you can use that as ammunition, correct? Like, I don't have the money. You're like, well, you had fucking money for $400 with the fast food. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? I'm not going to say it like that, but I have that as ammunition and I'll teach you guys how to use that. Is this making sense? If this is valuable, drop some fire. Cool. Next. Now you'll be able to use this for the end of the call. Cool. Now, let's overcome the I need to talk to my spouse. This is probably the single hardest objection for most online trainers to overcome because let's be honest, once a spouse gets involved, you're kind of like up shit creek without a battle, for lack of a better term. So what you guys want to do is you guys need to have your ears open for these sales calls and you need to pay attention to fucking signals that they have a spouse. So during the call, at some point or another, if the prospect brings up their wife, their significant other, their husband, their spouse, their dog, whatever the fuck, and you hear them mention, I have a spouse, this is the sequence of questions you guys need to ask to overcome the objection before it comes up. Cool. So Kira, that's I love that you're doing this for your family. Just out of curiosity, does your spouse know that we're speaking today? Oh, they do? Oh, that's great. And typically speaking, are they supportive of your weight loss journey and fitness journey? Like they want you to be the best version of you? Oh, they do? Oh, I love that. Yeah, I have a supportive spouse too. They're amazing. Bam. I just overcame that objection before I came up because I got them and this is the thing. Whether or not they know if they're speaking today is fucking irrelevant. Does your spouse know that we're speaking today? Nope. Oh, okay. Totally cool. Now, typically speaking, are they on board with the weight loss journey? Like they want you to lose weight. They want you to do what's best for you. Is that what they're like typically hoping for? Yeah, they definitely want what's best for me. They definitely want to support me on my weight loss journey, blah, 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 blah. So I'm overcoming the objection before it becomes an issue. This is my toughest objection. It's because we need to overcome it before it becomes a problem. I get them to tell me, I'm like, listen, you got a spouse? Cool. Do they support your journey? Bam. Then we've already dealt with the spouse objection. Then if it comes up near the end of the call, I can revert back to what we said at the start of the call. Well, you did mention that you had a spouse and they would be on board. So like, what exactly do you think that you guys want to talk about? Is it the budget? Is it the timing? Like what exactly are you going to talk to your spouse about? Then I can uncover the actual objection because I have to talk to my spouse is also an ultimate fucking smokescreen because it's hard for us to like, what do you have to talk to your spouse about? Oh, we just talk about all decisions. Okay, but what the fuck are you going to talk about? You're going to talk about the money, the time, the finance, you know what I mean? So if you can get them to say that the spouse is on board with their fitness goals, it's going to help you overcome the objection at the end. Cool. Valuable? Thumbs up? Perfect. Now we're going to talk about handling their objections after they come up. Because even though you guys are smart, handsome, talented, good looking, and funny, sometimes you get to the end of the call and no matter how fucking good you are, you're still not going to close every call and you're still going to get smacked with a fucking objection. Welcome to the game, okay? It happens to me too. So that being said, you can close more calls by overcoming objections at the end of every call. First things first, I want everyone to write this in the chat box. Expect the objection. Expect the objection. Your prospect has been making excuses their whole life for their fitness journey. What makes you think that today is going to be any different? The reason that your prospect is overweight is because all they have is excuses. So of course, they are going to have an objection to taking action on your fitness consult. And if you don't understand that and you don't expect that, when you get an objection, you'll be shocked. You're like, what the hell? You applied for my coaching program. How dare you object to me? I don't assume anybody is sold until the money's in the fucking bank. Even if somebody DMs me with a love letter that's like, Brian, I've listened to every single one of your podcasts. I love you. You're so handsome, talented, and good looking. I want to join your coaching program. Even if somebody reaches out like that, I do not assume that they're going to buy until they've actually sent the cash. Because people have excuses. People make excuses. They always have an excuse. So if you expect the objection and you aren't surprised when it happens, you'll be much more calm and collected in regards to crafting a proper response. So we're going to get into all of it. We're going to go into time, money, spouse, and I need to think about it. So buckle up and get ready to take some fucking screenshots. And again, if you are in the CLA or the 10K Mastermind or the Millionaire Mastermind, I'm going to give you guys all these slides. Time. So let's address I'm going to have to wait to start to next week. First things first. When you get the time objection, you need to understand it and validate it. Okay, so before I get into this, there's something I didn't put in this presentation that's really important. When you guys get an objection, pause. Write that in the chat box. When you get an objection, pause. Don't reply right away. If you reply right away and you are nervous to talk, the prospect will sense it. So if Kevin Montez is on the call with me and he's like, I really want to do this, but I have to wait and start next week. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I totally hear you. Now, just out of curiosity, so we're on the same page, I just want to make sure the program sounds amazing and you love everything we talked about. You just need to wait to start till next week. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And just out of curiosity, why exactly do you want to start next week instead of today? Now, typically speaking, at that point, they'll be like, well, it's like just a little bit outside of my budget right now. I don't have the finances. I'm like, okay, cool. So it's like, is it that you don't like have a credit card you can put it on? Is it savings or is it something else? Now, sometimes this by itself closes the deal just by asking the fucking question. Is it, and I'm not aggressive with my tone. You guys notice my tone? Okay. So is it like, do you have a credit card you can put it on? Is it savings or something else? I'm like really fucking relaxed with my tone. Sometimes this will close the deal. Now, sometimes you're like, B, I love the program, really excited. I just don't have the finances to start right now. I put the time in the wrong place. Okay. Well, listen, I tell you what, John, I'm super committed to you. Tell you what, Kevin, I really want you to lose weight. And I know for a fact I can help you lose that 20 pounds. And truth is, I've been on hundreds of these calls, and I know that if you hang out without taking any action, that there's a high chance that nothing changes in your life. So what I can do for you is let's get you started next week, and let's just get $100 deposit to secure your spot in the program today. That way we can officially get started next week. And by the time we get started, I'll already have your program done and we can just go off to the races. Does that sound good? Guys, get that? And again, notice the tone and the speed in which I'm pitching that. I'm not rushing through it. All right, that makes sense, John. I'll tell you what, I'm super committed to you and your fitness goals. And I know for a fact we can lose that 20 pounds together. I've been on hundreds of calls. I'm fucking pausing because I'm the authority. I take my time. All right, that makes sense. And Kevin, listen, I'm super committed to you, and I know for a fact we can help you lose that 20 pounds. And I've honestly been on hundreds of these calls, and I know that if you hang up without taking any action, that there's a high chance that nothing will change in your life. So what I can do for you is let's get you started next week, and let's just get a $100 deposit to secure your spot in the program right now. That way, when we officially get started next week, I'll already have your program done, and we can just go off to the races. Does that sound good? Is this valuable? Does this make sense? You guys get the delivery and the tonality in which I'm speaking? Perfect. Now, let's get into money. I'm pitching you, Lexi, and you're like, that's outside my budget, B. I just don't have the money to invest in that. First, hopefully you did your damn homework at the start of the call and you have a handle on some of their spending habits. Now, when you get the financial objection, here's the first way you respond to that. So like I'm pitching Lexi and she's like, I just don't have the money for that. Okay. I totally hear you. And Lexi, thank you for being honest with me. Just putting the investment to the side for a second, does the program sound awesome? Like it sounds exactly like you're looking for. You're excited to lose the weight. It sounds amazing. It's just the financial aspect. Is that correct? Yeah, program sounds great. Okay, cool. So the 1,000 for 12 weeks is a little bit too much. Is that right? Now, when they say yes, this is where you offer some alternative payment plans. Okay, well, listen, Lex, I really want to help you out, and I don't want finances to be the reason that we don't take action today. So why don't we do this? Let's get you started at, let's say 500 now and 530 days. That way we can get you losing that 20 pounds, get you started right away without budget getting in the way. Is that fair? Now, sometimes this will work. And if they agree that's fair, you can go for the close and you can collect the cash. If they object again, here's where you'll bring up their spending habits. Okay. No, I get it. And listen, I totally hear you. And I'm not like discounting this at all. Like I get that it's an investment. And right now you are currently already making investments, but the difference is you're making investments on the Starbucks and the eating out and the skip the dishes, and you're investing in things that are actually causing you to gain weight instead of lose weight. So if we cut the spending on some of the fast food and we invested in losing 20 plus pounds, do you think that would make a little bit more sense? Then when they agree to that frame, I'm like, okay, cool. So this is what I will do for you, Lexi. I don't want finances to be the reason that you don't take action, lose weight, and get in the best shape of your life. So this is what I'll do for you right now. Let's get you started right now at $350 per month. That's a lot easier on the wallet. We'll cut down the spending on the fast food and the drinking. We'll rock and roll for the next 12 weeks until you're down 20 pounds. And I'm so confident that you'll be down 20 pounds that if you follow my direction, you do all of your check-ins, and you still haven't lost the weight, I'll send you a full refund on everything you paid. How does that sound? Now, this is called a conditional money back guarantee. Write that in the chat box. This is a conditional money back guarantee, which is if they do all of the work and it does not work, they get a refund. And honestly, if a client's checking in, following their meal plan, doing the fucking shit, eating the foods they're supposed to eat, and we're doing the workouts, they're going to lose the weight. So this will never happen. But what this does, write this in the chat box, is it removes the risk for the prospect. So if money is a constraint, oftentimes it's because people don't want to lose out on the money that they're sending you. And so what you want to do is you want to remove the risk for the prospect. Conditional money back guarantee. Is this helpful? Does this make sense? Rock and roll. You guys have been with me for 5 fucking hours. I'm fucking digging. All right. This is good shit. Cool. Let's talk about the spouse. Let's talk about the spouse. Now, the spouse, listen, this is the truth. Okay. You can get them to commit to fully, like if you get them to fully commit without talking to their spouse, this is a recipe for buyer's remorse, 100%. And this is why this objection is best overcome at the start of this call by asking if the spouse is on board and supports them in their goals. If you get the objection about the spouse, step number 1 is to completely understand. Corey, I totally get that you need to speak with your partner. I have a partner as well that I run all my decisions by. Typically speaking, does she support your goals and is on board with you losing weight and feeling great? They will always say yes to this. Then, okay. And listen, I tell you what, I understand that you need to speak with your spouse and I respect that decision. And I also know for a fact that if you get off this call, and you don't take any action, your life won't change and it'll stay the exact same. And I don't want that for you. So let's do this. Let's get you on a $100 deposit. You can go talk to your spouse and make sure this makes logical sense. The deposit is completely refundable. I just want to see that you're prepared to take action and actually change your life instead of just talking about it. Does that sound good to you? So the best possible case scenario in this instance, when they have to go talk to their spouse and they've made that decision, is you need to get them to put down some sort of investment. And again, it's a refundable deposit because I got to a place in my sales career, you guys, where I could close clients even if they told me they needed to talk to their spouse. But the amount of clients that I get asking for refunds within 24 hours that I did do that was like 50%. Because they do it. They're like, fuck it, I'm in, fuck my spouse, whatever. And then they go talk to their spouse and their spouse is like, you're a fucking idiot. And then they come to me and they're like, my spouse just yelled at me. Can you send me a refund? So I would rather let them know there's a refundable deposit. If your spouse doesn't like my beard, doesn't think I'm cool, or doesn't believe that it's going to work, I'll send it back in full. No questions asked. Does that sound good? But if you can secure a financial commitment on the call, you are much more likely to close. Make sense? Cool. Let's talk about, I need to think about it. I need to think about it. Alex, this all sounds good, but I need to think about it. First things first is you need to understand them. You need to hear them. Alex, totally hear you, bro. What exactly is it that you need to think about? Now, when you ask this question, and notice the tone. Sarah, totally hear you. So what exactly is it that you need to think about? This will reveal their actual objection. At this point, they're going to say something like, well, I just need to check my budget, or I need to run this by my partner, blah, 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 blah. This question reveals their actual objection, and then you can revert to overcoming that objection, like partner, spouse, time, etc. Make sense? So I need to think about it is not a real objection. It's a smokescreen. What exactly do you need to think about? They will tell you, well, I just need to make sure that it fits the budget. Bam. This is actually a money objection. Make sense? I need to think about, well, what exactly is it that you need to think about? Well, I just need to make sure that the timing is right. I'm going on a vacation starting next month. Okay, boom. It's a time objection, right? So we need to uncover what the actual objection is underneath. I need to think about it. Cool. Now, when should you integrate storytelling? Because if you're just talking at the prospect the whole time, and especially as you guys are overcoming objections, like prospect gives you an objection, now you're in a back and forth battle where you're overcoming their objection, etc. When should you integrate storytelling? What you want to do is, let's say Maximus, you go to overcome the objection. You're like, okay, so like, what if we did a split payment option? And they're like, oh, I can't. Like, what about monthly? And they're like, oh, I can't. The worst thing that you can do is continue to have like a back and forth fucking, I can't. In this instance, what you want to do, write this in the chat box, is use what I call feel, felt, found. So if you're going for the close, you overcome their objection, they still have another objection, you can use storytelling to sell clients, and you can use a framework called feel, felt, found. Here's what you do. You respect how the prospect feels. You talk about how your clients felt, and then you discover what they found by making a different decision. This is what that would look like. Nick, I totally understand that you feel like you need to check with your wife. In fact, most of my best clients felt the exact same way. Now, you remind me of my client, Cole. He actually signed up last month. He felt like he needed to check in with his wife to make sure she was on board. But what we found is that the spouse is typically always on board for getting in great shape and making you look and feel your very best. Now, let me ask you, do you really think your wife's going to be on board with you getting into great shape? Okay. She is. And like, listen, I get if the 1,200 is a little bit too much of an investment. So why don't we get started with the 350 per month? You can make sure that it actually works. you can make sure that you're actually excited about the program. Your wife's going to see that you've lost 5 pounds. She's going to love me. You're going to love me. And we'll just get started. How's that sound? Called Feel, Felt, Found. When you'd want to integrate this type of storytelling into your sales process is when you're trying to overcome their objection and they have another objection. And then you're kind of in this back and forth. At that point, pause. I totally understand how you feel like you need to check with your budget. In fact, most of my best clients felt the same way. Make sense? Knowing when to integrate that is really important. You definitely don't want to be in like a fucking back and forth where you're just like fighting this fucking prospect. Doesn't go anywhere. Not productive. Cool. Now, let's say you're like, but Brian, I did everything that you said, all the things that you said, and it still didn't work. This is the next point that I need to talk about. Always close on the call. Write that in the chat box. Always close on the call. Now, obviously, your goal is to get them to pay you cash monies on that call. That would be the ideal scenario, right? But the world is not perfect. And, I'm not 6'7" and look like The Rock. That's just fucking life. Sucks, right? But the tangible target is to get people to pay you on the call. That being said, despite how cool, handsome, talented, smart you are, there's going to be a certain amount of people who don't take any sort of action. For those people, you still need to close them on the call. And here's what I mean by that. Never, ever, ever leave open loops. So the worst mistake that you can make, Maximus, would be having a client say, I need to check my budget. And you're like, cool. All right, well, check your budget and yeah, we'll chat soon. Worst mistake ever. Another big mistake is I need to check with my wife first. Okay, cool. Well, talk to your wife and get back to me. Another big mistake you guys make is, and let me know if you guys have done this. Say fucking me in the chat box if you've lost a sale because of this. Client says, I'm going to start next week. And you're like, okay, cool. Next week it is. And then they never fucking come back. And then you lose the fucking sale. And you're like, fuck. How many of you guys have done that before? I'm going to read the chat box. Me. Exactly. Here's how to prevent that problem from happening a majority of the time. Now, again, it's not always fucking perfect, but book the next appointment while you're on the call. So prospect says they need to talk to their wife. They're like, no matter what, you overcame the objection, you asked the right questions, you set up the frame properly, you were in control of the call, they still need to talk to their wife. It fucking happens. Okay, perfect. So I totally get it, and I want you to talk to your wife as well. So how much time do you feel like you need to have a conversation with your wife? Later tonight? Okay, great. How about, why don't we hop on a call at, let's say 6 p.m. We'll hop on a quick 10-minute call. If you want to take action, that's amazing. I'll change your life. Even if you don't want to take action, that's totally cool too. We can just run through everything on that 10-minute call. And on that 10-minute call, if you do take action, we'll fucking get you onboarded. And if not, I'll just send you some free resources. Does that sound good? Okay, so 6 p.m. works for you? Okay, great. So I'm going to give you a shout at 6 p.m. Have the conversation with your wife, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to talk about what to do next, but that would be an example, okay? Let's say they want to start next week. So Lewis, it would be like, okay, great. So Lewis, I know I wanted to get you to take action today. It sounds to me like you want to start next week and you're certain on that. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. So Lewis, what date next week do you want to start? Tuesday? Okay. How about we book in for a call for Tuesday at the exact same time we just had this call today? Does that work for you? It does? Okay, great. Okay, so Nicole, you need to check your budget. All right. Nicole, how much time do you need to check your budget? A few hours? Okay. Why don't we hop on a quick call around let's say 7 p.m. tonight? And then you can let me know if this is a good fit or not. Does that work for you? You guys get the idea, right? Book the call on the call. Never, ever, ever have an open loop, ever. Even if a prospect's like, reach back out to me in 3 months. You're like, okay, cool. I just put a calendar notification for July 26th. So I'm going to reach out to you in July. And if you're fucking crushing it, you're losing weight, I'll leave you alone. But if you haven't lost that 20 pounds that you told me you want to lose, we're going to hop on a call and I'm going to change your life. Does that sound good? You put a date in the calendar. I never, ever, 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 ever have open loops, ever. If I'm on a call, there's a closed loop. Now, everybody writes in the chat box. The only thing the prospect remembers is the last 60 seconds. And so this is super fucking important, whether you close the deal or don't close the deal. The only thing that the prospect remembers is the last 60 seconds, period. That's it. So in the last 60 seconds of the call, you need to make sure that you make an absolutely incredible impression. Now, this is especially true as Alex Walsh. Let's say you're back and forth with the prospect. You've battled their objection. You've been going at it for kind of 10 minutes. They're giving you this, you're giving them that, you're giving them options, blah, blah, blah. You book a call for like next week to talk about it. At that point, that last 60 seconds really fucking matters. Here's what that looks like. Listen, Sarah, I just want to say thank you so much for hopping on the call with me today. I really appreciate it. I know that you just took time out of your day to have this conversation with me. I know we've been talking about your goals for the last 60 minutes and that you really want to lose this weight. I really appreciate you jumping on. I believe in you. I know for a fact you can lose this weight. I know for a fact it's going to drop off. I know you've been struggling for a while, but I got you. Now, is there Sarah, is there any final questions you have for me or anything that I can assist you with or any free resources I can send over to you? Write it down. How was it left? Write it down. How was it left? Now, that same concept goes to whether or not you sell. Like, if you sell a client, it's the same fucking thing. If I sell the client, I'm like, Kira, you just made the best decision of your entire life, girl. How you feeling? Nervous, excited, ready? All good emotions. Those are all good emotions. Yeah, I love it. I'm super, super excited to help you change your life. Yeah. So listen, I want you to talk to me about anything you're going through right now. Is there any questions you have right now? Anything that you're concerned about? Anything that I can help you out with? Like, talk to me. How you feeling? I'm going to make sure that that call is left like with a bang, right? Whether you close them or don't close them, ask yourself this question: how was it left? That's how you guys need to be asking yourself at the end of every sales call. Ask yourself the question: how was it left? Because the prospect will not remember the fun and cool banter you had in the middle of the conversation. The only thing the prospect will remember is the emotion that they felt at the end of the call. So you need to make sure that the emotion that they feel at the end of the call is a positive emotion. Make sense? Cool. Guys, that's it. That's my fucking prezzo. Bam, bam, bam. Just like that. So
I had to yell just to make some noise because I like making noise. Guys, if you got value from that, drop some fire emojis, some fuck yeses, some hell yeses, some let's goes in the chat box right now. That was around what, 5.5 hours of straight value. I told y'all, I literally said it verbatim that we would provide more value for free in 5.5 hours than every other business coach in the market charges you $10,000 for.
Facts.
Facts.
Fucking
100%.
fact. All right. So why don't we I'm going to take a few questions. Janelle, can you do me a favor and grab 2 links? Number 1, grab a calendar link. If any of you guys are interested in learning from me and Cole at PT Domination, we're going to give you guys an opportunity to book in for a call. You guys, Janelle, can you drop the calendar link in the chat box? If you're interested.
For anybody who's not in the CLA already.
You're not in the CLA and you're interested in joining the CLA and you want to get in on a special limited time offer, go ahead and book a calendar or book a call in the calendar. Janelle's going to be dropping it in the chat box and we would absolutely love to help you out. If you're in the CLA and you fucking love us, drop CLA in the chat box and let us know that you're here. So that's the first thing. Now, the second thing that I wanted to go over with you guys is that the virtual tickets, the discount is going to expire right away. And
as soon as we end this fucking Zoom call, it is gone.
If you're on the fence, if you're thinking about it, I highly encourage you to do so. I promise you it's going to change your life. You guys just got the fucking value from this call. Imagine what it would be like to have this in person for 2
days straight, 8 hours each day of some of the fucking best individuals on the planet pouring value into you alongside Brian and myself.
Perfect. So again, if you guys want to book a call in with me and my team to get a special limited time offer, tap that button right there. And if you guys want to book in for the, if you want to come to the event, you can tap the link in the chat box to get an event ticket. Cool. Let's get into, we're going to take 3 questions and I'm going to choose them at random because you guys have been in line and you guys have all been waiting and I'm going to bring Cole up with me so we can spotlight it together. 3 questions and I'm going to choose somebody random that I haven't talked to before yet. Chanel Peterson. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you, girl?
I'm mute. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. I have a couple quick questions. When I'm going through the sales script, like the phone script, when it gets to the point where like you're asking them about their goals, it gets kind of awkward when they like say it, tell me their goals, and then the next line is like, oh, love it. And like sometimes that feels super unnatural. So like I don't always know how to lean in after they've kind of told me what their goals are, because there's been times where like people are literally crying on the phone. So it's like for me to go like, oh, love it. After that, it feels kind of.
Yep. So that's a great fucking question and I'm going to give you a great answer. So thank you for that. I think that when you're on the call with people, the script is a guideline, but what I want you to do is write this down, Chanel, validate, relate, and lean in. So this is what this means. Okay. This is what this means. Validate, relate, and lean in. If somebody opens up to me, Chanel, and they're like, give me an example. Tell me like an in-depth fucking goal that somebody gave you recently.
Okay, like I gained a lot of COVID weight, and so I've been stuck with it for 3 years. You know, I had bought new clothes that I wanted to wear, and like now I don't fit them. So I'd really like to get into those again.
Chanel, thank you so much for sharing that with me. I really appreciate it. It definitely must have been pretty hard to gain that weight over COVID. I see you. You're in the right place, and I'm really happy you're on this call with me today.
Okay.
Get it? So I validate what you're saying. Thank you so much for sharing. I see you. I relate with what you're saying. It must have been really hard to gain that weight during COVID. And like, I got you. You're in the right place. And then I just move on to the next. And like, validate, relate is how you build that connection, Chanel. And then lean in is ask the next question. Like validate them for what they say, relate to what they say, and then lean in to answer the next question. And it all like, you also have to play on their emotion, right? Like if you're on a call with the prospect and she's like literally crying her fucking eyes out and you're like, love it, right? So like you might have to come down to their level and be like, thank you for sharing. I appreciate you. I know that was fucking hard. I believe in you. We're going to do this together. Okay. Make sense?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Cool. I love that. Again, if you guys are interested in booking in a call with me and my team, calendar fucking link is right there. You guys can learn from the fucking best in the industry.
And if you have not got a ticket to the event yet, click the fucking link and come.
Let's fucking go. I'm going to choose Magdalena because you've been patient and dope the whole time. What's up? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm having a fantastic day. How can we serve you?
So I'm from Germany and I'm doing it in English, right? But I've listened to one of your podcasts where you were saying, okay, if you're not talking in your first language, then you might have a disadvantage. So I'm not sure, like, because I don't see myself talking on social media in German because I just fucking hate German, even though it's my first language. But like talking about fitness stuff, it's more, or it feels more natural to me to talk about it in English than German. But then I was doubting myself and I heard that.
Yep. So Cole, you want to go in?
Yeah. So first, we're going to say this with grace, but the reason why we're going to say it is because you need to understand. I've actually talked about this a lot with a lot of our clients because we have a lot of bilingual clients. First and foremost, you need to realize that you actually have an advantage over all of us because of the fact that you're bilingual. All right. Everybody who is bilingual has an advantage over everybody. You guys just need to learn how to utilize your superpower properly. All right. We need to take it how it is. Are you going to be able to articulate yourself as well as another person who has been speaking English their entire lives? No. It's just how it is. All right. And like, I know this based off of Julia's family. They're based in Ukraine. My family, born and raised in Portugal. All right. Second English language, it is harder for you to articulate yourself properly and dissect a point. And even though you can get through it and you can dissect it and it is valuable, we need to understand that marketing is a thing that we need to dissect on the internet. So like the person who can have a stronger hook, cleaner tonality and fluidity through the video, even though your video might be more valuable, unfortunately, because social media is a shallow place, they're probably going to listen to the other person first. And that is why we always say like, and I want to ask you, and same thing with Fernando, you said same question. And I can't read the other name, Stephanie, why are you guys afraid of speaking in your first language? Like, what's the reason? I don't like it. What do you mean?
I was in Australia for 3 years. I studied fitness over in Australia, so I'm like more familiar, or like it sounds like the fitness stuff just sounds better in English than in German. So I tried it before that I was talking about fitness stuff in German, but it just sounds so fucking weird.
Yeah, maybe
Sounds so
to
weird.
English speakers, but to people who are speaking German, it doesn't, correct?
So
Well,
here's, I want to jump in for a sec. So I'm going to ask you a point blank question. Do you want to do content in German? Yes or no?
No.
Don't do it.
No, there's no point in having the conversation. Then
Right?
don't do it.
And here's why, is because like we can have the conversation about like what's most optimal, etc. But at the end of the day, I never want you to do something, Magdalena, that you do not want to do.
I'm the same way, 100%.
Ever. Because if you do something that you don't want to do, let's say one of those German videos goes viral. Now every fucking video that you post has to be German. Right? So it's like you literally set yourself up for a trap that you don't want to fucking be in. So
And I just feel like that if I'm doing social media, like a mix of German and English, that it's like confusing.
I agree. So just do English. And also, like, again, you still have an advantage because you sound different than every fucking person on social media.
Yeah.
All us English speakers sound the exact fucking same. You sound different. That's an advantage. Arnold Schwarzenegger, his accent is an advantage. So use it as an advantage.
Agreed.
Okay, so it's not necessarily a disadvantage for me to talk in English as long as people can understand what I'm saying.
It is an advantage.
Yes, it's an advantage based off of your accent. It's as long as they understand what you're saying, then it's an advantage. I am also just very blunt in the dissection of if you can't get your point across quickly and with a good marketing brain based off of everything that Brian and myself broke down today, then yes, it will be a disadvantage. And that's just facts. Like if you can't get your words out and you're trying to explain something because English isn't your first language, yeah, the video is probably not going to pop. But if you really sit down and you're like, okay, this is the script, this is what I'm going to say, this is the way I'm going to dissect it, this is the breakdown, and you start that video and you're confident as fuck, all right, with your accent and more, it's not a disadvantage at all. Not even a little bit.
Well, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's the case or.
Well, you're never going to know until you try, right? We're talking about the future yet. You haven't done it yet.
I'm going to flip the question on you because you're here and you want the coaching. How many times have you posted on social media on your Instagram?
Well, I'm posting at the moment. I'm posting nearly daily, like 5 days a week.
Okay, 5 days a week, perfect. And how long have you been doing that for?
Well, I had a little break during winter, but
I didn't ask you about your break. I asked how long you've been doing it for.
now since I have joined PT Domination, so 5 weeks.
Okay, so do it for 5 months, and then let's talk about your content.
Yes.
I have done it for 5 months before my break, and
Right, before your break. Whoa! That's not what I fucking said. I did not fucking say that. Okay? I did not fucking say that. I said every fucking day. What's the best content schedule you can stick to? Everybody, what's the content schedule in the fucking chat? I did not fucking say previously. I said this fucking year. Okay, do it for 5 months, then let's have a conversation. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
I always love those talks because that's like somebody who's like, well, back in high school, I was like super shredded and everything else. And I'm like, that was like 15 fucking years ago. I don't want to talk about back in high school. I don't have to tell you.
Last year, I was super consistent. Like, I'm gonna last year. Right? That's fucking funny. All right, I'm gonna pull up one more of you beautiful humans. By the way, there was literally 15 people that booked a call in today. It's fucking fantastic.
That makes me very happy. Good job, guys. Congratulations on taking action.
Honestly, we're super excited. For those of you guys that do take action on today's call, you get a fast action bonus. And also, if you come to the event, you get a 20% off. So we're fucking
people who are not taking action just fucking blows my mind.
And okay, we're gonna take one more. He's been fucking patient, and I haven't heard from him yet. Mr. J War. Is it War or Where?
It's actually Where.
Oh, fuck. Well, I tried. What's up, bro?
At least I didn't fuck it up. That's fine with me.
It's all right. There was like a caller ID one time at a gym I worked at, and it came up as Warhammer. I don't know how that came up.
Bro, you should just change your last name to that on people.
Jason Warhammer. That's fucking good.
Yeah, I like that.
How can we help you, brother?
My question with like content creation is like, when you're in the gym, how do you set yourself up to take pictures of yourself even when it's busy? Because I feel weird just standing there taking pictures of myself, just going like this. Like, I've always struggled kind of being like photogenic in that regard. And so I'm not trying to look like half the girls that are at my gym that are just like, oh, let me just shoot a picture of my butt.
You know what's funny? The girls that you said that I'm not trying to look like them are probably be making quadruple your income right now because they don't give a fuck what you think when you care what people think.
Yeah.
This is the thing. So like, how do you improve on it? By doing it. Trust me. And like, I'm show of hands. And Brian, I want you to engage in this as well. How many of you guys still feel awkward filming and taking photos in public, even though you've been doing it for years? Yep. It's fucking awkward, bro. Welcome to the game. It gets a little bit better. It gets a little bit better, but I'm talking about people that I know that are like 10 times better in the content creation space than me and Brian and shit. And I'll watch them and like right before they're about to start the camera, you can see them. They'll start like looking around and shit. They're like, fuck, man. All right, okay, let's go. And then they'll start the camera. It's about embracing something called flow state. So that's what I would want you to embody and understand. It's like, what do you need to do, Jay, to get yourself in flow state? Myself is music. All right. I know Brian's the same way. If we can get a little bit of music in that like triggers that internal wire in us, it doesn't matter where I am, what's going on around me, who the fuck is there. I can fucking spit a video off that's me screaming at the top of my lungs with veins popping on my forehead. Like if I enter that flow state, I'm 100% focused on the thing that I need to do. And again, I always just think like, okay, yeah, you can make fun of me. You can look at what I'm doing. You could talk shit. But this post that I'm going to make is going to make me basically what you make in 6 months in fucking 3 days if I do it properly. So you can say whatever the fuck you want, homie. I'm about a different vision.
Thank you.
Jay, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
We can, bro.
Okay, so number one. What's number one?
Embrace the suck.
You're gonna suck at first. Welcome to the game.
You're gonna suck for a long time, bro.
You
and then
need to embrace it.
You're
gonna fucking suck, you know, and you're gonna feel weird taking your fucking pictures. You're gonna suck. You need to embrace the suck. What's the next thing?
Get better with every video.
That's fucking right. You got to get better every single time you post. You got to take those gym selfies. Look at this fat ass and fucking bam, post that online and get better every single time. And then what is then what does it say? Then what does it say?
Experiment and try new things.
Exactly. So now, not only that, you're also gonna fucking go. You're gonna take your tripod and you're like, hey guys, so I've never actually done a talking video in the gym, and this is really fucking awkward. Let's have some fun today. Then what's the next thing say?
Ask for feedback regularly.
That's fucking right. In the CLA, you're going to post and be like, yo, boys, what do you think of this video? I just did it. Like, what do you think? Blah, blah. You're going to come to content audits. And then what? What's the next thing?
Mirror and model successful creators.
That's fucking right. You're going to find other people that are in the gym. You might even go up to that girl that's taking pictures of her ass. You're like, are you a content creator? What's up? What are you
And
doing?
be like, yo, I feel awkward as fuck. How the fuck do you do this shit without being cringy? Like, I don't understand what to do, but I'm trying.
Exactly.
There's a lot of OnlyFans girls at my gym.
Fucking ask them. They'll give you the blueprint right away.
Don't ask them. I disagree. Don't ask them. I disagree. We're not gonna get into that. All right. We're not gonna get into that political debate. Don't ask them. Find successful content creators.
Dude, that feeling, I'm telling you, will be here forever. Like it doesn't matter how confident you guys get. Setting up a camera in a new place with a bunch of people watching you when you're the only one will always be weird.
Yeah.
But guess what? And this is why, like, I always talk about the never apologize for being yourself, all that other shit. Like, being the weird one is incredibly beneficial.
Yep.
Always. The person who stands out wins. It is polar opposite to what we were all told when we were kids. The one who stands out gets hammered. No, the one who stands out fucking wins in every aspect of the word.
Bro, it's so funny because it's so fucking funny because I feel like our whole life we were conditioned to fit in.
Yeah, 100%.
Everybody. Like if you think about high school, Jay, you just want to be one of the cool kids. You want to be on the team. You want to be in the groups. You want to be invited to the parties. Our whole fucking life we were conditioned to fit in. Where like in life, like if you really want to be successful, you need to learn how to stand out.
100%.
And being comfortable with standing out is like, I'm going to ask you, and again, we're going to go a little bit deep here for a second. How confident are you in self, Jay?
Not much.
See, that's pause. I just want to pause there for a second. The reason I asked that question is because that is why you are afraid of other people's opinions. But when you get good with self, like, bro, I'm good with self. I think I'm the shit. And so your opinion does not matter to me because I believe in myself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like part of this is like, and this is two things, right? Part of this is like the mindset work, being like, hey, like I'm a fucking good person. I got this. I look good. My beard's nice. I'm fucking jacked. I look juicy. What's up? So that's part of it is like the self-talk, like being good to yourself. And then also like putting yourself out there, right? Putting yourself out there, be like, I'm fucking uncomfortable as shit doing this. Right. And you're gonna get some feedback's gonna be really positive. Some's not gonna be positive. That has nothing to do with you. Their opinion isn't paying your fucking bills anyways. And anybody that talks shit was never gonna buy from you. So who cares? Right?
Yeah.
Is that helpful? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Just really uncomfortable.
Good.
It's what discomfort is what gets you to where you want to be.
Yeah, if it was comfortable, then you'd already have it. Everything that you want in life is outside of your comfort zone. Otherwise, you would already have it.
Yep.
So like the fact that this is something that's uncomfortable, that's like most people view discomfort. I talked about this in a podcast recently. Most people view discomfort as a sign to turn back. You need to view discomfort as a sign to move forward. Like, oh, this is uncomfortable. I need to move forward. Gotta go. Thanks a lot. This is fucking awesome. I appreciate you, Alex Walsh. Be seeing you.
Dude, that right there, what Brian just said, guys, needs to become a staple in your life. It needs to become a principle you live by. I am not joking. You guys, if we brought Kirsten, Julia to this call right now, they would both tell you verbatim that when Brian and myself get comfortable, they get worried. Because me and B are about to make a fucking drastic move. Like dropping 100K on a mentor or fucking traveling across the world to speak on a stage. Like it's something big is about to change because we're like, oh, that feels weird. We're going all in on that. And then next thing you know, our business fucking 10X's because we're like, oh, that's it. That's the pain line. We got to embrace it and break through it. That is what you need to do.
Well, is that helpful, bro?
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate you. All right, guys.
No more questions. You want to ask questions, come to the fucking event.
This is it. Guys, we're out. So again, the sim call ends, the fast action discount expires, and also the ticket discount expires. So we're just going to give you guys one more opportunity to get your ticket or book in for a call. You guys can book in for two ways. Number one is either to book in for a call. Number two is to get a fucking ticket. Aiden Espada, I appreciate you so much. Just saw you got a ticket. Isaiah, just saw you got a ticket as well. It's fucking awesome. If you guys got value, here's how you can support Cole and I. Let's say you're one of our clients, whatever. Our social media, if you guys engage in our social media, if you guys listen to the podcast, Cole, what's your podcast?
Wake Up the Wolf.
You guys can find me at the Change Lives Make Money Online Trainer podcast. What's your YouTube channel, Cole?
My YouTube is Cole Lewis De Silva. That's the main one. If you guys want long form value, go check out the fucking YouTube channel 100%.
Perfect. And if you guys want to learn more from me, you guys can go to Brian Mark on YouTube. If you are our client, we will be posting this up. I think we're making a member portal or a page or something like that. If you are a client, we'll be posting this up ASAP. I mean, if you're our client, not only will you get the replays, but you'll also get all the slides and stuff like that we talked about today. So,
and if you are not our client, that's even more incentive to either book a fucking call so you get the replay, or number 2, come to the event so you can get more value in person.
Boom. Again, thank you guys so much for showing up today. I really appreciate all the great questions. I appreciate that there's 125 of you that literally lasted the entire fucking time.
So sick.
So it's super cool. It was a pleasure. Love you guys. Hope you guys have the best day ever, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Peace.
Thank you so much for tuning into today's episode. Hopefully you got some value. If you did, and you want to learn more about how me and my team can help you scale your online fitness business to $10,000 a month, DM me 10K on Instagram at TheRealBrianMark for more information, and I'll reach out to you to see if I can help you grow an online coaching business.